Good morning. As we begin our celebration of the graduates today, let us take a moment to reflect on everything that has happened to bring us to this point in time. We're grateful for the guidance that brought our graduates to the doorstep of Landmark College, for the faith they had to take that first step forward towards this moment of achievement, and for the perseverance they have shown between that first moment and today. We are thankful for the faculty and staff of Landmark College who have walked beside our graduates along their journey, providing the kinds of guidance and perspective that have enlightened in the moment and will be understood deeper with the passage of time. And we're humbled to know our graduates do not just look forward, but to the left and to the right, to see themselves as individuals who are part of a diverse community committed to respect and understanding. And we hope that the voice that they have found here will resonate and reverberate throughout our world. Let us remember that every day, every challenge, every hard choice, every experience gives us the chance to all grow and move forward together. May all of this remain as our truth. May we always find knowledge and peace on our path. And may everything that binds us together today always be with us. It is now my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter Eden, President of Landmark College.
Thanks, Michael. Nice job. Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the December graduation. Faculty and staff, family, friends, it's wonderful to have you here. We know you were part of this process with these wonderful graduates. You know that we all worked together to help them. I hope, graduates, you're grateful for all that your family and friends have done for you in this journey. I remember, it's funny the things you remember. I remember being a young kid, maybe 12, and I think I was in a waiting room of a doctor's office, and my mother's in there, and it's taken forever, and people know how patient I am and calm I am. I was writhing around, and I was visibly annoyed at how long it took, and a woman was I remember this vividly, she was in the waiting room as well, and she might have asked me what my problem was, or, somehow we talked with one another, and I said, my mother's taking forever, and I've been waiting a long time. And I remember she said, I'll bet you she's waited for you many times. And I thought, I had no response, She was absolutely right. And for some reason, that stuck with me. That's right. My mom waited for me many, many times. And, I was a little more grateful of all the sacrifices she made. So I hope you're grateful for everything that your friends, you better be. Now, we always ask at these events for parents to raise your hand if this is your first child graduating from college. Yeah? Okay. How about if it's your last child? Oh, you know what that means, right? However, how many have a graduate today who's staying at Landmark College for a baccalaureate degree? There you go. Wonderful. We have about 12 or so of our associate degree graduates staying for a baccalaureate. And it's wonderful to see as we grow all of our programs here that they recognize that this is the ideal environment for academic success and also success in many other realms. So I'm lucky because I get to come up here and say a few words. And in the past, one time I asked some students, what should I say? And I got some great advice. And this time at President's Council. The President's Council is a fancy name for a group of vice presidents, myself, directors charged with running the college. We're often wrong, but we're never in doubt. That should be our motto. We talked about things that I might say, and we had a really great conversation. And most of it focused around the fact that graduates, you've shown that challenges are not unbridgeable. You've shown that you can succeed here at college. You've shown that, and you have all these core competencies now, many of them, listening, hard work, everything. But at President's Council, we talked about the skills and strategies you're learning as related to handling the differences, the disagreements, diversity in our world. And we talked a little bit about, you're not perfect. You're not perfect, so don't expect perfection out of others, okay? We live in this culture, and again, this was straight from PC, the cancel culture, the call-out culture. And it made me think of an academic course that is offered at another institution. The name of it is From Bigots to Snowflakes, Living in a World Where Everyone is Wrong. And I thought, what a great course. We should offer it. We should offer that course. And the conversation we had was that we know you've gained skills and strategies to succeed today, okay? And you're not perfect, but you're learning ways to bridge these differences and these disagreements. When you're in an echo chamber and you only listen to people who agree with you politically or whatever, you're not really learning. You're not really changing the world. And if you feel virtuous because you called someone out who doesn't align with you, that's a hollow victory. So we need you. We need you to continue to get better, to understand that people are not perfect. Everything's a process. And these differences in the world, they have to be bridged. And you're the generation that has to do it. I don't know how well my generation is faring in that regard. We're counting on you. Now, we also talked a bit at President's Council about success. What does success mean for you all? It doesn't mean that if you make a lot of money, necessarily. Success, first of all, is however you define it, okay? But it doesn't mean if you make a lot of money, that's success. We feel that success is being comfortable with who you are, with your neurodiversity, your LD, and sharing that with others, helping others who need some assistance. That's success, okay? Helping enlighten others when it comes to differences writ large. You know the journey you've taken, and look at the success today, just sitting on stage. But the challenges will never stop. The changes will never stop. We did not educate you with specific levers to pull for specific crises. We hopefully educated you to have a foundation and a baseline of competencies and understanding that diversity and differences are pretty much baked into who we are as human beings. But you have to be intentional about bridging them, and we want to see that from you. That is the greatest evidence of success, perhaps. Now, we all work together. Mark Thurman, director of the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion, he's resolute in his vision that we must work together. We must work together. And I was thinking this morning when I was trying not to slip on the ice that, and this is a little corny, but bear with me. It's a little corny. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it. It's videotaped. Is that wouldn't the world be a better place, honestly, if it operated more like Landmark College, right? We've all worked together. We cooperate. We're not perfect at all. We're not perfect, but we work together better than any other institution. We work together, and we try to understand differences. So wouldn't this world be better if it could operate a little bit like Landmark College? We were happy to help you. A lot of credit goes to the family, friends, faculty, and staff. Fantastic. But most of the credit goes to you all for working hard, living up to your potential, and now we want to see you succeed in other ways to help change the world. Okay? Congratulations.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Emily McGuire. Take it all in. Emily just asked me, so I just stand here now? It's an important question because Emily does not stand still at Landmark College. Emily, as I thought about the words to put together to explain why you're receiving this award today, and heard from others on campus who know and respect the work you have done, a couple of quotes came to mind. One by Coretta Scott King, where she said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." And the second by Felicia Johnson, where she said, "Speak up and speak clearly. I want to hear what you have to say because it matters. Let's listen to each other and respect one another's opinion." Emily, you're being recognized today for the work you have done for our community and through the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion to help students understand that each one of us is a gift to the community and that this is a home to all of us. To express it best, I have one more quote from a student, admittedly paraphrased. It's about the pose party that was your brainchild and you spearheaded, that very famous pose party. And the student sentiment was this: the pose party was amazing. It was probably the best part of the semester where everyone felt like they belonged. Congratulations, Emily, and thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Gail Gibson Sheffield, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. Our two award winners exemplify all these values. At the associate's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Sarah Lennox. Sarah is graduating today with an Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. She has been described by her art faculty as an outstanding and talented young artist. But in the true liberal arts tradition, what really makes Sarah stand out is the depth of her intellectual engagement in all that she does. As I read through the comments provided by her faculty, over and over again, Sarah is described as exceeding expectations with great enthusiasm and insight. Faculty are also impressed by her work ethic, her memory for details, and her great sense of humor. One faculty member wrote, "Sarah epitomizes what we hope for when we think about a student being able to think in an interdisciplinary way, and then exercise a high degree of discipline to realize her vision for her work. Sarah is also someone who serves as a steady source of support to those around her, in and out of the class. Like many of our students, Sarah has had to deal with exceptional challenges to get this far, but has done so with courage, humility, and care. A member of Phi Theta Kappa, Sarah is graduating summa cum laude today with a GPA of 4.0. Congratulations. At the bachelor's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Christopher Bollier. Christopher is graduating today with a BA in Liberal Studies. At Landmark College, this degree emphasizes interdisciplinary understanding and civic engagement. It is our hope to graduate individuals who will take what they learn here and go on to be ethically responsible global citizens. And Christopher exemplifies those ideals. He inspires his faculty with his commitment, curiosity, and willingness to dive into experiences that are integral to his education. His final capstone project, which I had the privilege to see, was titled Red, Blue, and Shades of Purple, Voter Behavior Among the Disabled and Neurodivergent Communities. I was not alone in considering the project to be thought-provoking. It demonstrated his affinity for public service. A faculty member commented that Christopher has a fierce intellect that could be used to dominate, but instead he uses it to care about people in the room, and to care about justice and voice for people who are different. Several of his fellow students have said that he could be president someday. Well, well, Christopher, whatever your path leads you, we know that you are going to make us proud. A member of Golden Key, Christopher is graduating summa cum laude with a GPA of 4.0. It's my honor to present the Bachelor Level Academic Dean's Award to Christopher Bollier. Congratulations. Now, please welcome back to the podium President Peter Eden.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks very much. Okay, 2 awards. First is the Charles Drake Award. The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but rather one who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student helps the rest of us realize that we have more resources to draw upon than we may think. This person helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. The recipient of the Charles Drake Award is Ryan Gonzalez. Okay, Ryan was unable to make it to the ceremony today, but he may be watching. I don't think he feels well. He may be watching. I think his family's watching as we tape this. So I wanted to say that Ryan, you're a tremendous young man, absolutely tremendous young man, and you may not think about it or believe it, but you do inspire others. We are inspired by your perseverance. You've earned this award, and we think you're terrific. Now, a couple years ago, Ryan and we decided to have a special handshake, and he tried it, and I was so bad on it, he eventually gave up. And he won't even do it with me now because I'm so bad. So you don't get to see that, fortunately, but we're so proud of you, Ryan. Now, President's Award. The President's Award is given to the student who has best exemplified the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. President's Award winner is Rhiannon Gray-Wolf. Way to go, Rhiannon. I don't know if you recognize how good you are, honestly. I'm not sure you realize it, how good you are as a person, a scholar, a student. The other day we were talking, and you said how sad you are to leave Landmark College, right? And I said, go to graduate school, get a graduate degree, and come back and join the faculty. Gail, do not put that in your budget already, but I wasn't kidding, okay? I wasn't kidding. I won't tell the frog story that we shared. That's a show. You want me to tell the frog story? I'll tell the frog story if you want. Okay. So about 4 years ago, I'm in my office having an important meeting, and there's a student standing right outside one of my windows. I get distracted. It's Rhiannon looking down, and I'm just like, what is that kid doing? And I open the window, say, what's going on? And she says, there's a frog fell in the well. I said, oh, no. So I went out. We looked down there, right? We saw this really beautiful frog, and it's like down deep. We had to remove the grate, and of course, I did the only thing I had to do, which is I pushed Rhiannon into the well to get the frog. I jumped into the well, right, didn't I? I jumped into the well, we got the frog, and then we didn't know what to do with it, right? There's no metaphor for this, it's just a story, okay? And we took the beautiful frog, and what did? We brought it behind the Click Center and near some water. We put it in the creek. I don't know, she's starting to embellish. I don't remember going, remember we talked about the frog is going to be this big by the third time we tell the story? Anyways, we worked together, we saved the frog, and that's it. It was wonderful. That is how we met, but I'm going to remember you for more than just saving the frog, Rhiannon. You're absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. All right. Now, I have something interesting and new to present to you today. Before Dr. Gibson Sheffield comes up to present the diplomas to our graduates, we have other graduates, or at least one, maybe others in the audience today. These are graduates of our post-baccalaureate certificate program. So, yeah, we offer associate degree programs, baccalaureate, college courses for students in high school, for dual enrollment. We also have a post-baccalaureate grad certificate. And we've had that for about 5 years or so, and we're going to recognize the recipients. And so what I'd like for those recipients, or at least that one recipient today, is to stand up and be recognized. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Wonderful. Nice job. Now, Gail Gibson Sheffield will come up and start to confer the academic degrees.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Devin Blanchard, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude.
So I was recently at my cousin's graduation at UVM, and a speaker told me that I should thank people for this graduation. So I would like to thank my family for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Thank you.
Inez Bourbon-Bors, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Sunny Uwanowski, cum laude.
I believe that we keep our greatest memories with us forever, and we should start something new and build a new memory that we will never expect in the future. When I first knew about Landmark, I learned big meanings and understandings about what this school really does for these students and how they can learn differently. When I started my first semester, I didn't feel like I was in the right spot at first. But in the later semesters, I felt as if I had a deep connection with the college and the people involved. I love the school because these hardworking and outstanding professors understand of how we go through academic challenges at different paces. And they teach us ways how we can understand and learn from each other in a fun and creative way. I want to thank all the professors that I have had and known in the past that I've gotten along with very well, and will never forget them for how they taught me, because most importantly, it helped me grow as a student. I guess this what I'm trying to say about starting something new, like Landmark, which will become a new memory for what I have accomplished and how I came to the stage with a diploma in my hands. I want to thank my mom and dad for being there for me, and everybody that has been there for me and my side. Thank you so much, and have a great 2020.
Jenna Farnad. Ethan Ilkert. Clark Geegan.
Over the past 2 years, more and more, I've been thinking about what my past self would think if they saw me today. Right now, I'm graduating with my associates, and while I'm staying at Landmark for one more semester, I'm eventually going to be transferring to study some variant of astrophysics and planetary science. I'm looking out into an auditorium filled with incredibly supportive professors and faculty who have helped me figure out how to learn the best way I can, and strengths that I didn't even know I had. An incredibly supportive mom, and some amazing friends who I've had some wonderful adventures with. And in particular, one person, Gil, who I started talking The Last Airbender with last September, and who's since become my partner and best friend. In the past year, I have read my poetry out loud in front of an audience. I have climbed a mountain range, and I have followed an academic and career path that I never thought I would. I've even found the name Clark, that means me. So being at Landmark helped me learn how to learn better, and that helped everything else fall into place. I learned that I am capable, and that it is worth trying, and that I never want to watch life go by from the sidelines again. So to everybody who helped me learn those things, and to everyone I've had the pleasure of spending time with along the way, thank you.
Carter Griffith.
I would like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my parents and my aunt who couldn't be there, but I know she's there with me in good spirit. I'd like to thank my professors who have been there for me for my journey at Landmark, then my other advisor at the previous college I was at who told me that Landmark would be a good fit for me, and I know she believed in me. That's why I'm here, so I'd just like to thank everyone who believed in me. Thank you.
Alexandra Jasson.
School has always been difficult for me. late nights finishing homework in elementary school to the dark days in high school. My own high school didn't believe in me. Thank you to my parents who were always around and for me and believing in me when I was not able to believe in myself. My parents are my biggest supporters, and I am forever grateful for them. Finding Landmark was a godsend. I feel blessed for the constant love and support I received from my professors and the endless encouragement of my advisor, Eve. To my friends who are students here, you have been a source of inspiration, confidence, and you have showed me it was possible and worth it, and thank you. You have helped me grow in more ways than I could have imagined. Thank you.
Evan Lane, cum laude. Sarah Lennox, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll keep this short. I'm leaving the big one for my bachelor's. First, thank you, Mom and Dad, for forcing me and my sister to practice and perform Reader's Theater with you. It's really helping this public speaking thing. Jokes aside, I really want to thank my parents for all that they've done. A part of growing up is realizing that your parents are not infallible, but I'd say that mine are pretty amazing nonetheless. I'd also like to thank the Landmark faculty and staff. You guys are phenomenal. Christy Herbert, Jen Morris, Adrian Major, Ellen Wood, where do I stop? It's a sign of how incredible Landmark is that I cannot list everyone here that I wish to thank without lengthening my speech considerably. So thank you all again for everything that you do. And a final thank you to my fellow classmates, to my friends. You make me strive to improve myself every day.
Cara McCarthy.
I would not only like to thank my mom, but my family for encouraging me to come out here, because I have now not only a family in Landmark College, but I also have more confidence, clearly because I am sitting up here talking to a whole crowd that I never thought I would.
Emily McGuire.
Hello. Can you? Oh, there it goes. So yeah, I'm graduating. That's awesome. Thank you. To everybody, I want to thank my parents, my dad, Mike, my mom, Patty, and my stepdad, William, and my stepmom, Kim. You guys are really, really awesome. All four of you are amazing parents. I don't think I'd make it through this world without you. You know, I really want to thank Landmark College because I'm a first-generation college student. I have two brothers and two sets of step-siblings. So that's 7 of us. And I'm the first one graduating college, first out of my parents. And it was really challenging, you know. I was told in elementary school that college was never going to happen. And then I was told that in middle school, and then again in high school. And I believed everybody. I believed that I couldn't do anything better than being a hairdresser in a strip mall. Till I found Landmark College, and they said, you know what? You got dyslexia. We all have dyslexia. Welcome. So, yeah. I want to thank all my professors, Todd Miller, oh my God, Rebecca Maddie, Jim Bockham, Meg Baronian, oh, I love you, Matt Gander, John Rose, somebody please give him back his classroom in the EAB auditorium. I'm not kidding. Oh, sorry, the admin auditorium, but that's where he should teach. Please give it back to him. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Oh, I really want to thank Student Affairs Office, the Res Life, Sarah Jane, Michael Luciani, you're amazing. I see you working really hard every day. And I really, really want to thank Kelly O'Ryan, who's an amazing human being. She works so hard, and she's a full-time mom of 3. She's a badass. She is amazing. Thank you, Kelly O'Ryan. And I really, really, really want to thank Mark Thurman, a man who literally saw me at my absolute worst and still believed in me fully, believed that I can do something amazing. And he saw my leadership potentials, and he gave me this opportunity to win an award. Thank you. That's awesome. I have an award. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mark Thurman. You are the most amazing person on this planet, and you give somebody like me an opportunity to show that I can do something. So thank you very much.
John Munt. Neil Norby.
Right. I got here and I hadn't originally planned on a speech, but I heard 5 minutes before I marched up on stage that giving a speech is the thing to do nowadays, so here I am. As per usual, I would like to thank the professors here at Landmark College, and especially Stephen Glover. Hello there. He's been I've been in one of his classes every semester, so he's kept me on the musical path. That's good. I'd like to thank my advisors, McKee Cronin, the most recent one, and apart from, of course, the most importantly, my family, who's here in the audience. Hello. I'd also like to thank the support staff here at Landmark College, without whom I fear my grades would be vastly diminished. I was homeschooled, and so I have a tendency of feeling that I can do everything myself and that I don't need any help. And whenever that turned out not to be the case, slightly more often than I would like to admit, the support staff is always there to help me out and get me back on track. So thank you.
Madison Party. Kenneth Pepper.
I just want to thank my family and especially my sister and brother-in-law from coming from Dallas. And I also wanted to thank all my faculty and advisors for helping me get here today. Thank you.
Hayden Sauceville, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Benjamin Schiebel. Adam Sherman.
There have been so many people who have expected this moment. And I think if I tried to list them, it would be a disservice to them. And there's only, of all the people I know, I think there was only one exception to that rule I mentioned. And he is speaking to you right now at this podium. I have never been more happy to be wrong.
Sarah Silvestro.
Hi. To all the people that told me this wasn't gonna happen, I just proved you wrong. Also, I like to thank the trustees, the Karen and Pass, for making this happen. So thank you. Also, thank you to Annie Goldberg, Sarah Rabbit, Stephen Vitt, and all the Res Life for hearing me rant about things, overthinking it. Also, thank you to my sister and my brother for not making it easy growing up, because you guys don't have LDs, so you made me push so much harder because I wanted to be like you. So thank you so much.
Fitzy Spring.
First, I would like to thank all my friends for putting up with my weirdness and crazy ways. Next, I would like to thank the faculty and staff for not failing me. And shout out to my girlfriend, Erin, even though she unfortunately couldn't make it today. She's the greatest for putting up with me and my sarcastic ways. And finally, I would like to thank my family, who I am making eye contact with as we speak, for supporting me. And thank you to my sister, Riley, who just came back from the other side of the country in Arizona. Thank you.
Alexa Thomas. Victor Tomildon. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual has met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Sciences. Natalie Nussbaum, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be making it up here. And the fact, when I first came here, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what I was doing. And the fact that I'm on track to study biology is that's entirely due to the love and support of my family over there, and to my professors who were able to put up with and channel my enthusiasm, often at really awful early hours in the morning. And my advisor, Kathy, who was able to talk me down when I was having a panic attack in her office. on a weekly basis. And I've experienced things that I didn't think I would ever experience. I've gotten to study abroad in the Netherlands and Botswana. I've made friendships that are going to last a lifetime. And I've made memories that I'm going to carry with me forever. And I'm going to take the lessons I've learned here, and I'm going to carry them on as I continue pursuing a scientific career. Thank you guys so much, everybody.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Christopher Bollier, Golden Keys, summa cum laude.
Well, I've officially become that guy. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the graduates of Landmark College here today, this beautiful December day. So a round of applause for that. I'd also like to thank President Eden and the Board of Trustees for allowing all of us, the opportunity to speak here as graduates. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my family. I see them up there. My friends, family, friends, professors, support staff, advisor, everyone. Again, it's just everyone here has been incredibly supportive. It hasn't been easy. And I know it probably sounds like, oh, you're just saying that because you're graduating with a 4.0. No, it's more difficult than it looks. No, I mean it. It's been a long journey for, I'm sure, basically all of us on stage today. I mean, for me personally, this day has actually been over a decade in the making. I graduated valedictorian of my high school class 10 years ago back in June, and did what everyone's, kind of supposed to do, quote unquote, which is, go to college right after high school. At first, I adjusted surprisingly well, perhaps too surprisingly well, what with being several hours away from home, just in a new, unfamiliar setting with new people around that I, don't know about, not an easy feat for someone who's neurotypical, and even more difficult when you factor in that I have Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum, which makes socializing just nigh on impossible. And also on top of that, depression and anxiety. Woo. So yeah, it was interesting. Nevertheless, I did persevere, at least for a while. I had been involved with the college newspaper, class council. I got good grades when I was there as well at my last college. Even managed to make a few friends along the way. However, as I was there, things kind of changed, and the climate of the campus just kind of shifted away from what I was kind of led to believe and what I was comfortable with. And this, kind of snowballed, and I eventually suffered a nervous breakdown. And I actually looked at the calendar, and it was apparently 7 years ago yesterday. Not that I've been keeping track. Not intentionally, anyway. No, but I did just happen to see the day, and I was like, oh my God. But even though it wasn't a severe enough one to require hospitalization or anything like that, it did cause me to reassess, my life goals and what I wanted, out of schooling and out of life. And so it was 7 years ago today that I filed the paperwork to leave my last college, a little over a semester shy of getting my bachelor's degree then. So yeah. So over the next few years, I attended therapy, worked, saved some money, got in a bad car accident, not my fault. Attended more therapy as a result of that. And, just all the while kept, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to finally complete my bachelor's degree. Again, just as a little footnote, I'm actually, save for one of my stepsisters and my brother-in-law, I'm otherwise the first person in my family to attend a four-year college, so let alone graduate from one. So this was kind of a big deal for us as well. But to make a long story short, I came here to Landmark 2.5 years ago, in the fall of 2017. And at the risk of sounding like some sort of, ad hoc college recruiter, this place has really, helped me to rediscover, who I am, what I am, how I am. I'm currently, well, I guess now formally, since I'm getting the diploma, but I've been involved on campus. I've been in, student government. I've been, I've been, Phi Theta Kappa, Golden Key. Apparently I have a posse. But being here, I have kind of, I guess, rediscovered my intellectual mojo, so to speak. Also made new and I hope lasting friendships. Some on stage, some are in the audience, some are watching the live stream. Hello. And again, I know you want me to keep this short, so I'll wrap it up. So a year and a half ago when I walked with my associate's degree here, I noted in my speech then about how Landmark's motto, "Take a different path," basically sums up how my path, to and through Landmark has been kind of a circuitous path, I guess you can say. Different in any case. That said, I just want to, impart this little piece of wisdom. Everyone's life path kind of goes in a different direction. Just, remember that. Don't, feel ashamed. Again, here I am, 29 years old and finally getting a bachelor's. But again, everyone moves at their own pace. And I believe, as Dr. Eden has said numerous times, sharks always move forward. So just remember to keep swimming, and now I sound like Dory. But seriously, just remember, go at your own pace. Don't feel pressure from, outside forces saying, oh, you have to do things X, Y, or Z way. Just, stay the course and, keep chugging away. And I wish, may all of today's graduates, be, on the path to success and happiness. Thank you, and congratulations again to the graduates.
Camden Chilkoff.
expecting to see all you today. So, today's a good day. Today's where we all come together and celebrate for an amazing accomplishment. I'd just like to give a special shout outs to Mr. Brian Cohen, Sylvegi Schlemsky, and Jim Cabral for passing me on my capstone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I also have a couple more shout outs to my lovely girlfriend over there, Michaela Wodowski. My number one best friend, Spencer Berger. Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. Everyone that's graduating as well, and all the friends that came out here to support me in my process. And of course, my lovely family. And I have one more, and it's not a special one, let's say that. It's to my high school principal who said I can never graduate college or even handle college in general. Thank you.
Sarah Rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Let me just pull up my speech really quick. I wrote my speech at like midnight, so it might not be the best, but we're gonna try. I just want to start off with congratulating everyone on graduating. When I first came to Landmark 4.5 years ago, I did not know it was gonna change my life as much as it did. The very first person that I want to thank is Brian Cohen. 4.5 years ago, I remember my first semester, and I was sitting outside of the Drake Center, and I was looking at my grades, and I saw that I was failing an English class. And just so happened you'd be walking towards me, and you said, my office is always open. Whenever you need me, I'm here, whether it be to talk or to get help with any classes, like I'm here. And I was like, okay, why is he saying this to me? He doesn't know I'm struggling. He wasn't looking at my grades. And I just want to tell you that you were the first person that's ever allowed me to advocate for myself, and you were that stepping stone for me to know that it is okay to struggle and it is okay to not do well, because then you're going to be able to do better just by that struggle. So I just want to say thank you. To Adrian Major, Sylvegi Schmolsky, Jeff Burgess, Jim Cabral, I just want to say thank you, because your office was always open. Even if I emailed you every single day, wanting to meet 3 times a week, you were always open to it. To Eric Moschella, you have been my rock this semester. You have seen me literally at my worst and at my best. You taught me that it is okay to be vulnerable and to feel. You have pushed me, challenged me, and had me step out of my comfort zone because you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You have impacted my life in more ways than I can tell you. And I don't know how to thank you enough. You inspire me, and thank you for being someone that I can count on. To my family, thank you for all that you do for me. You are appreciated more than I can ever tell you. And to the most important person in my life, my mom. The semester before I came to Landmark, my mom had a stroke, and I was thinking about dropping out of school to take care of her. She encouraged me to stay in school and that she would be okay. On Christmas of 2016, I texted my mom to wish her a Merry Christmas and asked if she was going to be in New York with my family the next day. She said she had to stay home because someone could not watch the pets at home, which I knew was a total lie because she plans everything ahead. So I called her, and she said she was being rushed to the emergency room because she thinks something's wrong and she's not going to make it. Come to find out, she was having a massive internal bleed. The doctors weren't doing everything that they could to save my mom, so I prayed every day that I wouldn't lose her and that miraculously she would get better. I rushed to New York when doctors gave her the okay to fly. When I walked into my grandparents' house after getting off a 6-hour plane ride from Cali, I walked into the bedroom and my mom wasn't there. I stood there confused, wondering where she went and what happened. In that instant, I thought I lost my mom. She ended up coming out of the bathroom, struggling to walk and talk. I prayed again and again that she would get better, and God answered my prayers and she got better. That following year, I was getting my associate's degree, and 2 weeks before I was supposed to get my degree, I got a call from my mom saying that she was having another internal bleed. I was confused, I was angry, and I didn't know why my mom had to go through all this, and I couldn't be there for her. I had such a big day, and that was the one person I needed to be there, and she wasn't there. My mom is my motivator, my supporter, and I didn't know if I could get through this day without her. I started praying time and time again that she would get better, and she did. My mom is here today, watching me walk across this day. Getting my bachelor's degree. Mom, I am so beyond grateful that you are here today. You are my best friend. You are everything to me. I never want to imagine a day without you because that is never going to happen. I know I don't say this enough, but I will say it a million times today. Thank you for all that you do, and I love you so much. And congratulations to everyone graduating today.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art. Andrew Barnick.
I first started here at Landmark College 10 years ago in the fall of 2009. And that back then they didn't even have a baccalaureate program, let alone a studio art program. A lot has happened since then, and I don't want to regale you with my whole life story, but in general, I think that the college has changed for the better, and I've changed for the better. I would like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I can't thank them all individually. There's too many. But I'd like to thank my professors, my advisors, my counselors, the friends I've made here, especially my fellow art students. I would like to thank my family, especially my sister Sky, who I wouldn't have made it this far without. Thank you.
Annie Goldberg.
I've been going to Landmark for 5 years, or 5.5, 11 semesters. There. Just do it that way. That's how we do it at Landmark. We count by semesters, not years. And there have been a lot of people who have helped me along the way. There are two important people here. My mentor, Andy Donahue, who couldn't be here today because he's in Japan. Lucky him. But he was there from the beginning, my first day, my interview, everything. He's been my rock the entire time I've been here. The second person I'd like to thank is Christy Herbert for believing in me and making it so I can be an artist and showing me that I can do this. The other people I'd like to thank is my mom for taking my calls 6 or 7 or 8 times a day and being there no matter what I need. And my dad for driving me 5-6 hours a day in one day, doing it back from Philly and back here. And then my siblings, who have always been there for me no matter what. Whenever I need them, they're right there. And my grandparents, who are the biggest supports in my life. And the one very special person I'd like to thank is my best friend, Sarah Silvestra. She's there for me no matter what. If I'm having a bad day, or if I just need somebody to watch Grey's Anatomy with, she'll be there for me. Congrats on your associates, by the way. But this has been like the biggest thing I've done ever, and I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm glad that I did this. Turtle down. Thank you so much.
Rhiannon Greywolf, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
For once, I have not planned something in advance with 5 revisions, and that's because no matter what I write, it will never fully and truly represent how much Landmark has given me. I want so badly to put my feelings into words, but I can't. It was my one seemingly unattainable dream to go to Japan since I was 5. And Landmark gave me that and so much more. Sorry. Landmark gave me the tools. Tears, man, they're hard to see through. Landmark gave me the tools to prove to those that don't understand that I am capable, smart, and able to learn. Landmark gave me the opportunity to meet the most caring, loving, most interesting, and accomplished people I have ever met. And I have had the privilege of calling these people my professors. Landmark allowed me to prove that, yes, you can get a degree in environmental science. And yes, you can get a bachelor's in studio art as well. And yes, you can pursue both. And they both relate, and they both inform, and I can pursue these passions, not separate, but as one. Both with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. Science and art mean the world to me, but Landmark means just as much, if not more. The relationships I've made at Landmark with faculty, friends, are far from anything I dreamed of experiencing as a very introverted child growing up in rural Vermont. This speech probably doesn't make much sense. This is because I am just so sad that I'm leaving such an accepting place that I feel so rooted in, and I can never thank you enough. Thank you to the art department. Thank you to the science department. Thank you to my moms, and thank you to my loving and supportive boyfriend. Thank you to the friends I've made here. Just all of you, thank you so much.
Timothy Williams.
Meow. For those who don't know, that's an inside joke between me and my friend Ellen. First, I would like to congratulate my fellow graduates today. We've all worked hard and proved our naysayers wrong. There are so many people that I would have supported me on my journey to this milestone, but if I thanked every one of them, we will be here all day, and I'm sure we all have celebrations to attend later today. But I would like to thank some landmark people. Firstly, my mother, Lori. Your love and support are the sustenance to my soul. My Aunt Mara, who has been not just a great family member, but a major support, and both emotionally and financially. And so I thank you for allowing me to be here at this wonderful institution that is like a second home. I would like to thank Christy Herbert and Humberto Ramirez, who guided me through my capstone, which was a hard process, but they got me through it. To Samuel Rowlett and Jen Morris, who through our talks have given me inspiration and guidance into being a better artist. And to Joyce Rogers, a person who I feel is a like-minded spirit and inspiration as a student. And Kelly O'Ryan, a great person to know. I would like to thank President Eden for being a great president and an inspiration. Thank you for attending this graduation ceremony.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science: Brian Ramsor.
I'd just like to do a few thank yous. I'd like to thank Professor Russo for being my advisor and helping me guide me through this degree program and pointing out my shenanigans. I'd like to thank Professor Astor for helping me teach me with AI and assist me with my capstone. I'd like to thank Professor Keith for helping guide me through my capstone. I'd also like to thank Professor Bauer for helping me set up a job and for my future, and actually I already got a job interview with a large company down in Philadelphia this Monday. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my other professors and my family for pointing out my bad jokes and shenanigans, and thank you.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degrees in Liberal Studies, Associate of Science degrees in Life Sciences, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies and in Studio Art, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on this day, December 14th, 2019. I hereby present the December 2019 class of graduates who are now also officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association. Grads, flip your tassels. I think we're going to have the class gift now. Yes?
On behalf of the graduating class of 2019, it is our pleasure to present Landmark College with a check for $2,020.19. Designated for scholarship support in memory of alumnus Peter Greenberg. From the class of 2016, Peter was our classmate, for many of us our orientation leader. Other areas the graduating class is supporting is the growth of the STEM lab, library, and the art department. This total is a collective effort of donations and services and fundraising from the December 2019 class and the Young Alumni Committee. We are honored to provide this support and have an impact on Landmark's future. Please accept this gift to Landmark College with our sincere appreciations for all that you do, the faculty and staff do for us.
Right there. This is yours, right? Nice job. Thank you all for this gift of scholarship and academic support. We will gladly accept it, and it'll directly help our college and our students. So thank you and nice job. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Tricia Stanley for the alumni welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Alumni. Well, on behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now officially welcome you as alumni. While being a Landmark student is only a few years' commitment, being a Landmark alum is for life. As you move through your future education, career, and life paths, we will be here to support you. Now, I have a little theory that I came up recently. My 3-year-old daughter recently became obsessed with The Wizard of Oz. We have read it every night, and in good ADHD fashion, I have hyper-focused on it. Landmark feels like The Wizard of Oz. That these 2, 4, and if you're anything like me, 5 years earning your undergraduate degree have felt like a dream. As well as being a wonderful adventure, The Wizard of Oz shows that each traveler already possessed the skills that they thought that they lacked. Think about it, that for somewhere in the midst of this tornado of life that we have with LDs, you have found a place in the middle of nowhere that's filled with such unique characters, adventures, that you were able to find yourself and your talents. Maybe you wished upon a star and you woke up with the clouds behind you. Maybe that wicked witch was a school system or a teacher that didn't believe in you. Who is your Galinda, the good witch, the mentor that dispensed wisdom and advice along the way? The professor that unlocked the love of learning, the resident dean that pushed you to find leadership? Who were your trusty friends, the companions that will last a lifetime, that bridged a genuine sense of belonging while you were here? The friend that was your scarecrow that sat next to you in LD SEM that unlocked your learning disability strengths? The tin man that found their heart and compassion through student leadership? The cowardly lion that desperately found courage in themselves by an internship? Maybe you even found Toto, the trusty emotional support animal that was always by your side. And we still don't know about the Lollipop Guild. Don't worry. Maybe you'll find them. But in the end, you have learned that this has been home all along, that there is no place like Landmark. And my job is to ensure that you always find Landmark to be your home, and that all you need to do is follow that yellow brick road back to Putney. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. We have 2 members of the Landmark College Board of Trustees here on stage with us. One is an alumnus as well, Bratt Hemsworth. And we also have on stage the chair of the Landmark College Board of Trustees, Bob Lewis, and he will deliver the closing remarks. Bob.
Hello, everyone. Got to get something out of my pocket. It's hard to get to pockets when you have these things on. So, dear graduates, let me be among the first to congratulate you on achieving your degree at Landmark College. Your diploma represents the recognition of your achievements by your professors, the president, and the board of trustees. You have met or even exceeded the high standards set by the faculty of this institution and affirmed by our accrediting body, the New England Commission of Higher Education. This is a great moment, and you should be proud of it. As many of you have stated today, to all of us, your road to success has not always been easy. People charged with helping you along the way have not always been supportive, encouraging, or even competent. And you have not always given yourself the best shot at success all the time either. However, you all found Landmark College, where every day we live out our mission to transform the way students learn, teachers teach, and the public thinks about education. Here you found your unique path to becoming an effective lifelong learner. You found out how you learn, what you need to succeed, that nothing this great comes without hard work, slips and falls, and a desire to always get back up, and then a growing confidence in your interests and your capabilities. You have achieved success through mature, rigorous, and persistent effort. Congratulations to you. So today, I, along with my fellow trustee, Bratt here on stage, we represent the Board of Trustees of Landmark College. Some of you may wonder what the Board of Trustees does anyway, and why do we get to stand up here and shake your hand and congratulate you when you graduate? Well, our roles at the college are few, but very important. We are entrusted with the duty of care and loyalty to this college, to ensure that this institution continues forever, providing quality higher education to those who learn differently. Ultimately, we approve the strategic direction of the college. We work closely with the president to determine priorities and direction, and we are fiduciaries of the financial health of the institution. We care deeply for the college, and we provide support in many dimensions, including financial. The most exciting outcome of all of this effort is to see you students reach this goal today. And so we get the privilege of shaking your hands at graduation. My parting request to you, as you go forward from today, pursuing your next challenge, is to take us with you. You will obviously take what you've learned with you. You will also take with you the knowledge you have gained here about how you learn, what you need to succeed, how to self-advocate, and how to achieve success. And remember that life and lifelong learning is a team effort. Working together in a team, offering your skills and knowledge to the effort, recognizing your limitations, and then being able and ready to accept them from others. These are not weaknesses. This is what life is all about. We humans found out quite a long time ago that our ability to join efforts to achieve common goals is a strength and should be encouraged. No one achieves their best results insisting that they go it alone. Think about the many individuals that have contributed to your success, both before you got here and all those who helped you here. What character and strength did they have? Recognize it and emulate it. Figuratively take them with you. Think about what you have done to help you, and then reach out to others in the future and help them when they need it. Most of all, take our RUSH principles with you. At Landmark, the society strives to embrace the principles of respect, understanding, safety, and honesty. The environment created by these principles provided possibly the most inclusive, diverse, understanding, and respectful environment that you may ever encounter. But one thing today is becoming even more clear. The way we do things matters, and the way we treat our fellow human beings is what establishes us as members of a global society. From maintaining peace to ensuring our environment is conducive to human health and to the future, we need respect, understanding, safety, and honesty to achieve these global necessities. At convocation, way back when, whatever it was, when you arrived here, you entered into a pact with the college to embrace these principles. Remember these coins? When you were here, you got a coin like this to establish your pact about these principles. Find yours, dust it off, and keep it with you. It will never disappoint. So now, I wish you all the very best as you pursue your future goals and achieve your aspirations. Congratulations.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around, and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of the Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes. Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns, and I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader. Ooh. So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats. Most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee chair, and I'm also the assistant minority leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything?
I would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont, Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250 is a big one.
Is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agree.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
And heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good. Thank you.
Out.
Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing, I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of the, from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say enough is enough and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups and keep some education right there local and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right. It'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational policy.
Do you think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. That came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah. And, these numbers aren't clear-cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right. Yeah, well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and we have, I think we have 14 towns, I counted 14 towns, that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet?
Yeah.
And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business that drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because, you know, we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session. And sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for, I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
And we can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the gold dome that thought similarly, but you know, Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. You know, sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state, and we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend, and are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? You know, like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people, and the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service. Even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. It's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all. The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, we'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. You can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose the benefits. And we see it all the time. And it's, I think the benefits increased. They're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, 15, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money in benefits is not the right thing.
No.
Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff, that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with childcare, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks, and generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services, that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, you know, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah. I think the problem is in the distribution and or the management of the distribution. And I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing. And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where actually I collect the trash. So I am, for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we know like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that,
Yeah.
and now it's down to
Yeah.
700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio. It's like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our agriculture committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful, they're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making it unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad, in a way, a sad thing that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture. We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call R-E-A-P. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. In the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The US and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, in that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. That's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that, but farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the high esteem that
I
they
know.
used to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest
That's a
issue.
big one.
Yeah.
Like Champlain and the...
I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah. Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I love that.
That and the other one is, and talking, Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape. And I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There are certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user-friendly. In fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not just
right.
agriculture. It includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think I just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers, and are you seeing this program as a success? Rob.
Oh, you know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive? I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. We have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up. It makes a difference all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Right. They'll live here 4 or 5 months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking,
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally, these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there.
Right.
Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with our constituents and who sent us there. But, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue. Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion. State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen, and so either
even the licensed ones now that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, Grandma and Grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the state's involved in who's taking care of that child? I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all that. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from 20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap, it's just, and the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That, you know, were vital to the community from
We lost
child care and
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
And all of this drives the minimum wage conversation. But when you think of minimum wage, $15 an hour, you can't live on $15 an hour. You can't live in Chittenden County on $15 an hour. A one-bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $1,000 to $1,200. That's what, 2 or 3 people making $15 an hour living in a one-bedroom apartment. It just, the logic isn't there to be calling minimum wage or $15 an hour a livable wage. It's not a livable wage.
No.
You're in the same position you were 6 years ago. You're barely making enough. You're probably living at home with mom and dad, or you're a senior who's working part-time to get out of the house and earn a few dollars and so forth. Very interesting. So we're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. So I think we'll end our questions at this point. Was there any closing statements that you'd like to make about anything or bring up?
One, thank you for doing this. And if I had a pitch, it would be that we need more people to get involved. There's a lot. One of the things that amazed me the most about going to Montpelier was all the different facets and aspects of our lives that government's involved in. Just sitting on the sideline now and just sort of complaining, can't do that anymore. You've got to get involved.
Absolutely.
I'd like to see the state of Vermont get more involved with VTC and spend less on UVM tuition and more on VTC tuition. We need more tradespeople.
Yep. I agree with that. You know, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, all of these
engineers.
Young people that don't want to go to a 4-year college can get trained in those fields and make very good money.
Yes.
And they're good. Those are good, honorable jobs.
So, yeah.
That seem to be dying by the wayside. Well, thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to Pat McDonald and Orca for allowing us to use this facility to do this. And thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Good.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, good afternoon. It is great. Thanks for having us. It's great to be at the Heidenberg Senior Housing Complex. Thanks for having us, guys. My name is TJ Donovan, Vermont Attorney General. With me today is Honor Horton, who's the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. Honor, thanks for being here. Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director for the Vermont Center for Independent Living, is here. Sarah, thanks for being here. Chris Moldovan, who's the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well, is here. Chris, thanks for being here. Sure. Incredibly happy that Aaron Segrist, the President of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, is here with us today. Aaron, thank you. Joining me from the Attorney General's office are Assistant Attorney Generals Bessie Weiss and Jamie Renner. Thanks for being here, guys. So we are here to talk about a proposed change from the Trump administration in Washington that is going to possibly limit the amount of SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. And I just want to put this in context. And when we talk about 3 Squares Vermont, it used to be called Vermont Food Stamps. We're talking about food. Right. That's right. A basic need. Thank you. Thank you. A basic need, a basic human value that everybody should have enough food to be healthy and to be well fed. It's a basic human right. We all know that. Yep. And we know that this world is tough. We know that it's expensive, it's complicated, and that we take care of the most vulnerable, because that's what we do in Vermont. And that 3 Squares has been so good to so many in this state. It's a program that I support, that we all support, that we want to protect, and that we want to maintain. And this latest rule is the 3rd time the Trump administration has tried to change these rules to hurt the poor, to hurt older Vermonters, and to hurt folks with disabilities. But here's the good news. We can do something about it. We fought them at every step. They tried to change the public charge rule, which made it harder if you needed a helping hand, not a handout, a helping hand. We went to court and we got an injunction and we stopped that. They tried to change the eligibility requirements for 3 Squares. And we said to Vermonters, we need to speak out about this, because for any rule to go through, they have to go through what's called a public comment period, where we, the people, get to register our displeasure about these policies that are going to hurt us. Vermonters stood up and spoke out and said, we think that food is a basic right. Well, unfortunately, here we go again. The new rule that the Trump administration is proposing to cut Vermont's SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. Right now, a household's eligibility for SNAP benefits depends on the household's income after certain deductions are made. Well, we all understand that. And last time I checked, Vermont is a northern state and it gets a little cold up here. One of the deductions is the standard utility allowance. These are, as we all know, significant costs in Vermont, given our winters, which I think started a little early this year. Staying warm costs money. Well, the proposed rule from the Trump administration would reduce the standard utility reduction for Vermonters by almost half, cutting the deduction almost in half. And what that means for SNAP eligibility is this: that Vermonters will receive fewer SNAP benefits, meaning less money for less food. Some may lose their SNAP benefits altogether. Let me sum it up. It's unacceptable. We know that, and we got to fight it. So here's how the money breaks down. Right now, the average monthly benefit for Vermont households receiving SNAP benefits is $216. Let me just say this. That's not enough to begin with. Okay, that's not enough to begin with. But if this proposed rule goes through, which is going to cut in half that standard utility deduction, Vermont is going to be hurt the worst. And more than 26,000 current households in Vermont would lose an average of $82 a month. Now, I'm not great at math, But 216 minus 82 is what?
Not enough.
Thank you, Honor. By the end of this press conference, we're going to know the answer to that question. But think about this. $216 a month's not enough to begin with. Now they want to cut it by 82 more bucks? This is completely unacceptable. And here's the thing. It's not just about folks who may receive SNAP benefits, and there's no shame in receiving benefits. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to be healthy. It's a basic human right. But to the Vermont economy, this would result in more than 25 million annual loss in total benefits. That's money that's not going to stores, to small businesses in this state. Here's probably the worst part of this new rule by the Trump administration. The proposal is going to hurt elder Vermonters and folks with disabilities the hardest. 80% of these households would see a reduction in benefits. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in Vermont, we take care of people who need our help. We stand up for folks who need our help. We have their backs. This is a time for us to speak up and to speak out against this proposed rules that's going to hurt older Vermonters and folks with disabilities. We have an obligation to do this. We can't afford this. You guys know this better than I do. Vermonters can't afford this. It's too hard already. And we can't have making Vermonters to make an impossible choice to choose each month between spending their money on food or other critical needs like prescription drugs, medicine, which aren't cheap, utilities, or housing. According to Vermont Food Bank, over 100,000 Vermonters, think about that, 100,000 of our neighbors are using multiple strategies to get enough food, including eating food past expiration date, pawning or selling personal property, watering down their food and drinks. It's the 21st century we're living in a civilized world. And people are scrimping and saving just for that basic need of food. We have to oppose this rule. This is what we have to do. We can do something about it. As I said, any time this rule is proposed, it's got to go through a process, and they got to hear from Americans and Vermonters. Use your voice. Speak out against this. We need you to do it too. We got to take care of people. We got to take care of people who need our help, and we certainly can't let older Vermonters and folks with disabilities be hurt the most. We stand up for the most vulnerable. They deserve our support. They deserve respect, and most of all, they deserve basic human dignity, which food represents. So, as I said, we'll submit comments. We're asking you to reject us, to join us in rejecting this rule as well. To do so, visit Hunger Free Vermont's website. There's a website up here that Honora's going to talk about. Here's the thing. It's just like school. The deadline's coming up. It's on December 2nd. I don't know about you guys. I always wait at the last minute to do my homework. We got to change the way we do business. We got to get out in front of this. We got to get these comments in before December 2nd. I know next week's a holiday, but it's a great time because I know we'll have a little bit of downtime to go online and just make your voice heard. Speak out about how hurtful, how harmful, how draconian these rules are, because it's not enough money to begin with. By changing the rule, it's going to be even less money. Let's take care of each other. Let's speak up against these rules. Thanks for having me. Now let me turn it over to Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director of Vermont Center for Independent Living. Sarah.
So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us into your home today. I really appreciate this. I am the Executive Director of the Vermont Center for Independent Living, as well as the President of the Vermont Coalition for Disability Rights and the National Council on Independent Living. VCL is a statewide nonprofit organization working for the rights of individuals with disabilities. And we support individuals with disabilities through peer support, providing services like home modifications and grants for assistive technology, and provide Meals on Wheels. I'm going to speak up, all right, happy to, for individuals under the age of 60 who have a disability. Better? Great. About 85% of the VCL staff have a disability, and many have experience with living on benefits. In addition, we serve about 2,000 Vermonters annually who have disabilities, and most of these individuals are also on benefits. VCIL is in solidarity with these other organizations today, fighting against the strategic attack on people with disabilities who are in need. We are asking for a stronger response from our neighbors as we rise against the proposed rule change that disproportionately will affect people with disabilities and elders. This is a cookie-cutter government attempt to cut an important basic need, a basic program, and it doesn't work for Vermont, and it needs to be stopped. This proposal will bring harm to people with disabilities. It's that simple. People with disabilities seem to be an easy target, especially those living on benefits. We see a snapshot of this every day, of those with disabilities living in poverty and struggling, but we also see a path out of that struggle. A path out comes from a collective response that provides a system that's not based on ableism, one that acknowledges that some people have more serious health issues and needs than others. One that acknowledges that people with disabilities do not have the same access to opportunities in employment or socialization or even in our healthcare system. The continued attack by putting out proposed rule changes that take away those supports does not solve these problems. And until we can change those systems, we can't just put people in situations where their health and lives will be at greater risk. The snapshot of the people we work with through peer support, providing home modifications and Meals on Wheels, are people who are trying to figure out basic needs while still setting goals to live life to their full potential. The struggle of living in poverty and having a disability is immense. Disability affects 1 in 5 Vermonters, and living with a disability costs more than living without one. For those whose health is at a place where they cannot work and are typically stressed on a daily basis, trying to keep their health in check, trying to figure out transportation to the doctor's appointments, getting medical equipment they need, and figuring out how to pay bills, in dealing with a culture that dismisses and calls us lazy. A culture in which the federal government is putting out ways to cut the small benefit that provides food and heat to these individuals. A culture in which people setting forward these rules have privilege, and most have not experienced the anxiety, the hopelessness felt when wondering where you might eat again. A system in which those developing it most likely have not sat in their living room with blankets, huddled with family members, hoping for enough money to turn the heat back on. Many of us will use the word vulnerable here, and yes, people are now in a vulnerable place. But with good supports, that picture changes. With heat and food comes the ability to fight off infections, keep healthy. We must all agree on the benefits of food and warmth. And if we do, then the path to ensure that those who are in need becomes apparent. Instead of fighting for the 3rd time this year on benefits and SNAP, we should be talking about the incredible impacts this program makes when fully funded. If we want people to thrive, we need to support people when they need support. Food security is a part of that solution. We know it works. We know it when we see less visits to the hospital, more activity in the community, and moving on to employment opportunities. Healthier bodies, healthier minds. Symptoms of a disability at its worst, healing and getting better. Our hope is that everyone sends a clear message to the federal government that Vermonters don't leave our neighbors with disabilities behind, that we collectively feel that struggle, and we are not going to allow for our neighbors to be cold and hungry. It takes only a few moments to donate your time and send that message today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, Chris Moldovan, the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well. Chris, thanks for being here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Moldovan. I'm the Nutrition and Wellness Director at Age Well. We are an area agency on aging that serves Northwest Vermont and one of 5 area agencies on aging in the state that comprise the V4A organization. As many of you know in this room, we provide services to people over the age of 60 to help people live independently in their homes. We provide care and services, information and assistance, state health insurance, Meals on Wheels. We provide community meals, as well as 3 Squares outreach. This is information to get information to people to understand that this is a valuable benefit that will help older Vermonters live as independently as possible, get that basic need met of getting adequate food, healthy food of their choice so that they can live healthy lives. Many Vermonters, as we age, are having more and more problems with their health. More and more people are being diagnosed with chronic health diseases, things like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. And in order to manage those illnesses, healthy food is a must. When people don't have access to food, don't have the dollars to spend on healthy food, make the choices that will keep them well fed and, again, managing those illnesses, it becomes an issue later on as the illnesses progress. People will need more health care, more problems with admissions to, say, the ER, hospital admissions, and so forth. 3 Squares benefit provides that needed assistance. For people who are eligible, they receive money that they can go to the grocery store, make choices, bring home food, make meals, high protein, nutrient-dense foods. And without those benefits, or if those benefits are cut, they have to make very difficult choices. I work with many, many people in our service area who have told me about the benefits that they receive through 3 Squares. If they didn't have it, they don't go to the grocery store weekly, even monthly sometimes. They don't have the luxury of going in and making choices of foods that they like. They look in the cupboard and use what they have. This isn't right. This proposal is something we do all need to speak out about. We need to take the time, let our voices be heard. Absolutely, I'm proud to be a Vermonter. I'm proud to take care of my neighbor and our community, and I think we all should make our voices known. We need to make sure that this cut, this change in the eligibility and the standard utility allowance is unreasonable. Heat, mortgage, rent, property taxes all need to be paid. How can we meet this need when we're worried about the next meal that we can put on the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, I ask Aaron Segrist, the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, to say a few words. Aaron, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Erin Segrist. I'm the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. We are a statewide organization. Can you hear me? We're a statewide organization. We represent retailers, food retailers, and general retailers around the state. So where you buy your groceries, whether it's the grocery store, the neighborhood market, the convenience store, your country store, we represent them. And we're here today to, first of all, I'd like to thank the Attorney General for inviting me today. We believe that cutting an average of $82 per month from your grocery bill is the difference between maintaining your health and falling ill because of poor nutrition. The overall impact in eliminating $26 million from the Vermont economy not only impacts you, the food consumer, but it also impacts the businesses and the communities that they're in. It also impacts the jobs that each of our family members, that all of the Vermonters have working in those stores. So $26 million being removed from the Vermont economy doesn't just impact our food source, it also impacts the jobs and the overall economy. This is not how we do business in Vermont. So we are joining the Attorney General and Hunger Free Vermont and every other organization in this room today to urge you to make your voice heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And thank you for articulating the economic impact this cut would have on the Vermont economy. Close to $26 million wouldn't be spent supporting small businesses in this state. It's bad for folks, it's bad for business. This is why we have to fight this rule. Next, I want to say a few words before I invite Honor Horton to come up, the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. She has been the catalyst in the state of Vermont in urging folks like me and others to join this fight. She has been an absolute champion for the hungry and the vulnerable and the elderly in this state. She's the one that alerted us to the public charge rule, to the earlier attempt at limiting the eligibility to SNAP benefits, and now the third attempt at hurting older Vermonters, this attempt to change the standard utility allowance. Honor, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your advocacy. We thank you for the fight that you're bringing on behalf of Vermonters to the Trump administration in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Honor Horton from Hunger Free Vermont. Honor.
Well, thank you so much, Attorney General, for that incredibly generous introduction. It's my honor and privilege to have the opportunity to spend my days fighting on behalf of Vermonters and making sure that here in Vermont we can bring an end to the injustice of hunger and malnutrition for every single one of us. That is Hunger Free Vermont's mission. And we couldn't do it alone. We need everybody who's up here. We need all of you, because there's different steps that we can take to keep these really devastating cuts from taking effect. And a lot of times we feel, I feel like, as one person, what can I do in the face of everything that's going on in Washington? How much power do I really have? But it turns out that we really do, every one of us, have real power to stop these cuts from happening. Because every single public comment that we make, so every single voice that's raised, every single person who goes to this web address right here, which I'll say more about in a second, and types in what you want to say to the administration in Washington about this cut, that comment has to get read, it has to get analyzed, it has to get accounted for. And maybe we'll sway the people making this decision, and maybe we'll change their mind at that point. But maybe we won't. But that's okay, because that's not the end of the process. And if hundreds of thousands of people all around the country put those comments in, first of all, that delays the opportunity for this cut to get put into effect. So we can delay by months and months and months the next step of the process. And the next step of the process, even if they don't listen to us and they want to go ahead and make these cuts, well, then we have our Attorney General who's going to join a lawsuit with others, just like he did on public charge, and the states can bring a lawsuit to say, no, this is unjust, and this is outside of the scope of the intent of the law, and you can't implement it. And the courts so far have agreed. They've agreed with us. And then they can issue an injunction and prevent those cuts from taking effect. But do you know what they use? Do you know the evidence that they use to make that happen? They use our comments to show the harm. So we have to help it be possible for our Attorney General and other states' Attorney General all around the country to make their case. And that's the other reason why we've got to put our comments in, all right? So I'm going to tell you exactly how to do that. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, okay, good. That's what I thought. I thought I was in a room full of rebels here. All right. So Right here on the front of the podium is a web address. You don't even have to remember it though, because we have a handout for every single one of you that you can take with you. And not only can you take it with you for you, but you can pass it around to all your friends, your family, everybody you're going to see over Thanksgiving, everybody. All right? All right. Yes. And that web address is www.hungerfreevt.org. hungerfreevt.org. Or you can just type in Hunger Free Vermont and our website will come up. On the very first page of our website, there'll be a big button that will come up to say Protect 3 Squares Vermont Now, and you just click on that. It's going to take you to a page with everything you need. Information, sample comments you can use, and the place where you can go to just submit your comment. Now, if you don't want to go through the website, you need help submitting your comment, then if you will let one of us know, we can do it for you. All right? So everybody, there is a way for everybody to have their voices heard. Even if computers and, websites are not for you, which honestly, they're not for me either, but I have to. So here we are. All right, so I'm counting on all of you. We're all counting on all of you to help us stop this cut from happening. Thank you so much for hosting us today. It's really an honor to be here with you, and we're really grateful for your help.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you, Honor. And thank you for that excellent recitation of the legal process. You're spot on. So I might have spent a little bit of time at Burlington High School more focused on basketball than math, but when Honora was speaking, I did a little basic math, and $216, which is the basic benefit folks receive now, if this rule were to go through, that $84 cut, you're down to $134 a month. Nobody can do that. No, $134 a month. This is what we're fighting about. This is what we're opposing. We're simply saying that food is a basic human right. Vermonters deserve better. And we're not going to hurt older Vermonters and disabled Vermonters the most with this cut. So we need your help. We need you to join the fight, to speak out about what's right. And let's keep fighting. There's a lot of noise right now coming out of Washington, D.C. A lot of noise. I'm not going to offer any editorial comment on that. But let me say this. This one matters. This proposed rule matters. This is about basic decency. This one matters. Let's stay focused. Let's stay organized. Let's get our comments in, and let's fight the good fight. Thank you so much.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
Tom, by the way, reads all the stories that I post for this, and he takes notes on them and knows all kinds of things. And if he looks like a deer in the headlights, it's because he's doing the engineering while we're talking. So
yeah, I'm looking at one of the monitors or something.
looking at the monitors, trying to control a mouse when the mouse will jump from one monitor to another. It's all very fun. Anyway,
let's see what I look like. Hi there, folks.
Every day I go to the internet and I find whatever I can in terms of news for energy and climate change, and I put together 15 items, each with a synopsis and a link to the original article. Put them all together and package them up for a blog post. That's what I do. I put up my 2,750th blog post at that blog today. Every day, actually it wasn't the 2,750th, it was the 2,751st, because the day that Energy said they were going to close down Vermont Yankee, I put up 2 posts.
Put up 2, okay.
Yeah. But every other day, that is to say every day, aside from that, I put up a post and we talk about the best material from the blog. And today is the 12th of December, so we're going to start with December 5th, and we will try to keep you apprised of what day these things come from. And you can go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the calendar date for the date that we say, and you can find the...
There's some good stuff on some of these links.
Some of the stuff...
I'll try and call your attention to it.
And second thing I have to do is tell everybody that they must donate huge amounts of money to BCTV.
Empty the coffers.
Anything will do. What?
Go get the cookie jar.
Yeah, go get your cookie jar. Anything will do. Any donation we will be grateful for, and the minimum you can make is $1, but that isn't because I said $1, it's because the
software
PayPal
can't handle
won't handle
99
less than
cents.
$1. Go to brattleboro.tv.org. Go down to the bottom of the screen where it says support local broadcasting. Click on that, and you can donate to Brattleboro BCTV, which is a tax-deductible donation, and make that donation. And below the place where you can do that with PayPal or credit card, and below that you can put in a note that says this is for Energy Week.
That would help.
We're still a few dollars shy of the amount that we need. I don't think it's as much as $100, but it's a few dollars. It might be, actually I think it's $115 maybe, but I might be wrong. Anyway, there we go. We're ready to cruise through this. Oh, one thing that we should mention.
Yeah.
It's not in the news today. It's not in the news for this week, but it will be Energy Week next week. In fact, it will be our first article that we talk about, is the fact that Greta Thunberg was named Person of the Year by Time Magazine.
I got a message to that effect.
Yep.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, and by the way, the person who was the second in line for Person of the Year was none other than President Donald Trump. Probably because...
Who was in the news today?
He was in the news today talking about Greta Thunberg, according to Donald Trump, needs anger management.
So he's a psychiatrist now, huh?
Maybe he's talked to a psychiatrist and learned a term. You know, I mean, I don't want to go there. Okay.
We won't touch
February, I'm sorry, December, I'm reading Thursday and it's turning into my mind into February. December 5th, we have a picture. Tom wanted to put the picture up, and now we can put it up. And this is an article from Science Magazine. It's a picture of a hot day in Paris.
I wonder how you knew it was Paris.
You know, it didn't say in the article. I just guessed. It's either Paris or they've got a very large model of the Eiffel Tower.
That could be, yeah.
You know,
it looks like the Taj Mahal in the back.
When they put that up,
yeah,
local people complained bitterly about how ugly it was.
Huh.
I'm not kidding. They wanted to have it torn down as soon as possible, and then a year or so later, they decided maybe they should leave it.
Well, I wouldn't say it's ugly. I wouldn't say it's beautiful, but it certainly is interesting.
I'll agree with you.
They
on
look
the
like they're
interesting
having
part.
fun there, though. I'll tell you
They
that.
do.
Yeah.
Okay, Science Magazine. What do you have for title, Tom?
Even a 50-year-old climate model correctly predicted, quote, global warming.
Climate change doubters like to claim that computer simulations conducted decades ago didn't accurately predict current warming. Actually, they like to claim that the current models don't either. Now, the most sweeping evaluation of these older models, some half a century old, shows that most of them were actually accurate.
Well, a little takeaway from here, because they explain what they did.
Yeah.
Researchers using supercomputers running trillions of calculations per second.
Yeah.
Compared annual average surface temperatures across the globe to the surface temperatures that they predicted back between 1970 and 2001.
Yeah.
And they got them right on the money.
They were
For
there.
most forecasts, there was no statistically significant difference.
Yeah. For most of them.
For most of them.
You know, trillions of calculations per second. We used to, when I was working with computers, we had a thing called a gigaflop, or gigaflops. The S, it sounds like it's plural, but the S is per second. Flops is floating point operations per second, flops. Gigaflops is a billion floating.
So there's only one flops.
There's only one flops. Trillions, we're talking about teraflops here.
Yeah.
And back in the day, you know, getting a gigaflops was expensive. When I started in the industry, we were proud about our 20 megaflops, and these people are like a million times as fast as that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
Very good idea. Renewables Now. We've got an item from them, and this is I think really interesting.
Nevada Energy wins approval for 1.9 gigawatts of solar, 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. Well, where else would it be?
Well, yeah, but I mean, how many people?
If it's the Nevada Energy Company.
How many people are there in Nevada? I mean, this is
not a lot.
This is not a state
Not much,
with a huge population.
not many more than Vermont.
This is really big when you compare it to the Hornsdale Power Reserve in South Australia. This is a really big battery they're talking about. Probably the biggest. It may be the biggest.
600 megawatts, 590 of storage.
Nevada utility NV Energy said it has approval from the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada for 1.19 gigawatts of new solar projects and 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. The project,
that's significant.
Yeah, will help NV Energy double its renewable energy capacity. This is big.
It's scheduled to be operational by January 2024.
You know,
it's coming, folks.
Okay, we're talking about an amount of energy that you'd get out of a nuclear power plant as
that's about the size
capacity.
of Yankee.
And it's being put up in 4 years or 5 years, as opposed to a nuclear power plant, which in some cases has taken 40 years. But anyway.
Well, I've seen some pictures of some of these energy storage things, and they're basically a whole bunch of trailer trucks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even the one here in Vermont, that's what it looks like.
Yep. Okay, we have another picture.
Picture.
start really looking at some of these things, you know, this is like the Peshtigo fire in the United States that hit Wisconsin the same day the Chicago fire did. These fires get so big It's a lot of money.
Money talks.
We're
Money
looking,
talks.
We're looking for donations of $1 or more.
Well, we'll take 170 million.
If you have 170 million and you want to give it to me and Tom,
we'll take it.
We'll take it.
We won't argue.
Yeah.
Well, a new one coming up from CBS in Boston.
Okay.
New England grid operator says the region has enough power for this winter, despite a station closing.
ISO New England says that it will be the first winter without the Pilgrim nuclear power station in Massachusetts. But officials say this is the first one for ISO New England,
Yes.
I believe. So, but officials say the reactor's retirement coincided with some solar and wind projects and several dual energy power plants coming online. So they're not worried about it.
The ISO operator is basically saying we should have adequate energy in the event of extreme cold.
Unless something goes really badly wrong. Yeah. Okay, we're up to Monday, December 9th, and we have a picture of a solar array, which is right there. Isn't that pretty?
A little sideline on the back. New England uses less electricity in the winter than it does in the summer.
Yeah. A lot of places do, but New England is kind of cold in the winter.
We got a picture
We
coming
have a
up here,
picture, and the
if I
picture's
can
all
find it.
available for you. By the way, I just got, the apartment that I'm in has a propane heater and
Yeah.
a propane stove. And I stopped using the propane for heat.
Okay.
And my last delivery of propane was priced so that even though I'm paying for cow power, which means my electricity is all renewably
renewable.
sourced, but I'm paying extra for it, I'm still operating cheaper than if I were dependent on propane for heat.
Are you really?
Yes.
So you're heating the place electrically?
I'm heating the place electrically for less money than it would cost if I were doing it for...
Not supposed to work that way.
No, it's not. But you know, when I've cut my propane consumption down to about a gallon a week.
That's just for cooking.
No, yeah, that's just for cooking. That's all I do.
Yeah.
So basically what's happened is the propane company says, if you're going to do that, we're going to charge you extra.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, that stinks.
Doesn't it? They've actually charged me upwards of $5 a gallon.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was, you know, when I got that bill for $5 a gallon, I said, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, and by the way, a large part of that is the fact that I set the thermostat rather low.
Uh-huh. I keep mine nice and warm, so.
All right. Well, my apartment is, in the winter, almost never above 55.
Is it really?
Yeah. And when it's cold out, it's about 50 degrees. It's been down into the 40s.
Well,
but
there's a
I
nice
find that if
picture
you
there.
get used to it, you can deal with it. Okay, this is from Clean
What do they
Technica.
call those white flowers there? Because they're all
Those
over
are
the
Queen
place.
Anne's lace.
Queen Anne's lace.
They're also
yeah.
called wild carrots.
Are they?
Yeah, because they're wild carrots. That's exactly what they are. And if you pull one of those things up by the root and you smell
You get a little carrot, huh?
you can smell this wonderful carrot aroma.
But it
And
doesn't
if
look
you-
like a carrot.
No, it's white. And if you try eating it, you'll discover what it's like to eat carrot-flavored rubber.
Well, the article says Alliance for Clean Energy New York pushes for a carbon fee on thermal generating stations.
Yeah,
Oh,
New York State
there's
has...
some people aren't going to like that.
No. New York State has an energy standard calling for 70% of its electricity to come from renewable sources by 2030. But the Alliance for Clean Energy New York says the state is unlikely to meet that goal without a fee on carbon emissions.
Here's a quote from the Alliance. It's just plain nuts to allow industry to pollute the environment and pay nothing to clean up their mess. That makes sense.
Yeah, you don't let people throw trash in your backyard.
Yeah.
It's that simple. And if somebody does, you get the authorities and you say that person's got to clean this up or pay to have it cleaned up. And what they've been doing is they've been polluting our rivers, our streams, our lakes, our air, killing people.
That's called privatize the profits and socialize the risks.
Now it is no longer necessary to kill people.
Amazing.
Amazing, because we've got ways of dealing with things that don't kill people.
This isn't really going to isn't going to kill the people's pocketbooks either.
No, it's not.
A carbon fee would raise utility rates slightly during the first 3 years, but then result in lower rates in the following 10 years.
Isn't that lovely?
I'm not sure how that works, but
well, basically what happens is we're talking about this technology curve. As the costs of these things, as we put more wind power in, as we put more solar,
cheaper.
it gets
Yep,
cheaper.
yep.
So 3 years from now, we're going to be at break even, and why not? Okay.
Okay, we got one from the BBC here.
We do indeed.
It says polluting firms will be hit by climate policies. Well, that's good. They
Yep,
should
this
be.
is a worldwide thing. Carbon-intensive firms are likely to lose 43% of their value
This is kind of an interesting
due to
article.
policies designed to combat climate change, according to a report commissioned by the UN-backed Principles for Responsible Investment. Meanwhile, the most progressive companies like BMW will see an uplift of 33% in their value.
So it's a two-edged sword, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah.
And you know, this is when again, every once in a while I read an article that I find infuriating, and this is one of them. Now, why is it infuriating? Look, we're in a world that is changing, and we've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which I will point out is not Republican and it's not conservative. We've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which is saying, we want to stick with the old way of doing things. We want coal, we want oil. We don't want to go to new technology. We want to go stick with this obsolete stuff and obsolescent stuff.
And we're going to charge you to do it.
Yeah, and what is it doing? Well, why is it that we don't see many electric-powered buses around anywhere in the United States? There are a few places where they're starting
It's coming.
to appear.
They're coming.
When most buses made worldwide, or at least the majority, which is
Worldwide.
Worldwide.
That means China.
That means China. All right, so what has Donald Trump done here? He has said, we're going to stick with the old ways of doing things because that benefits the old companies.
Yeah.
And it benefits workers who have got jobs in the old companies. I dig coal. Well, maybe he should dig coal. But nevertheless...
Well, money talks. In the long run, money talks. And coal isn't competitive anymore.
We're losing our competitive edge now because Donald Trump says put America first.
Yeah.
And the put America first means something a little different from what most conservative Republicans would hope it would mean. And the result of that is we are losing out on the biggest business opportunity in the history of mankind because Donald Trump believes that climate change is a Chinese hoax.
Well, he's getting absolutely nowhere with his attempts to revive coal. Well, money talks.
I don't know
economics.
whether there's more coal miners or fewer than when he went into office. I know that there was a little bit of a
we
jump.
noticed some companies have gone bankrupt already.
Yeah,
more than
Navajo
several.
generating station shut down, and that was like 600 miners right there.
That was a
Bang.
huge generating station, really.
And it was.
Well, there's some takeaways
yeah,
here.
Go ahead.
Car makers with the swiftest transition to electric vehicles, like BMW, for instance, are projected to double in value, while those slow to move to EVs will see their value fall, as gas and diesel models must be phased out faster for climate targets to be met.
And as I said, I think we're getting to a point where we have delayed work so long that it may be that some president of the United States is going to have to say, I'm sorry, no more cars, at least not with internal combustion engines.
That may come. Well, coal companies are going to fall in value by 44%, and we're seeing that happen
I'm sorry,
already.
I don't believe it. Coal companies are going to fall by 100%.
By more than that.
Yeah.
The 10 biggest firms in oil and gas could lose 31% of current value.
Yes.
Okay, only 5 of the world's most valuable companies are impacted by at least 10% in either direction. Interesting article.
A very interesting article. Okay, we've got a picture of biogas.
Nice picture.
Now,
here.
this is an interesting picture because it just looks like a farm, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like something, if you drove by that, would you look at that and say, well, that's an industrial complex?
Well, it is a farm, and it is an industrial complex.
You'd say,
because what you're looking at there is a biogas
more
system.
stuff in Iowa. There it is. Okay, this is from ET Energy World, which, by the way, is
so it's corn, but it's not corn for cows. It's corn to make biogas.
Okay.
That's what it looks like to me.
This is from ET Energy World, which is in India. And, of course, we start with
That's
India.
a good art. That's a good source. We
ET Energy World. Pretty good. This is Economic Times. Economic Times of India. Really competent.
It's a good newspaper.
Newspaper, and I'm really pleased that ET Energy World is allowing me to put up links that when people click on them, actually get the article, because some places don't.
Well, India can generate 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass. The article's about India, but...
Yep. 18,000 megawatts is 18 gigawatts. And
every
as
time
said,
you hear gig,
when you hear that giga, you know it's big.
Bigawatts.
India, unless you're talking about gigajoules. Gigajoules are not big.
Gigajoules are small.
India can generate about 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass and an additional 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts using bagasse cogeneration in sugar mills, according to the country's Power and Renewable Energy Minister, R.K. Singh.
Well, bagasse is what's left of the sugar plant after you take the sugar juice out.
That's right.
And it's amazing when you think of it, how much sugar and corn resemble each other.
Oh, they're part of the same family. They're
must
both
be.
grass.
Yeah, they must
They're
be.
both related to bamboo.
Yeah.
And they're both related to ordinary grass.
Grass, right.
And if you look at bamboo and you look at ordinary grass when it's gotten extremely tall, you see, yeah, there's a similarity there. You know, we had bamboo growing in our yard in Devonshire.
Did you really?
Yeah. We had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was
Now, where in England is Devonshire?
Southwest.
Southwest.
Yeah.
So it's down.
It's
heading
next to
toward
Cornwall.
yeah.
Next to Cornwall.
Yeah.
And other things that you see in that part of the world, interestingly enough, are native palm trees, and not so native, but they're not exactly invasive because they don't move inland. Scorpions.
And cactus, of course.
And what?
You see cactus down there.
I didn't know about cactus. I never saw
there's
cactus.
cactus growing in Ireland. There's not a lot of it, but you know.
Is it native or is it brought in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I've seen it.
Well,
Well, holy cow, what's this cactus doing here? You know?
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
broadleaf cactus. What do they call that? It's not like a saguaro. It's a low cactus with.
I don't think we actually say it about atmospheric rivers.
It's the same thing though.
Yeah.
Newly identified jet stream pattern could imperil global food supplies.
During the
We've-
summer,
we've just been talking about.
yeah,
the same
it's
thing,
basically
really.
looking at the same thing from a different point of view and getting more information out of it. During the summer of 2018, highly amplified jet stream patterns remained stuck in place for unusually long periods of time, producing disastrous weather patterns. The patterns are believed to be 20 times more likely to happen because of climate change.
Scary.
It is, and this is the kind of pattern that produces the drought in one place and flooding in another place, not all that many miles
Not
away.
very far apart.
Yeah.
Well, the 2018 tally of billion dollar weather-related disasters was the fourth highest total for any year since 1990.
Yeah.
So, a follow-up study found that stuck jet stream patterns like seen in 2018 are prone to bringing, just as you said, simultaneous heat waves and associated drought conditions to multiple important grain-producing regions of the world. These waves can cause reduced harvests in several important breadbaskets simultaneously.
That is an issue because it means that everybody's
Everybody's going to starve.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along.
That
We've got
was
another
Scientific
picture coming
American,
up
and now
here.
we have Daily Energy Insider giving us a very boring picture of a rooftop solar array.
Well, it's in Michigan. What do you expect? Huh?
Okay.
Renewable energy installations in Michigan are up by 57% in 2018.
Well, that's interesting.
That's a big number.
It's a big number. The annual report from the Michigan Public Service Commission shows continued growth of distributed energy in the state with 57% growth in installations for 2018. The year saw 1,952 renewable energy installations with a combined capacity of 13,910 kilowatts, which is 13 megawatts, which means that the state had these distributed things equivalent to not quite 3 times as much as Brattleboro has at its old town dump.
Well, they're talking about that, not Brattleboro, but that brought the total capacity for such installations to nearly 45 megawatts.
Yeah.
Okay, Michigan-wide.
Right.
Under the state's net metering program.
Now, this is interesting because this is not utility scale installations.
No, this is what we're looking at in the picture there.
And this is what we're talking about, is that little bit of the energy that's being produced on rooftop arrays. And when you consider that building, I have no idea what that building is, but if you consider that building, that's a lot of electricity that's going to be coming out of that. And by the way, the fact that the array is on both sides of the roof means that part of it is facing east and part of it is facing west.
Yeah, the building's facing north-south, so
Yeah.
it gets sun all day long.
You're not going to have as good alignment as you would if it were a roof twice as big facing south, but you're going to get power out of that most of the day on each side, and all day when you consider both sides.
Well, they got a program which Vermont also has, which allows customers, well, in Michigan, it allows customers to generate their own electricity to reduce electric bills.
Yes.
In Vermont, you can sell that power.
Yes.
We'll talk about that.
Yes, we will.
Coming up.
Okay.
Got another picture coming up here.
We are up to Wednesday, December 11th. And this picture I really have to explain. But let's talk about the.
Well, that's Homer, Alaska, for one thing.
That's the town hall, city hall of Homer, Alaska, and this is from Clean Technica.
93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack coming to Alaska to save customers cash.
A new 46.5 megawatt, 93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack system installed in Alaska by Homer Electric Association will be used to offset electricity that otherwise would come from a peaker plant. The new battery pack will be installed at the Soldotna power plant. And you know, when I saw Homer, I said I want to get a picture of Homer because they didn't have any pictures in this article that I liked, so I wanted to find a picture. And I found this, and it's hard to get a picture of Homer that isn't extremely short and wide because it's all kind of on the ocean. And
it's on the water, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a woman that lived in Brattleboro for about 5 or 6 years.
From
Homer.
From Homer.
And she went back up to Homer, guess what to do? Become a fisherwoman.
Well,
she bought a fishing
Sarah
boat.
Palin was a fishing woman.
Was she really?
Yeah, and she actually got her hand caught between two boats.
Oh, that hurts.
And it broke a whole bunch of bones, and she was back working the next day.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a woman who knows what it's like to be a fisherwoman. Anyway, the thing about this picture is that when I thought about this, and I thought, Homer, how many people live in Homer? And it turns out it's
17 and a half.
It's a few more than 5,000. But the Homer Electric system actually operates through a bunch of communities that are in that region.
It's a co-op, isn't it?
It's a co-op, and it really covers the whole, what do they call it?
It's a peninsula, isn't it?
It's a peninsula, but it's not a county, it's a borough. It's the whole borough, which is a county-sized thing, although some of the big boroughs in Alaska are the size of large states. And they have about 50,000 people who they supply power to. So
it's a significant entity.
This would be like not Brattleboro or half of Brattleboro, because that's about how big Homer is, but it would be all of Windham County and then some. You know. So, but this is huge. This is a huge system for an organization of that size.
Well, let's move a little bit closer to home here.
Yeah, with an article from Clean Technica.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Green Mountain Power introduces a plan that allows homeowners to sell solar power direct to businesses.
Green Mountain Power is creating a platform that will allow residential customers with rooftop solar systems, or solar systems in the yards for that matter, to sell their electricity they generate directly to businesses for the first time in America. This is the first time in the United States. The program is currently limited in scope. They are limiting the number of businesses. And
well, they're still trying it out.
This is a pilot project. Yeah. They're trying this out to see if it will work. And they're already, you know, I see today, and we may talk about this at the end of the week, but I don't think so.
It's kind of interesting because it allows a business
Yeah.
to purchase energy credits
Right.
from a customer, from another GMP customer.
Right.
And this is the interesting part of it. Buyers and sellers connect via smartphone.
Right.
Without involving the utility company directly.
Although the utility actually
They're watching. They're
charges
watching.
a fee for this.
Yeah, they're charging 5%.
It's not a huge fee, it's 5%. But there are environmentalists who are objecting to this already.
Why?
Because GMP did not say we will only allow new systems to do this.
Huh?
Huh? A system that was put up 10 years ago.
Can't do it?
Can do it.
Can do it?
Can do it.
Okay.
And the people who are objecting to it are saying, we need to put in more renewable energy.
Okay, so losing that incentive.
They're saying that it's a disincentive, but honestly, I don't think it's a disincentive at all. This is a pilot project. GMP has to find out whether it will work.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean we're only talking about 200 customers here. So I don't see it as anything that would be objectionable in any way.
Well, if it's working, it will be perpetuated.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like a good idea. I got extra power coming in, more than I can use.
That's right.
And you could use some, Mr.
That's right.
Businessman.
That's right.
You buy it from me.
That's right. And the only thing that is in the way between us is two things, one of which is transmission lines, which GMP happens to own, and the other one is some way of keeping track of how much power is transferred.
Which is just
which is what they're doing.
A portable computer would do it.
A cell phone in this case.
Cell phone. Well, yeah, it's done by cell phone, as we said. Well, we got another picture coming up here.
And this is a picture of, we've talked about Harbor Air a bunch of times.
Yeah, we have.
And, you know, it was in the past, it was always a promise that they were going to have, their planes are all going to be made electric. They have a plane that was being assembled that had an electric motor. Well, there's
now
the
we got
plane.
one that's taken off.
It's taken off, and there was a picture the next day of this plane landing. This is from BBC, and the next day the plane landing was on CNN.
Looks like a lot of people are witnessing.
Oh, look at that crowd! That is a lot of people standing along the water watching that plane take off.
It must have made the newspapers.
I'll bet it did. Okay, it certainly made our show.
World's first fully electric commercial flight takes off.
And, you know, I objected to that title because it sounds different than it actually was to me. An all-electric powered seaplane has taken flight for a test flight in Vancouver. It is the first flight of what the operators say is the aviation industry's, quote, first all-electric commercial fleet, end quote. The 6-passenger Harbor Air aircraft is fitted with a Magnix electric motor system. Now, the thing that bothered me about this is it sounds like it's the first commercial aircraft ever to take off powered by electricity. And in fact, it's a test flight, not a commercial flight. And it's a test flight for the world's first all-electric fleet.
Right.
So,
well, it kind of makes sense there because these are all short hop.
Oh yeah,
jumps,
yeah.
you know?
From the point of view of Harbor Air, I think Harbor Air has something over 40 aircraft. They're converting all of them to all electric, and I believe all of them are seaplanes.
I think so.
And
the people around there all live on islands. You know, you can't drive.
A lot of people living on islands, and there's a lot of people who live along rivers, and it's kind of like Norway. You know, in Norway they're converting to electric aircraft for their short runs because they have a lot of short runs. It's it's a matter of you can't build a bridge across the fjord because there's ships going through and it costs too much money. So what do? Well, you either take a ferry boat across the fjord or you drive around it. But if you want to go to the next fjord north and you're on the south side of a fjord,
you got to go all the way.
You got to go all the way around. So you might have to drive, 50 miles to get to some place that's 5 miles away.
Yeah.
So aircraft jumping across these fjords and over the mountains and things like that makes sense in, well, there are fjords in the area around Seattle and Vancouver, so.
That's what you'd call them, sure.
Yeah. So it's something that makes sense.
Well, Harbor Air hopes to electrify its entire fleet by 2022.
Which is not
very
far away
in the future.
40 some odd aircraft.
Well, I think that's the last article we have.
It is. It's a good picture, but I'm going to put that up. Have a perfectly lovely week is what it says, in case anybody doesn't want to read it. Just too lazy to look. So thank you for coming to Energy Week number 349, and we both hope that you'll be back for the next one.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is Monday, December 19th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Hey Tyler, you know what would make this a fun time?
What would
if
make
I told
this a
you
fun
some
time?
holiday jokes.
Oh, I'd love to hear some holiday jokes.
Where does a snowman keep his money?
I have no idea.
A snowbank.
Oh my goodness. That might have been the funniest thing
You
I've
want to
heard.
hear another one?
I would love to.
What do you get when you cross a snowman and a vampire?
Alright, I think I know this one. Frostbite?
So annoying, so annoying.
Oh.
What do fish sing during the holidays?
I'm not sure.
Christmas chorals.
Wow. That one got me.
Why didn't the rope get anything for Christmas?
I don't know.
Because he was naughty.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Christmas time is here, so it's cool to lay back and chill next to a fireplace with some eggnog. And now we're going to go to World News with Ernie.
Last night, the House of Representatives passed 2 articles of impeachment, abuse of power, and obstruction of Congress against the president, based on his phone call to Ukraine pressing them for assistance in his re-election campaign. So far, the impeachment process has been based almost solely on party lines, with 0 Republicans voting for impeachment. It's now up to the Senate to decide whether or not to convict. The trial is expected to begin in January. Back to the desk.
You may be wondering, what mountains are open? Mount Snow, Stratton, Bromley, Okemo, Killington, Smuggers, Notch, Jay Peak, Stowe, and many others are reporting full coverage from 12 to 48 inches. Most lifts are open. Vermont is one of the best places to ski this time of year.
That was really good.
Thank you.
You could be like a rapper. Just
should
keep
know
going
that.
on and on.
Low clock.
10 most popular foods for this holidays. Number 1, peppermint bark. 2, roasted potatoes. Number 3, mashed potatoes. Number 4, ham. Number 5, pecan pie. Number 6, fudge. Number 7, dinner rolls. Number 8, green bean casserole. Number 9, M&Ms. And number 10, gingerbread men. And now to the sports with Jem.
Hello, I'm Jem with the sports. Last night, the varsity boys hockey team won 3-1, beating Linden. The JV and varsity boys basketball teams both blew out Woodstock, each scoring 90 points. This Saturday, the varsity girls basketball and boys varsity basketball will travel to Burlington to play the Seahorses. Girls hockey will play this Saturday at Woodstock, and boys hockey will play this Saturday home against Hartford at 4:45. Now back to the desk.
Well, very nice.
Very
We're doing
nice.
pretty good.
Very good.
Ice Castles in Woodstock, New Hampshire opens late December or early January. Opening dates and hours are weather dependent. General admission from Monday through Thursday is $16.99 and weekends is Friday through Sunday, $20.99. Child admission for the weekday is $11.99 and $14.99 for the weekend.
Beautiful. Berkshire East is now open for tubing. With 3 lanes, 500 feet long, and groomed to perfection. It is an ideal way to relax after a day of skiing or riding. Berkshire East is a ski mountain at 66 Thunder Mountain Road, Claremont, Massachusetts. It's open for tubing on weekends, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Tickets are $20. And now to the weather with T. Higgs.
Alright, what's up, boys? Today is Thursday, and we have a high of 19 degrees and a low of 7 degrees. Tomorrow is Friday, where we have a high of 29 degrees and a low of 6 degrees. And the day after that is Saturday, and there's a high of 30 degrees and a low of 11 degrees. Back to the desk.
High of 30, finally.
It's freezing.
Finally,
Holy
we're actually in
moly.
winter. All right, public state hours for the Brattleboro skate rink are as follows. Monday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. Wednesday is 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday. And Sunday is 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Hours are subject to change, so make sure to check out their website. And now for funny news with Forrest.
Hey guys, so some parents like to take their kids to Christmas swaps, family gatherings, or build Christmas ornaments with their kids. But I think this parent took it a little too far when they shaved the word elf into the back of their kid's head as an
Really?
elf in the shelf.
Oh, no.
And
Elf
there's
in the
the
shelf.
graphic
Oh,
right
no.
now.
Dude, what a
yeah.
good guy.
Imagine that.
Dude, imagine going to school with that.
Dude, I always hated the elf on the shelf idea.
Oh, yeah, I always did too. That's so weird.
And
watch out, Brandon. I might do that to your hair.
I think it's kind of if you ever did that to my hair, I swear to gosh. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, and also apparently she replaced every picture in the house with the actual makeover going down too.
No
So
way.
that's pretty funny.
Wow.
That's all I got. For
Why would you
funny.
ever subject that to your child?
I don't know,
That's a
man.
funny prank. That's a
Yeah,
funny prank.
yeah, it's pretty messed up.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
On a different note, the new Star Wars movie is finally going to be at the Latches tomorrow night at 7 o'clock in the main theater and 8 o'clock in Theater 3. If you want to watch this highly anticipated film, make sure you show up very early in order to secure your tickets before they are sold out. And now we're going to do a special with the very own Albie.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. How's it going today?
Good, good.
All right, so we got a few questions for you today.
Okay.
All right. What is your favorite Christmas movie?
Christmas Vacation.
Oh, National Lampoons?
Yes,
Oh,
one of the
okay.
greatest ever made.
Oh, okay. That seems to be a fan favorite.
Definitely. It's
Okay.
one of my favorites for sure.
What about, all right, what's your favorite Christmas food?
Favorite Christmas food? I don't know. I would say I like a ham dinner traditionally. It's what my mother does on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And it tastes pretty good. I like that. I'm into it.
All right,
That's
beautiful.
good.
Then we go to the next question. Yeah.
What is your favorite stocking stuffer?
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. That's a good one. I like
Every year,
it. I
man.
like
I
it.
get them. Yes, yeah, Twizzlers. It's one of my favorites every year.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
what I really, yeah.
What?
Yeah, no.
You're not a fan of Twizzlers?
Not really,
It's
no.
okay.
Can you get out of the studio? What's the worst gift you have ever received?
My wife got me a tie one time, and I was like, I'm not a tie guy anyway, and then she was serious. So, but yeah, that was probably the worst one I've ever got.
Better hope she doesn't see this then.
It's okay. She knows.
But, so she wasn't mad at all? Or?
Well, you know, it's just one of those type deals. We made it work. So yeah.
Put it right in the closet.
Yeah,
and
I
then-
used to crack it out on special occasions.
Perfect. All right, but going off that note, what is the favorite gift you've ever gotten?
When I was like 12 years old, my parents got me a snowmobile, and I
Wow.
terrorized the neighborhood with it for the whole
That's
week
so
we were out of
sick.
school. So, yeah, I didn't make a lot of friends that week, but I had a lot of fun. That's for sure.
That's all that matters, is having some fun.
Absolutely, I'm into it.
All right, awesome. All right, well, thanks all of us.
All right, well, thanks for
Happy to
having
have
me
you.
on,
Of
fellas. I
course,
appreciate
of
it.
course. Loved having you. And now we're going to go to a video with Dylan.
Guys, how to cut a snowflake out of a piece of paper. Alright, first step is folding the paper like this into a square. And just fold it like this. You want to cut the remainder off. Now you can fold it as many times as you want. I'm just going to do one. Fold it like this. Now you cut. Just make sure to cut on this side and this side. That. And we unfold it, and we're done. Here's your snowflake. That's it. Pretty simple. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you, Dylan, for that amazing video on how to make a snowflake. And that's all for today, and happy holidays.
Yeah, we're all here because David is not coming. So I can call us to order at 5:31. Let's find the agenda. Okay, first up, I have nothing to add. So approval of minutes. We have November 18th, November 25th, and December 9th. Has everybody had a chance to look them over? Any questions, corrections, changes? And if not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have a second? All right. So final chance for any changes? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the minutes of November 18th, November 25th, and December 9th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Communications. I have none of those either. All right.
It's only been a day.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to central office. Thank you for being here to back us up. So committee reports. Okay, Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee. So we had our first meeting recently, last Wednesday, maybe? The 5th, December 5th. Oh, thank you. And our next meeting is tomorrow at 7 o'clock at Green Street School. So the committee is moving. Anyone have anything else to add on that? Okay. Warrants and payrolls. So we are looking to approve, put my best Christina auctioneer voice on, 1063, 1064, 1066, 1068, and 1069 in the amount of $117,618.69. 1070, 1071, 1074, 1075, 1076, 1077 in the amount of $434,419.82, as well as November 8th payroll of $449,424.61, and November 22nd payroll in the amount of $484,849 even. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any questions? Okay. All right. All those in favor of approving the warrants and payroll as moved, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Seeing none, the warrants are passed. All right. Do we have any administrative reports, or are we just going straight into budget?
I think that's the main event.
Oh, you've got one?
A couple of communications.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
ready to go, but they need to be letters of resignation or return.
All right, so what is my process here? I read, or
I can summarize.
summarize?
Sure.
Would you like to summarize?
One position, resignation effective immediately, Special Education Academy School.
Okay.
And one, a retirement effective at the end of the year.
Okay. And I take it we need to accept them. All right, so I move that we accept the, what are we calling this? Resignation and retirement as detailed in their letters. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of accepting? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay.
Can I get the names on those?
Yes, would you?
I will note that one is the resignation is a very recent hire. The other is a long-term staff member working with the ELL program, English for Speakers of Other Language, ESOL program, and will be sorely missed.
Okay. I guess we can say accept with regret. accept with regret.
That's a friendly amendment.
Friendly
for your
amendment.
motion.
Okay. It's a very friendly amendment. All right, so now I think we're on to the main event of the budget.
Okay, I have documents here to share. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, go this way.
Go
Whoa,
that way.
they got heavier.
Yeah. You have
We're all set, yeah.
copies, Paul and Deb, do you have?
We're getting electronically, we don't need that.
Yeah, you just need one? Okay. We do have an extra if you need.
Mary might want one.
Mary, you want
Yeah,
to
you can send it around.
bookmark? Oh.
And just so we don't forget, I'll pass these around.
Oh,
we can do them
that's right,
later.
we need the sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so fortunately, you have seen all the components of this proposed budget, and just as recently as Monday evening was the largest segment of our proposed budget. So I probably can be fairly brief in my overview, but we're happy to try to address any questions you might have. So the first page is the summary document, just a spreadsheet with page numbers that help you find the 4 programs: administrative and supportive instruction, that includes services, transportation. Second group is our special education services, and then our grant-funded programs and the food service programs. So you see in the total for total expenditures down toward the bottom of the document, $22,783,474 would be the proposed budget and the motion, assuming we get that far. When we look at the expenditures, again, we've gone over each component, and you now can note, based on the assumptions that we discussed at the board meeting, administrative and supportive instruction up 1.8%. That's the $3,942,000. Special ed is the largest component of this budget proposal, and as we discussed Monday evening, largely driven by our outside placements, but a very significant increase to $14,322,000, a 20% change. Then we have our grant-funded programs, keeping in mind that these programs have a revenue source that offsets the expenditures, so it's not part of an assessment. Those programs, we'd like to see an increase there, 5.9%. And then our food services, similar to the grant program, they are primarily self-funded through the child nutrition program reimbursements. And the main reason why we see an increase there is associated, just a reminder, the Putney program is now part of the SU general ledger, where the Putney school used to have a separate Fund 5. So that still operates as it did in the school. It's just the state is saying, we're sending you the revenue and we expect you to report the expenditures out of the supervisory union, as we do with all the other schools. So there's our overview. Just a couple other comments. The first page, as you flip the page over, there's the methodology that we talked about. November 25th, the board reviewed the cost allocation methodology, so I included that. The page 2 is another spreadsheet that I've just added today, but it may be familiar to you. It's the same information and the format that we've included in prior year budgets. It basically takes the enrollment statistics for the K-12 programs, identifies proportional statistics there. You know, for example, in this data set up top, the Vernon is 7.1%. The SD, the Wyndham Southeast School District, is the balance of that, and those are the statistics that are used to allocate costs for the admin and the supportive instruction. The next section of data on page 2 is what we've reviewed in the prior meetings, but it's pulling the data that's in various places in your financial statements and putting it into one place so that it's easy to refer to. It also helps us assure that we get the data into the Wyndham Southeast School District, and that we bill the other entities that where we have reimbursements coming back primarily from special ed spending. So you have allocation for admin and supportive instruction, allocation for special education, the essential early ed, and then the total of all of those assessments. Page 3 is the same document that we discussed on Monday evening in quite a lot of detail, so I won't say much about that. Along with page 4, more of the special ed allocation methodology for distributing those costs between Vernon, the Wyndham Southeast School District, and the tuition towns. So then, starting on page 6 is the detailed budget, as we have discussed, and maybe a very quick summary of that, just kind of using the first page as your point of reference. You see we've got the admin and supportive instruction through page 6 on the detail for the revenues, okay? And then special ed is on page 17. I'm just looking at the first page. And so on. Grants are all the way back on page 55 through 57, and then the food service starts on page 69 on the revenue sections, and then you can see the same references for expenditures. So as you want to refer to different programs, hopefully that helps navigate the report.
It might and it might not. You don't have the center one anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. We did. Yeah. If you orientate this in this way, it is in the. It's right down.
Oh, it's down there.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do
down
that.
here. So, thanks.
It's down there.
Yeah, it's down.
Oh, yeah. I was having a. So yeah, if you look at the bottom, I know. I was thinking we're gonna have to do math.
No. This is, as you may know, putting various different applications together and then running it through.
As long as it's there, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know David had sent me questions that I had sent to you.
Oh, okay. We just
That's okay.
wrap this up, but I'm happy to address those.
So he had questions on, and I marked them just to make this easier. Okay, the old page 21.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it's still the new page 21.
No, it won't be. Just because we have a number of other programs now.
Okay, so it was a health insurance, special ed, big bump.
Yeah, okay.
He was questioning what was up there.
Let's start with that.
You want to start with that one?
Yeah, and it'll be easy for me to just look at. Okay, so that's the old one, and now let's see what we.
Oh yeah, I mean it could have changed, and then I can tell him. You're going to find it a lot faster than I am.
Special education in Dummerston. We will look that up.
I have the old page 21.
Yep.
And I see, is he referring to an FY21, there's a charge of $32,661?
Yes.
Yep.
You have the answer?
Well,
for
do I
that?
have the answer? I don't know about that. I think, I mean, this would be, I don't know if I can get in the budget module here, Frank, if we can
You
connect.
should be able to, and if not, I can as well.
Yeah, I imagine, I mean, that would be health insurance costs for 4 employees, because there are 2, it's actually 1.5 FTEs on, in the teacher line, and then in the second line, paraeducators, that's 2 FTEs, so it's, I would imagine it would be health insurance for those 4 staff.
Okay.
And as to why that was 0, I mean, I imagine the question is, why was it 0 last year and 32,000 this year? We may have, that just could be, it was in the wrong line and we corrected it.
Mm-hmm.
So that might take a little bit of research.
Yeah.
Okay,
do you
so
follow
it's for
these staff?
these staff,
Yes.
both the teachers and the paras?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I mean, I can let him know the answer, and if he
Mhm.
wants to,
Yep, any follow-up, we're
Yeah.
happy to describe the, the plans that have been signed up for.
okay. So that was that one. Then he had on old page 23, also under health insurance. So this is 1128, what's
Okay.
1128?
Yep.
Or who's 1128, I guess is the question.
Are we in special ed still?
We
Yep.
are,
There you go, 1128.
so this was an increase of $28,920 in health insurance.
All right. So let me see.
Guilford, okay.
Yeah.
And it could be the exact same
Yeah,
answer.
Here we go. Let me follow along here, 49
I think it may
to
have been a change
77.
in plan when you go to,
Okay, so, yes, so,
second number. Go to 1128.
yep, for our teachers in Guilford and the paraeducators.
Right.
What we've looked at is what plans they are currently on, is what we've done on all health insurance assumptions.
Okay,
And so we've taken their current plan and we have applied what that board had approved for assumptions for fiscal year '21. And that with a family plan of
I got the answer.
an employee of 15,000, it can vary quite a bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Frank is right. No, when we look into the specifics of what makes up that $77,000, that's 3 employees with family plans, which in and of itself is
Okay.
20, 40, 62-ish thousand dollars, and then another employee who looks like they might be on a 2-person.
okay,
So it is a matter of plan choice
okay.
from year to year.
And then his final one was on the old page 33,
Mhm.
4048. Ooh, that's the SU.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I knew that, yes. I figured that out. So this was a huge reduction.
Oh, yes, yes. So
Um,
that one, I believe, the new version may have changed, but let's
Okay.
see. So psychologist, Marisa and Shelley, 4048, psychologist, and on the new document, it's, let's see, psychologist is on page.
48, if I'm right. I
Yeah,
think 48.
that's,
What's the big number? What's the old? 30.
Yeah.
The old page number was 33. I think the new page number is 48.
48,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Psychologists, I know we've
Oh,
made it.
yes, it did go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So there was a plan.
So there was a,
There was a plan to hire a psychologist, an additional position, right? We added a position,
okay.
and that was,
So this has been reversed.
Yeah.
So when we get him a new one. Is this new one, this will be online?
it
So I
will
can
be
tell him?
online after this evening.
Okay. All right, those were David's questions. What does everybody else have?
I had a question about expenditures for the board. We only have $550 in for
Yeah.
supplies, and
BCTV is probably working out to be more than that, and I wondered if we should budget for some of the things that we're.
I think that's been going into the professional service component of the superintendent's budget.
Where is that?
Let's go back to the admin group, and that's on the early section, and then we go to the 2310. So we'll get there. Yep, there we are on page 9 on the one that goes 9 of 78 is the superintendent office, and then the 300 series is the professional services. That's on actually it's the first line on the next page. 321.
So that is where we do BCTV
Generally,
from?
that's where the BCTV, it's a service that we procure.
How are you feeling? Do we have any concept of how much? How?
Well, it's gone up, so.
Yeah, isn't it about $100 per?
I think it's 150.
Is it now? Yeah,
Went
that's
up
right, after
because
the
it was
FCC
funding,
change,
yeah.
yeah.
So-
But we don't have that many SU meetings after the budget's cycle. So if we had another 5, I think we're sufficient there. That, that line item is hard to predict. It's, sometimes it's the legal services
Right.
and other consulting services. So I think it's been adequate.
Okay. So what's the difference between professional educational services and other professional services?
Yes, so educational meaning typically there's some kind of a connection to program and communication about education.
Mhm.
The other professional, just like the next line down is audit, it's really not oriented toward education. It's more of a service that's not directly related to instruction, like an audit. It's still a professional service, but
It's not legal, or could it be legal?
legal is the 341. That's the larger number.
Okay, so legal comes in under other?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And we can do a little editing on the descriptor, so I'll make a note of that. We can't substantially change. We cannot change the numbers, the count numbers, but we can help. Like they have, these are all state descriptors, and but we can edit and add certain things. So maybe legal and other.
Now, why has advertising gone away? Is that now under communications or something?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so.
It is, and you can see if you put the actuals together,
Oh, yeah.
it's a little closer.
Okay. Other questions, or does everyone need a few moments to go to their favorite areas and look and try to see? Yeah. Well, so I can start with mine, which is I am still not understanding the Vernon Special Ed. And let me phrase that in the form of, when we got the FTE ratios and projections, it looks to me like the number of students is stable. So I won't say numbers just in case I shouldn't, but it looks very stable there. And as far as the number of teachers, that hasn't changed at all either. So if our number of kids is the same and the number of teachers is the same, I question how our special ed budget can double.
For Vernon.
For Vernon.
Yeah. And it is, it's the difference in being a K-12 system that just shares proportionally regardless of how much is spent at one school versus another. So even though the budget is organized, the supervisory union budget is organized by school site, so that our administrators, can be not only accountable, but communicate the resources at each site based on each site's needs, student needs. We present information at a site level, but if you looked at the actual cost at Vernon in the past versus how much Vernon is paid, there's not much of a correlation there because it had been a proportional allocation. Ultimately, it didn't matter how much Vernon spent or did not spend on special education. It wouldn't change the outcome of the former methodology, which was K-12, what's Vernon's percentage, and what's Dummerston's percentage, what's Guilford's percentage, and everybody is essentially sharing everyone else's costs. That was the old model before Vernon voted to become the tuition town. So when we went to the tuition town, it's all in that third page, which is a very different methodology. On page 3 and 4.
Yeah.
It's a very different methodology of saying, well, what is the Vernon's share? So it's this document here, page 4.
I get that the methodology has changed. I guess I'm just now looking at it going, how can it be fair if we have the same number of teachers and the same number of kids, but our costs have doubled?
I
just keep going back
that's
to...
a good question. And the answer is tuition towns are different than member towns. So that's the answer.
Okay.
Okay, in that just like Marlborough and Dover and Vernon, we look at the costs associated with that particular group of students and their billed directly. That is not the way it was before Vernon voted to be a tuition town. So on the elementary level, because Vernon is a member of the supervisory union, and the state sends the supervisory union the state aid for Vernon, that we've made no distinguishments. We're still in the old system.
Yeah.
But at the secondary level, Vernon is chosen to be like Marlborough and Dover in that they have choice. So whether you send a Vernon student to Pioneer Valley or to Brattleboro Union or to any other school, it's going to be the same direct bill methodology as opposed to the shared cost.
Now, we don't have any out-of-district placements at the secondary level, is that correct?
That's right.
So if the cost driver for special ed going through the roof is out-of-district placements, and Vernon doesn't have any, I still go back to how are our special ed numbers doubling?
Yeah, so...
I'm having a real hard time wrapping my head around it's because of a methodology. I guess now I'm going, I don't like this methodology. Which maybe it is too late to say that, but it takes a while to understand this and just say...
It is something that we talked about when Vernon was considering withdrawing from the union. We knew this was likely, but we couldn't predict it because we can't predict that page 4. We won't know what that number is going to be next year. And unfortunately, when you are dealing with a small sample size in terms of statistics, a small change is going to make a big difference.
A big difference.
But even then, your logic is sound in that you're saying even when you look at page 4, you see relative stability, or in fact you see a decline.
Yeah.
And that goes back to, again, us discussing the administration, Shelley and Marisa, going into services provided based on the service page on each Vernon student's IEP, and correlating those services with the cost of those services, which is the staff, the salary benefits. So when they did that analysis to basically test these pro rata allocations, that's where they confirmed that the Vernon's actually consuming more than what is being assessed, but the state is comfortable with us using a proportional allocation model as opposed to this cost accounting approach. So that's the most convincing data, which we could probably take student names away and show you the IEP requirements for minutes of service, show you the cost of the staff that provided those at BUHS. You'll see the total, it's closer to 600,000 than it is to 534 that you see on page 4. So that's the real, for me, I had the same concern. I knew you would have the same concern. Everybody in Vernon's gonna have the same concern. So we looked at all of the different ways to, of course, explain this, because we knew you would need an explanation. And that was the most convincing thing to me, that when you looked at the period of time that students are being served at BUHS, and you looked at the IEP requirements and you added up those costs, in my mind, they needed to be at least 534,000, and they were more.
So my final comment, then I'll get off my soapbox, for now at least, is when I look at the revenue coming in, it was just interesting to me that, well, we're bringing in this 62,000. Actually, maybe I'm trying to think how I did this. Oh no, I'm sorry. We're bringing in 294,000 in state aid. Vernon is, but our cost is
534.
Is almost 600,000. So our state aid is covering 50% of our cost, whereas on the SD side, state aid is only covering 40% of the cost, which doesn't quite seem fair to me. That
and that has to do with the type of costs. So up here in the
because they have the 03 grant and we don't. Okay.
And as you pointed out correctly, there you don't have the extraordinary costs outside placement. And so that
makes it worse to me now, because we don't have the extraordinary cost, and yet.
But remember, extraordinary cost is only a reimbursement, meaning you're spending more than the revenue. So the fact that you don't have the revenue means you're not spending more, on the cost side. But these are all good questions. And,
all right, that's my soapbox.
So I was wondering if it's also partially that you pay a lower rate when you tuition in, because then the SU has to cover it. So part of that was sort of hidden, part of those costs, not hidden, but because we're rolled into.
Can't be.
We're included in the tuition, and because you can't put special ed costs and transportation costs into the tuition number. Right. So
So I'm not going to have a true answer to this until this boils down to a Vernon budget. And if you come in next Monday with a Vernon budget that's $300,000 less, I will be happy, and I will say, okay, we've got a balance here. But I don't think you're going to do that.
Unfortunately, the only reason why that would happen is if 10 kids IEPs said we have addressed those learning disabilities and we no longer need, then this statistic would go down. You'd go from 16 down to 7 like you used to be.
Okay.
And you'd be back into that old mechanism. But that's and unfortunately maybe our experts can speak to it a little more, maybe not. But what I'm hearing is the need is growing in Vernon. It's not going the other way. So unfortunately, it means that this is a pattern that may continue. Not that it's going to double every year, but it doesn't sound like it's going the other way.
Other questions?
The other question I could have would be all the things that you just enumerated. It's all statute driven, is that correct?
Yeah, tuition, the way tuition towns are billed, the way the state audits how the billing is done. It's prescriptive in that if we made a mistake and we billed Vernon more than the costs that they incurred, the state requires a refund. So yes, all of those things are part of a practice that they collect the data through the annual statistical report. They then reconcile it against your budget versus your actual, and they say you either typically host districts try to avoid billing too much because it's really problematic when you have to cut a check in a future budget for a prior year. But yes, that's true. Title 16, and it's the whole 820 series of statutes. We did talk about using the statistics that are relevant for this budget, FY20, until the AOE gives us the updated November 2019 census. So, I just want to remind you of that. Typically, the supervisory union board and any board, school board, they warn an amount to spend. So the motion is to approve a spending budget. It's not approving a revenue budget. Okay, so when we get those statistics, I wouldn't expect them to change substantially, but it's likely to have some change. So we would revise the assessment data associated with that. With the secondary special ed, we're using actual enrollment, so that won't change, right? And you don't have any.
It will go up. It's likely to go up in some instances, but.
Right, but as far as, we're using a data point that was captured December 4th.
Right, exactly,
and
yes.
There's no reason to believe that wasn't accurate. Right?
No,
Okay.
yes, I thought you meant like in the future.
Oh, in the future, yeah, we know every year that.
Right, no, that is real-time data that was just pulled a few days ago.
Any other questions?
One of my questions about the Putney food program and trying to figure out the net. I tried to do this beforehand, but ran out of time.
Yeah, that's
we talked about that a long time ago.
Yep. Let's go to the food. It's very much at the back, and they're 1, 2, 3, 4, so they're page 76 on the expense side, and it looks different than the other districts from the historical point of view because they didn't operate through the SU and a contracted food service like the rest of the districts did. So you don't see actuals in the FY 19 or 20, with the exception of the pass-through subgrants. So that's when the state just was saying we'll pass through the child nutrition and the fresh fruits and vegetable grants, and Putney employed and had a separate food service fund. So the SU, that's what you're looking at on page 76, is in the FY20 period. It was just cutting a check for the reimbursement that was passed through the SU. We go to the 168,000 proposed. And now you see payroll, actually it starts on the page above, so page 75, you see payroll of 80,000, and then we have some health insurance, and then there's the cost of food down the line there, 44,000. So that's the alternative to paying a food service manager who does all of that for you. They pay the staff, they buy the food, and you just have one line that says food. So there's the cost. In that 168, if you did go back to the Putney Town Report, you would see that that's about where they've been. They started out, remember how many years in? It's been what, 4 years? Yeah. So they started out and they were only about a $60,000, $70,000 program, and then more participation and an attempt to provide catering services to some of the other entities in the area has brought them up to about 170, 175, I think, in the prior year. So that's the expense side, salary and benefits, and purchasing food, some equipment. The revenue side, we go back a few pages, and we do need to look at what formerly all districts, their general fund cut a check to subsidize the program. So with Putney, again, going back to the 1, 2, 3, 4 on the revenues, we get back to page, let's see.
72?
Is it 72? 71.
Was it the 177,750?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, page 72. And their subsidy was calculated at 57,000. And when I say there, that means the SD now. All of the sites, they're now school sites as opposed to school districts, had a subsidy budget. And as you might recall, that's quite a bit more than, let's say, the Dummerston, 20,000.
Right.
But the volume's higher too. The Dummerston volume, just as we try to get a sense of comparability, Dummerston is on, I think, an earlier page.
71.
Yeah, there it is. And I'm just looking at the revenues for Dummerston, 109,000. So it's, it's a it's 50%. Well, not quite 50%, but it's it's a fairly good percentage smaller than the Putney program. But I know there's been some discussion, at other sites that, hey, let's look at the Putney program and see if it can be replicated, and those are all good options to consider.
Sean?
Well, I was just sort of looking at those numbers and I'm thinking to myself, where does the equity fall in? And I think what you just explained, if there's a revenue stream that doesn't show on the same line of expenses, that balances it. And so actually it is a picture of equity, but it doesn't appear to be at first glance.
Yeah, you have to go back to the revenue section of the financial statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say that if you're looking at Dummerston, that is 20% smaller, and that's generous than Putney, the support that the full tax base is giving is 19,000, versus to Putney, the support that the tax base is giving is $57,000. So there's multiple ways to look at equity, and their program is well supported with better participation, and we should all be moving towards better participation that maybe would cost us more. But when I'm looking at the bottom line, that's a significant dollar difference. I mean,
And part of that analysis is the federal reimbursement is based on poverty, and to what extent have parents elected to participate and qualify for reimbursement. So that is nothing to do with school quality or generally accessibility, but it has a lot to do with what appears financially comparable or not. So that's a very important factor. But most of the students in the Wyndham Southeast School District now are accustomed to the essentially the free lunch program, the community eligibility program for all of the Brattleboro Town schools, and the Provision 2 community eligibility program for all of the high school, which includes middle school. So. But you may have noticed, and I think I mentioned it, I know Sean was aware of it, because we reviewed with the Agency of Ed what was the impact going to be on the high school moving to a Provision 2, where your students that don't qualify, or the parents that don't participate in becoming eligible. Provision 2 says you're only going to get about 30 cents for every meal served when you go to that model, which means you're giving up as much as $3 of what they were paying. So obviously that's a cost, and the high school contribution has gone up, as we thought it might, to about 20-25% of costs. So cost is about $500,000, and the contribution is a couple $100,000.
So where do we see that? Is that page 75?
Page 70.
70.
Under revenues? Yeah.
Under revenues.
Yeah. So that's a reason why all entities don't go to provision 2 overnight. Because, I mean, maybe we'll get there, but we just have to be aware that it will require a much larger local contribution to the program.
You know, I remember when that came up in District 6, and it had to do with the fact that the enrollment in the program drops, you know, in the free and reduced lunch program, drops when you get to high school because there's not the, as you mentioned, the participation by the care providers of the children.
Yeah, so it's really frustrating, you know, for the folks that are trying to make a quality food accessible, because it really increases the cost. And when we know that the Brattleboro town schools are what are they, about 650 kids, and the high school is
788, I think.
Yeah, and so if
that does include the middle school.
Right, and the high school is 1,200 kids. We know that the poverty level is there, but we're only getting qualified at 35%, and that we can't make families participate. Of course, we wouldn't do that, but the result is that, as you just said, we lose reimbursement, and that shifts costs to the local tax.
Other questions, anybody, as we keep flipping through?
As an aside on that general topic, I've heard that administrators, teachers are pleased with what they see, the effects at the high school with more kids eating good food, and the quality is it's never perfect, but they're doing a good job. Cafe Services is doing a very good job responding to the higher volume, higher participation, and the request for the nutritional programs.
Do we review that, or is that, no, that would be an SD, or would that be an SU?
That would be an SD.
Review it.
The contract when it comes up
Every year it's with the SU.
It would be the SU?
Yeah, that's
and
part
when
of
does
the
that
state
happen?
law. Typically it's in February.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
maybe something to put on a calendar?
Yeah. We did a we did the 5-year bid.
Yeah.
Just was it?
But we do have an opportunity every year to
And we have an opportunity to non-renew.
non-renew.
Yeah.
Or to maybe make very nicely worded suggestions.
Absolutely, yeah. The child nutrition program, it's all, the specification for the bid process is very highly regulated by the USDA, and one of the provisions related to suggestions is if there's any kind of a material change to the program, like let's say Dummerston wanted to operate their own kitchen, like Putney, then we'd have to go out and bid the whole contract. Anytime you want to reconfigure that could potentially affect costs per meal, then they want the whole thing rebid, which is, it's a lot of work to do it, but not a reason not to explore.
And that used to be, the food service used to be negotiated on a district basis.
It did before.
Because District 6 negotiated with Cafe Services specifically for this campus, and then all the other towns did it also.
Yeah.
So.
That was Act 156 that said similar to like collective bargaining and transportation, they wanted more of a collaborative and cohesive approach to the bid process, and that's why.
That's why it's at the SU level
Yeah,
now.
that's right.
Yeah.
So, maybe I'll go last in, first out. For FY20, for the high school, back on page 70, we had budgeted $65,000 for the district support, and what was going to be left, and now it's $200,000. So can I assume things didn't work out as we thought they might, or?
Yeah, well, this is before there was a commitment to Provision 2, and we were disappointed with the Agency of Ed's forecast on the transition. We knew there would be higher costs. We were not expecting 20%.
Okay.
Yeah. And what that relates
But
to...
is this revenue? No.
This is revenue.
This is revenue.
Yeah.
But it's the revenue that comes from the taxpayer.
Yeah.
It's not like, it's not.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's revenue to the SU to pay
So this is
for
what
the
we
expenses.
have to, oh.
Yeah.
Well, what the WSESD has to pay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, not very,
Okay.
in this case.
Not
Sorry
the
about
kind of
that.
revenue we like.
That-
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and a big
Huh.
part of this gap, and again, Sean, if you recall our conversations on this, it was in the a la carte. The state, and again, it's a USDA specification, substantially reduced essentially the margin on the a la carte sales that used to be retained by the school district, and it would pay for a number of the meal costs. And it essentially artificially reduced that, the 65,000 from what it would be without a la carte sales. But then the new formula, this cost per meal program that the AOE required, it doesn't share the a la carte revenue with the district or with the school. It essentially, shares it more with the contracted service, with cafe services. They gain and we lose.
They gain, okay.
And theoretically, that means their bid dropped the cost per meal to us, but the AOE didn't anticipate the extent to which we think we lost maybe $70,000 in a la carte revenue that would have been retained, and it's because they really hadn't finished the metric on how they were going to implement the a la carte cost per meal reimbursement until after. So that was disappointing, but we've also seen that other high schools that have gone this way, they're dealing with the same issue, and they're finding that the favorable impact of kids having a good meal is, in this case, this might be you can think of a number of programs that go along with 200,000, and folks are saying it's worth it.
Without a doubt. So could I expect that there's going to be some deficit from this current fiscal year?
In the food service, there probably will be. I don't think it's significant. We certainly couldn't sustain another year, like FY20 in terms of the gap. Right. But some of the districts did have fund balance in the food service funds from the old format. All of the district June 30, 2019 fund balances are going to come in, and I think we'll be reasonably close.
Okay. And I guess the other comment that I have that maybe needs to get worked out at the district level or the PPE committee is if there's some way we can find ways to make that Putney program more sustainable, or try to even out some of the differences in the food program between Putney's food program and some other programs. So, and certainly don't want to ask anybody to renegotiate a food contract this year, but I think it's a pretty significant difference between the quality of the food and the cost that the district is supporting it. But that doesn't really affect this budget terribly much in the scheme of things. So.
Yeah. One thing that we did add in here, based on the principal input, was in Dummerston, the breakfast program. There was an interest in doing that, so that is also part of the cost increase.
That was my other question, yeah.
So what do you do?
The management fee and Dummerston's.
The adding but it would also be food costs, yes, and excuse me, the management fee for
Page 75.
the breakfast program.
So that's why Dummerston's going from 77 to 100,000.
Yes.
So what is that difference? 75? So what is the difference?
Adding a breakfast program?
Oh, so you've
Yeah.
got a, okay.
Dummerston was the only school that did not have a breakfast program.
Okay.
And the new principal was very, very interested in getting that going.
But it doesn't really appear to affect materially the amount of support that in the end. Because,
Yeah, breakfast is a pretty well reimbursed program by the USDA.
Other questions?
So it's there is almost such a thing as a free breakfast.
What about lunch?
But there's no such thing as a free lunch.
No
Okay.
such thing.
I'm amazed at how low your fuel bill is at the SU office.
Yeah, it's a pretty good size building, but
We're always cold. I'm looking at it going, how are you guys heating that building for that amount of money?
now, good point though, and one other explanation for that is the lease says that
Oh, do they?
the landlord will pay the
A
first.
certain,
yeah,
okay.
so we
Now I feel better. I'm going,
yeah.
how do you, that's an old house.
Yeah.
And
What page you on?
I'm on page 11. So they have 3,400 for fuel, and I'm thinking, I don't know how you're doing that. You're hardy, thank you. How's the net metering? Where would I see?
Very good.
Is that on the well, no, that would be elsewhere.
At the
That would
SD
be-
and in the Vernon.
Okay, so
budget,
that's
but
where we would see that.
Because we don't own buildings,
Yeah,
we have a little bit of electricity in here, but.
Okay, but-
we don't control
You don't, yeah,
the relationship.
okay.
But that's, in general, going very well.
It's going well, okay, because now we should see it in this year's budget, a
Yes.
larger,
Yeah, 'cause
or a better,
we'll have the summer months.
okay.
yeah, to get the
Okay.
credits, yeah.
And wasn't that like a $70,000 a year number or something like that?
Yeah, yep, 70,000 a year is the anticipated savings for 20 years.
Other questions? So if people want to keep looking for a few more minutes, let me ask one procedure question, which is, if we wrap this up tonight, what's the timeline looking like? Are we still on your timeline?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So, this was scheduled as the final budget review, and if there's a motion to approve, then this would become the fiscal year 21 budget for the supervisory union.
Okay.
And then the assumptions around spending and then those allocation methodologies that the board approved would get turned into the two assessments, one to the SD, one to Vernon, and it creates a billing mechanism to the state and to the other tuition tabs.
Okay.
And kind of just to follow up on that a little bit more, so the first draft budget for the Wyndham Southeast School District is scheduled for Wednesday, December 18, and I think we were shooting for one for, were we shooting one for Monday? Yeah.
Monday?
For Bernie?
Okay.
Bernie, yeah. I better check my original calendar. I don't want to overpromise. But,
Hey, you pulled this off today, so we're kind of going to hold you.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend, Frank.
Let's look at our
Oh, so you guys are meeting
calendar.
next Wednesday? Do you know where? Might as well add you to the book.
Not the keys.
budget timeline.
Where?
Maybe Guilford, I think.
Guilford? Guilford?
Well, I'm guessing. I think I did read it somewhere. That agenda has not come out yet?
Okay.
No, I just sent it to Barb this afternoon.
We got it, I think it's good. We'll get that for you.
Okay.
Monday. How are you doing, Mary? Are you ready for a Monday drive?
We're gonna talk tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Friday. Yeah.
Or tonight. All right, any other questions? It is a thick document, so go through it. Although we have seen it a few times.
Yes, we met on the 18th, and that was our focus. November 18th was curriculum assessment, services, and the grants. And on the 25th, we met on the allocation methodology and the administrative supportive instruction. And we were shooting for the 2nd of December for special ed review. That's got snowed out, so we met December 9th for special education review. So this is our 4th review of the budget.
I might have one more question. And could you just comment a little bit, Frank, on the increase, that 14.5?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that as you see, the largest component of that is the special education group on line 28. You see, if you look on the far right, there's a series of numbers there, and I'm on the first, the summary page, the first page.
Yep.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so that 14% is driven primarily by the largest segment of our budget here associated with the special education programming. And then the other components are substantially less. The administration supportive instruction is up at the top group. That's on that line 19,
Yep.
up 1.8%. And then the other two programs are essentially self-funded, but the grants up 5.9, and the food service mainly because of the Putney and the Dummerston structural changes. That's how we get from an administrative budget up 1.8% to a total budget up 14%. It's primarily the special ed.
And when it is coalesced all into a single budget and the annual meeting, I presume that number will be something different than what this represents.
It could in terms of the assessment.
Well, at the annual meeting when the WSDSD and I presume the Vernon, but this budget will not be, when does this budget get presented to the public per se?
This is it, right now. Yeah, the assumptions from this budget get integrated into the Vernon and the Wyndham SD starting as soon as the board approves this budget.
I see, yeah, but, okay.
Yeah, but this is
But
the,
like when you have an annual meeting at the District 6 level,
yeah,
everything is coalesced into one annual report.
yeah.
And this will be too, but it's a little, it's different.
Yeah, it is in that the supervisory unions don't have a requirement like a school district to have a vote of the electorate. It's the appointed school board who is elected by the electorate,
Right.
and then those assumptions are integrated. But yes, we do integrate parts of the budget data into. Now it will be the Wyndham Southeast School District annual report.
Right.
These assumptions will be subset of that report, just like they would be in Vernon, and they have been over the years. No change there.
But the Vernon will actually vote for the Vernon budget at town meeting day.
Yes.
Right.
And they will not be able to vote in the WSESD annual meeting. Is that right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have one, I'm just trying to figure out how to ask it. We'll work on that for a minute if somebody else has another question. Because there were some assumptions we spoke about Monday. Are these in here as well?
Oh, yes, they are.
Okay, that's what I was
Okay.
trying to find a comparison.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
That explains why the percent's different than what I
Yeah.
remembered. Okay,
That's-
Yes,
great.
so this is completely
Yeah.
up to date,
Right.
accurate,
Yeah.
based on real time,
That's it.
and where we are at. Any other questions? Or you all want to keep looking for a few more minutes? I don't want to cut anybody off. And if you'd like to do a song and dance for BCTV.
There will be no singing, no dancing.
All right, so we've answered David's questions, I'm glad we did that.
I'm just looking for 2 million in terms of.
Yeah, I'm with you, I'm looking for the,
That's
oops,
not
there's a
gonna
comma in the right,
happen,
yeah. 3 would be better, but. And it's far too early to tell how this is going to impact our tax rate and the
Yeah.
SD tax rate.
Yeah.
So that's where it's a little nerve-wracking.
It is, yeah.
Frank, did you say that the arbitrator came back with the answer?
I have not seen a official, did we have an official report? I've been
They
in.
took the employee, I heard.
According to
Yeah.
Digger.
It was
yeah.
in Vermont Digger,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that
But
too.
was it in its entirety or only provisions of it?
I
No,
thought it
you
was
had to take
in
the last best
entirety.
offer, you had to take it, that was the deal with the arbitrator, that he had to
Mm-hmm.
submit their last best offer, and the arbitrator had to determine to one or the other. There
Okay.
was no horse trading.
Mm.
So you could horse trade up until the last minute.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I will be curious to look at the details.
So you do have another question coming?
No, I got that, that was my question.
Oh, that was your question? All right.
One quick question, Frank. On page 24 of 78, sort of midway down the page, is the professional educational services that went from 107 to 257.
Ooh, thank you.
I'm just curious about that.
Yes. I can start the conversation, or I can just turn it over to our special ed educators. It's the 321, and I'm assuming it's something to do with the tutoring services.
What page?
Page 24. And it's, so it's within special ed at the high school level. And we've gone from 107 to 257. As I recall, it's part of the priority placement.
Right, it's for tutoring of students who have lost their placements. Some students have.
What does that mean, sorry?
that they've lost their placements, that they are no longer able to go to, whether it be the high school or to a private school. And so we have to provide tutoring for those students during the time that we're finding another placement.
Okay.
And that number has increased.
And at the same time, the placements, which I'm assuming are 2 lines down, the tuitions, those have bumped up 400,000.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's,
I think we talked about that.
Yeah.
Whatever day we were all.
Right, my day.
And that goes back to the same data sheet you were referring to,
Mhm.
where there's some stability in numbers, but in the outside placement, it's
It's-
going from 29 to 54. And that's what those numbers reflect.
All right.
Did we answer your question?
Yes.
No, that was Tim's question.
That was, yeah.
Did
Oh,
we
yeah.
answer your
Is that
question?
good, Tim?
That line encompasses other things in addition to tutoring, like the professional educational services. So we contract with several agencies who help us service students with disabilities. So like 9 East is a professional service we contract with for students who are hard of hearing. Vermont Association, you know, there are several professional organizations that we contract with per student IEP needs. So it's hard to get into, to be blunt, it's hard to get into the nitty gritty because it's, you know, it's protected information. We want to be sensitive to student needs and whatnot. But as Marisa pointed out, we, you know, really based on events that have transpired in the past month, you know, made a decision to, because we have an increase in students who are, you know, as Marisa put it, they've lost their school placement, and we have the duty to tutor them and provide them with a, you know, with an educational program. So hopefully.
I mean, that is an amazing increase, though, from FY19 to be at 18,000 to now be at 257.
One component of that is we have students who move into the area that have high needs based on their individualized components, and we can't, that provide professional, that require professional services.
Okay.
I just, is the intensive service program in this budget, or where does that come from?
Yes.
It is, yeah.
Yep. That's page 26, or part of it is on 26. Yeah. Other questions? I'll keep asking. Anybody?
It's my understanding that tutoring is required by statute, right? Yeah, just
Yeah,
pretty good to put in the notes here because it sounds kind of.
Oh, yep.
Yes. Yeah, we are always obligated to provide a student an education if they have an IEP, no matter what happens.
Anything else? And tell me all when you've reached the end and you're just.
If I can just say that, you know, the three of us continue and will always continue to work on fixing this, you know, making sure that we come to another solution. It's just that right now, we haven't been able to really figure that out with
You
all
have
the
kids
things
to
that are
service.
happening. Yeah.
I would say that, since I've been involved, the scope of your job has only gotten bigger. And so your dedication is pretty out there, and it's obvious that you are dedicated. So, since I'm not on this board, I can say what I want as a public member. Good job.
I'm on this board, and I will second that emotion. And I think we'd all say ditto. All right. Anything else? Does anybody have a sense of, is this kind of happening around the state, or is this just our luck here?
It's happening nationally. I was home to visit my family, and I'm from Pittsburgh, and I shared an article with Shelley, and their special ed costs have gone up about the same amount. But around the state, it's also the same.
Also.
Every special ed director we speak to, everybody is in the same boat.
They all have the same look that you guys do.
Yeah, because we are always looking for answers, and it's
Right.
like, how about you? And it's like, nope, we're sort of in the same place.
I feel it feels especially hard in this geographic area, to be honest. And I think that, in this kind of, in our southern Vermont, I think that, that being said, our partners in the north, my perception is that everything in Burlington is wonderful and they have all these resources, and it's because because it's the city. But they definitely struggle too. I think that we have, we talked about it, I mentioned it very briefly on Monday, but with implementation of Act 173, we have work to do as a system to, to make sure that we are, that we are meeting the needs of all the kids that we can in the least restrictive way. So, we're up for it, and we have excellent partners, in our administrative staff, and so we're mindful of that.
And I would say, it's all driven by statute anyway. It has to be done.
Sure.
You cannot avoid the responsibility. Just
sure.
There's nobody wants to, but you can't do it by statute anyway. So it's a requirement.
I feel slightly compelled to say, on a bright note, because this is intense, right? Mm-hmm. But for the sense of, since we're talking, we have programs and resources that I feel very confident in saying are extremely effective to serve our students. And so we have exciting, innovative teachers and staff and partnerships with families that are very effective in educating kids in their home schools and reducing the need for some of the services that we see here reflected in the budget. And so I think that, to Maurice's point that she started with, it's really, we are working tirelessly to expand those opportunities, to expand and build on those opportunities so that we can find those systems that make our kids more successful and reach their full potential, and really broaden that in a way that is, in the best interest of kids. So there are great things happening, and we aim to keep those things happening.
If you were to look forward, do you see that that things are going to progress in this same direction in the future? Are you looking at higher percentages of students needing special ed services, or what do you see the trend there?
Anybody else want to talk about that? I could start.
Sure.
I think what we're really seeing is that things have changed so dramatically for children and families so quickly that from my perspective, I feel like we're trying to catch up, and we haven't done that yet. We're trying to figure out what's really going to work for these kids to make them successful. What is it? And we're all working on that, and that's what we do at Leadership every month. You know, we've really been focused on that. We're focused on trying to figure that out. There's also, there's a group of superintendents that are looking at building a collaborative so that some kids with really high need, instead of us each doing it individually, could we do it collaboratively? So there's a lot of things sort of in the works. I just feel like we're just in this moment where things have happened so fast that it's just, I find that it's just difficult to catch up. I don't know how.
I mean, we are seeing a greater need earlier in kids' educational experiences than what we've seen in the past.
Do you think by catching them earlier, I mean, how do you think that affects them as they, do they, if you catch them earlier, does it help them to no longer need the services, or would you see that they just continue to need the services? What's your sense of that?
I think that's kind of student dependent, right? There are some students that will need, you know, special education services for their whole career, and there are some that don't. And it's, I mean, it's sort of a kind of a, I didn't mean it to be such a weird answer, but I mean, it is kind of that simple.
Yeah.
When it comes to things, you know, social emotional development, like there are some instances for students that are very temporary, right? Where outside factors are influencing a child's behavior or ability to function in a, you know, socially and emotionally with their peers. And if we intervene strong enough and early enough and with the right interventions, a child will learn the skills, you know, more socially appropriate skills as opposed to, you know, not socially appropriate skills that might be problematic. We have a lot of great we have a lot of great systems in place, I feel, for that. And, you know, and we do the same thing for instruction, right? You know, we're really focused on early literacy, trying to, you know, to make sure that we don't have students who are casualties of lost instructional time or instruction that doesn't match their learning style. You know, I think that we're getting better all the time at helping those students meet their biggest potential. And I would agree with Marisa. Like I feel like we just have to sort of catch up, and then you know, that's your question, I think, is maybe part of the intention of the legislature, you know, doing Act 173 is so that we can you know, change our state system a little bit so that we can do so that we can hopefully reduce the number of students who need that highest level of need. But there will always be students who, you know, who need, you know, very intensive levels of support in order to make progress.
Any other questions?
Want me to get the party started?
That's why you're here.
I move we approve the SU budget in the amount of $22,783,474.
Whew. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
All right, any final discussion? Everybody ready for the question? All right, all those in favor of passing the SU budget in the amount of $22,783,474, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, and the budget passes. All right, next up, VSBA dues.
Have you met yet?
Vernon has not met yet.
Okay.
Does everyone mind if we table one more time?
No, because I could be home for dinner.
Okay.
Would it be the courtesy to the Vermont School Board Association to write a brief letter saying that we are in the process
I don't
of
mind at
doing
all.
such a thing?
Yeah, so I can email.
Because, I mean, the bill is marked as overdue.
Overdue,
and
okay.
As a
I
business
can
person, I
email
always hated
Sue
those
tonight,
bills.
just saying, hey, Vernon's meeting schedule
Yeah.
did not.
I'm sure they'll, we would appreciate it, but
Yeah.
I'm sure they
Yeah.
anticipate the
Right.
papers.
No, but you're right, it is the polite thing to do, and I like to be polite, so. New business, so broadcast of the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee meetings. So the question is, do we want to put some funds out there so that we can ask BCTV to cover however many future SSEC meetings we might have? I'm anticipating 2 to 3 before we get into the actual search. Is that agreeable to people?
I move we approve the expenditure of up to $600 for the filming of the Superintendent's Search Exploratory Committee meetings.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of spending up to $600 to broadcast on BCTV the SSEC meetings? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Any other business? Seeing none? Our favorite motion?
Madam Chairwoman, I move to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
We'll call it to order at 6:02. Welcome to the members of the public. If you haven't signed in, please do over there. There's a sign-in sheet. Rick, I signed you in. For additions and corrections to the agenda, I have one. I just want to give you a brief update towards the end of the meeting, like right before we adjourn. On negotiations, we have started. We had one meeting. Now, nothing's really happened, but I'll just give you the whole lowdown. Any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Okay. I want to just take a minute and remind you that on the card in front of you are our board norms. To save time, I won't read through them, but remember, it's all of our jobs to bust each other when we're not staying on track, maintaining focus, being respectful of the agenda and each other. So remember, thank you. Members of the public, if you're here for something that's on the agenda, please wait until then to talk about it. If you're here for something else, now's your moment. Anything? Okay. Blazing through this thing. I have two pieces of correspondence to report to the board. I forwarded them to the entire board. They've also been posted, as far as I know, on our website. They've been sent anyway. The first is a brief email from Crystal Corview just thanking us for allowing Kaylee, her daughter, to attend Leland and Gray in 6th grade, and just generally in support of both the move of 6th grade to the True Middle School and the allowance of her daughter from Wyndham. Really nice. I think it's our first thank you letter I can remember. The next is a letter from the Williamsville School Preservation Society, essentially giving us a little background on Timpson Hill and urging us to keep Timpson Hill Preschool as part of the solution to providing universal pre-K to district families. There's been some discussion of this. There's probably going to be more. Again, that's posted on our website if you want to see it. If anybody wants a copy, I have several here for you. Anybody else have correspondence that they wanted to report? Separate and apart? Yes.
I don't know if you saw this. It looked like it was forwarded to the whole board. There was also a letter from the Timpson Hill Preschool as well with some additional information.
I didn't get a letter like that. So
From Rebecca?
From Rebecca McCullough?
I got an email that invited me to edit a document.
Yes. Yeah, I took a chance to open it, and that's
and
what the
said,
letter is.
I don't know you. You're not from my thing. I don't open this stuff.
Yeah, she's the director at Timpson Hill.
Okay, well, does anybody have that?
I don't have the printout.
Okay, so we apparently have a letter from the director. Did somebody who read it want to summarize it real quick, and then we can forward it to Meg to be put up on the website? I'm sorry?
I don't remember the summary. They gave some numbers.
Well, I'm just reading it now for the first time, but they are saying that they're suggesting that the board set aside funding to enable 15 students to attend one of the nearby private preschools full-time or for a full program day rather than just the 10 hours.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look at that. I'd be curious to understand the economic reasons and the student reasons behind that, but we'll get that posted on the website. I apologize since it was a link to edit a document and I wasn't familiar with the person. I didn't open it. So that will be posted on the website. So the next item is really actually fairly brief. It should be in the packet here. It's just the plan of action. It was the first item there. Essentially, that was just in there to take a look at what we had laid out for ourselves as what was going to happen when, in terms of at meetings going forward for the year at the retreat. And we're actually not doing too badly. It's the first meeting in December. We've missed the November meeting, but those topics are on there. And in the first meeting in November, we're getting our first look at the budget. We have all of the rest of December and January to finish up with the budget discussions. And so we're actually doing a fairly good job of keeping to that timeline. Just wanted to make sure that we were doing that, and if anybody thought we'd missed something or needed to go back, then now would be the time to talk about that. Okay. I think we finally had everybody get all the value. Ken, something?
No.
Oh, the pen. I'm so observant. Did everyone get everything they needed for the values discussion to finalize those values? Okay, so.
I just want to say thank you, because I really wanted all of these as well, and you sent all of that in, so thank you. And they've been updated in a great way, so thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you. So, anyone else have anything to add to the values discussion, or can we, move forward with what we came up with at the retreat, and we'll get new posters and we'll look at those when we meet? Yes?
Can I ask just one question? If we, at any time during the future, before we actively go through, going through our values, if there's something that's really important to us that we feel like we're missing, can we put that on our agenda and sort of revisit any values at any point, or is this something that we should just stick with once a year?
Gee, I never thought about that.
I ask only because things could change during year.
I might think if circumstances dictated it and it was reasonable to have the conversation.
So I'm saying about putting it on the agenda,
Yeah,
not just putting it out there and trying to make changes, but putting it on the agenda.
No, I think if there was a request to put something on the agenda,
Okay.
we could do it. I don't think we would say, no, that's an annual thing, we can't discuss it. But it wouldn't be just like, well, let's check in.
Otherwise, it's annual?
Otherwise, I would say it would be annual.
Okay, thank you.
An annual review of it makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about it.
Sure.
When we had, at the retreat, talked about high-quality education is a value, and I wanted some clarification on what does that mean? And how do we, does that mean every student has a personalized learning plan? Does that mean that, high quality is yes, that's a lovely phrase to strive towards, but that's not something that we can measure or have some even real definition of. I just want I think we should have an idea of what that means in terms of just saying what I think is high quality may not be what you think is high quality.
True enough. I think it's hard to define. It's one of those. It's like I don't know how to define art, but I know it when I see it, kind of thing. Go ahead, Emily, help me.
I'm not trying to help you, but I would just share that I think that this board defines it, frankly. What we believe is high quality instruction, and it's not really high quality education, it's high quality instruction, and that's what we put in there. And I think that through our conversations that we have, and this is just me, I'm not talking for anybody else, but through the conversations that we have and through feedback from our student board members and our administration and our teachers, that's how we develop a budget that is supposed to support what we believe as a board. Any of us individually will have different opinions in my mind about what high quality instruction really means. But for me, where I draw the line is where we decide through our budgeting process and our policy process as to what high quality instruction is. That's just my view. Others will have a different view, I'm sure.
I would just make the pitch. I think it is defined fairly well as far as what the standards are for high quality instruction through our supervision and evaluation documentation. There are industry standards, and we've adopted the Danielson framework of teaching, which highlights what high quality instruction actually looks like in 4 domains. So if that's something the board is interested in hearing about at some point, we could tell Bill to do a presentation.
Since he's not here.
Okay.
But-
gonna get an action.
But that is, there is measurable
Cool.
amounts to that. There are standards, there are industry standards, and so yeah, it's not some amorphous thing. There's actual, like, what that looks like, how to measure it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that too.
Yeah.
I'm making a note for a future agenda. Yes, Al?
I think with the values, you have to be a little vague, right? You know, framers of the Constitution were vague in many circumstances, and knowing that in the future would lead to interpretation and changing of the times. So I think that's just kind of something that we have to do.
Okay. Thank you.
So, can I make one more comment?
Sure.
So, I don't think I really have any like drastic changes or whatever to the values, but I do think how they're presented could be like tweaked a little bit maybe. We sort of talk about having like basic values and then adding little bits in on this paper. But things like, so quality education is not in the basic values. So just little things like that, that it's there, right? But the words high quality education, well, we have high quality instruction, but, and then we're also saying quality education. Anyway, there's little tweaks that I think, it does not change the intent at all of the values. It does not change, you know, anything drastic, but I think there's a little bit of presentation stuff for somebody that hasn't been a part of all the conversations that might make it easier for them to understand. I don't know that we need to get into that.
So if
level of
we
things
were to
right now,
get this document in an editable form to you, would you like to make those tweaks to that? They're not substantive, they're just presentational, but they give clarity for the people who didn't develop these values
Sure.
over months of work. Would you like some help? I could volunteer a committee for you. Scotty, you have a question?
I'd be happy to help and work with you on that.
Cool.
Making it look nice.
Anybody else want to help?
No, but I do have something to add.
Okay, hang on one sec. All right, so no substantive changes. These values that are condensed down into the one-page sheet reflect the values that we've agreed on. This is it. Lindsay and Scotty are going to work together to come up with something that's presentationally better but substantively the same. And that's what we're going to work with and look back to as we move forward for the next year or so.
Cool.
Thank you. Yes, Howie?
I just wanted to ask, am I missing something, or because I don't see anywhere here that operating schools in our towns is mentioned. In other words, we're saying we're going to deliver all these services, but ultimately our responsibility is to operate a school in each of the member towns, and I just don't see that in our values anywhere here.
You're referring to the constitutional provision?
Well, I'm referring to, us as a board making a commitment to our member towns that we're going to operate a school in each town in this district, or not.
I don't believe the board's made that commitment. It hasn't discussed making that sort of a commitment.
Well, I think it's something that should be discussed as soon as practical.
You're just looking it up. I don't think it was part of our, were you there, Howie?
No, I wasn't, I'm sorry.
Because I'm not seeing it on there.
No, it wasn't part of anything that was discussed at the retreat. It wasn't part of the original values that are still behind us. It wasn't part of that discussion. It wasn't actually part of, it's never actually been in there that we were undertaking to commit to operate a school in every town.
Or schools, period. I mean, there's no commitment. I mean, when there was one board operating each school, it didn't need to be stated that that board's obligation was to operate the school. So, we need to address that question as to whether we are going to commit to operating schools. Because if we're not, there's ways of educating and getting all these goals achieved without even having buildings.
Well, yes, Al?
We currently don't have a school in Brookline.
Well, we haven't had one for quite.
No, we haven't had one for a little while.
But they're part of Newbrook.
Can I?
Correct.
Sure.
Well, I'm going, basing that, I think, that's actually a really good point, but the reason why there's no school in Brookline is because the voters in the two towns made the decision to do that, and we don't have the ability to close the school without the voters in each town saying that. So I think it sort of stands to reason that it's sort of a given. That's probably why it didn't come up that day. We spent all day working on those values, because communities
yeah,
will
but-
make those
but-
decisions.
But these are these goals shape our decisions, and our decisions then shape how viable each town school becomes. So, it would be important to clarify, I want to bring this up, is this the goal of the board to run a school in each town? Because that's going to affect every decision we make, from building maintenance, to investing in staff and teachers. What is the direction we want to go? That, to me, is really the biggest question of this newly formed joint board.
Okay, well, we had discussed earlier if there was a value that, if something changed, then we could put that on the agenda and do it at a future meeting. I'm making a note to put that on the agenda once we get through the budgeting process this time. So it'd probably be, late January, early February, we'll have that discussion.
Okay.
Are we committed to run a school in every town? Anything else? Yes?
Mine might be a clarification, or it might be a wording thing for Lindsay to look at. The last one on the high school is post-graduation support. Wondering, obviously it wasn't at the retreat, what is meant by that? Is that meant like after graduation, we're still providing support for former students, or is that about post-secondary support in that we're providing support for kids to get to something after graduation?
Is the support
And
before
what is the
or
support?
after graduation?
Yeah, and what does the support mean? How much are we supporting these people?
So here, it's also.
They're moving in with you,
Yeah.
Bob.
Could be.
In a different version of this, it was postgraduate outreach and support. It is some level of staying in touch with
like alumni relations
kind of thing, because a lot of our students, they go off and they do things, and we couldn't tell you how many of our kids go on to do what, because that wasn't necessarily tracked.
Right.
And we were kind of interested in where do our students go from here.
Right.
And just to pile on to that, also that say somebody is taking a year off after graduation and says, gosh, I want to do something with my life, but I got no one to turn to and no idea what to do, they could at least have somebody to reach out to and be like, hey, what do I do? Like,
No, I hear that.
a little
And
push,
and this
you
sounds
know?
like we do some of this already, so I'm just trying to clarify. So and if it's a value, then it's something that potentially the board's gonna put resources towards. So I guess what I'm wondering is, are we assuming the responsibility of the alumni association? Or is this really about tracking the, I don't know, how long kids stay in college after they leave here? Like, what is it that you're trying to get out of it, I guess? Because I'm trying to, this could be a pretty costly endeavor, or this could be, or are we sort of taking over for another organization that does some kind of networking already?
So I'm happy to share my thoughts about it, because I remember as we worked in our retreat, we were walking around as smaller groups, working on each one of these areas. And my understanding was much more that we needed to provide support for our students to reach post-secondary endeavors. So that if anything would happen after, we've been talking about this long before you came back here as principal too. There is another side of that, which is how do we stay connected to how successful our students are after they leave, and there's a real value in that. I don't believe any of us were expecting our schools to provide that, but if we find we need to do that, we will have to support that, and we've never done it because we couldn't find the dollars to support it. I think there's real value, and I think it's really important for us to have that conversation as we move forward. But under these values, I think it was more, trying to make sure that our students know what's available to them post-secondary. That there are opportunities that, I mean, I know I've always felt like it's our responsibility to do that, but we just wanted to put it out there as a value.
Right.
But I think that we did have conversations about we should
both.
track, yeah,
In a
but
sense,
not
okay.
that we are expecting our, guidance department to be doing that or anything like that.
I
Because
just wonder if
it's
there's
a bigger.
that should maybe wordsmith to envelop both those elements, and I worry about how later people are gonna look at that and go, what does that
Yep.
mean? And just trying to figure that out, but.
And I'm only giving my opinion, so
Sure.
the board will have to decide whether they agree with my opinion, because I think that's what it is, and it'd be great to have it wordsmith.
Trash.
Agreed, and agreed with Lindsay, because I feel like it was, you and I had this conversation at the retreat that we felt very strongly that it was both. I think at the time, well, no, I really do think we were really talking about both, but a lot of our conversation focused around exactly what you said. If somebody takes a year off, or if somebody doesn't finish high school and wants to go back to, and ends up getting their GED and then goes, I want to go to college, what do I do? Where's my transcript? How do I get that? Just knowing that they can, if it isn't a true alumni association, because we don't have the funds right this second, but that they can call the front desk and say, I need my transcript, where do I go, what do I do? And just so that students know that the school's available, like, hey, you can always call us back. Done,
Okay,
That's all. Just
thank you for that.
being available.
But we do that anyway, right, Bob? If
Yeah.
somebody comes a year later and wants their
We
transcripts.
do a lot of that,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
So you have what you need to,
I
okay.
got it.
Yes, Howie?
So if we really want to, if we're really serious about this, we need to appropriate some funds or come up with a budget to keep track of our alumni. Give somebody a few hours a week, a month, somebody has to be assigned to do this. Otherwise, it's just, empty words on paper. I would think that maybe we could get somebody could put together a proposal as to how much it would cost to do a once-a-year questionnaire, maybe, to send out to alumni to keep track of our kids after they get out of school, so we know where they are and can refer other kids to them, how many kids go to which college, stuff like that. Is that something that we would want to put in the budget to make sure it happens?
Based on the conversation that just was happening, that's not what we're looking for necessarily. Yeah. Could be. I mean, if we decide we want to do that, is there an alumni association? Not being an
There's a
alumni?
very small.
Very small.
But feisty one.
Okay.
Actually, we've been working with them lately on the spring events that we're doing collaboratively.
Okay.
So there is some outreach that's going back and forth, and we've been highlighting some alumni through the work-based learning program, local jobs and businesses that people have been doing, and we had a alumni of the month or something thing that we were trying. So we're trying that to be more, because they're very small.
Okay.
The group itself. Yeah.
So could we get a proposal from them as to what it would cost to do an annual mailing?
I think we have to decide whether we want to do that or not.
Yeah.
Whether this board, because I don't think that was what my understanding was from our retreat.
Right.
Right, that wasn't something we were looking to have done. That wasn't what we were
Just
going
wanted to
for.
put it in the,
But yeah, I mean, if we can talk about that.
Sure.
Perhaps we can ask the Alumni Association to come and talk to us about how we could work with them.
that'd be awesome.
Okay. Anything else, folks? Okay, values are put to bed, pending rewrite.
We won't vote on it.
We won't vote on them until we see the rewrite, but we're not going to discuss them anymore. Okay. No pressure, Lindsay. So, next, new business, we have the voluntary retirement incentive. It should be in the packet, he says, hopefully. If not, I have it, and I can explain. No, it's not. Okay, sorry. Okay, so anyway, we've done this before at Leland and Gray. Wyndham Central is doing it. Their board has adopted it. Essentially, what we do is we put the word out and let teachers know, let staff know that if you meet certain criteria, and the one that's being suggested in this is you must have been continuously employed within the district or the WCSU as a teacher for a minimum of 15 years on or before July 1, 2020, and have been employed in teaching for 2019 to 2020. You have to be 55 or older before January 1st of 2020. You have to have reached a minimum $60,000 base salary, prorated for FTEs. So if you're half-time, it's $30,000. Then you have to notify the superintendent of the intent to consider this offer by obtaining the appropriate documents, and you have to sign the waiver and release agreement. And essentially, anybody who meets these criteria would receive an early retirement benefit of $11,000 into the retirement fund. It's basically another year into the retirement fund. We've used this at Leland and Gray. It tends to take off certain higher end, higher cost teachers, and sometimes they're replaced with less expensive ones, and it sort of lets attrition go more quickly. I know WCSU has board adopted to, or decided to offer that to anybody that's employed in the district, and since we employ a bunch more teachers now at WCSU level, that's getting some. There would only be 5 slots, so the potential cost is $55,000, and we would just see. It's worked for us before. So the recommendation from the administration is that we, authorize the West River Education District to participate in this and see what happens. Questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
How do our principals feel about this? I mean, this means losing your most senior, experienced folks.
I I think it can be a mixed bag, but I generally support if people are ready to retire, so I wouldn't want to hold anyone back who's interested in doing so. But I do think sometimes it can give people the opportunity to move on, and as Joe said, have them come in with someone who's got less experience, but maybe less cost. It is tough sometimes for that turnover to happen, and what does the collective institutional memory of a place. But I would say we've done it a couple times since I've been here, and I haven't noticed any major adverse effects to it.
What's the potential impact to Leland and Gray?
I think we talked about, I think there were 4 or 5 eligible just from Leland and Gray alone. Doesn't mean they'll all want to do it. I don't know about the other schools. I have no idea.
I agree with what Bob said. At my little school, I can't really envision there being, quite honestly, all that much interest. But like Bob said, I'd really like to support the people I work with in whatever choices they're making. And this is kind of a way of helping somebody to make that next step, when they're kind of wavering. We had somebody use a buyout a couple of years ago that I think it went very well for that person. So, I'm in support.
Yeah, I have no objections.
Okay. The economic impact of this for the first year is up to a 10,000 per teacher hit.
11.
11. And what's the potential savings of replacing a teacher about to retire with a teacher that's new?
It can vary. It depends on healthcare a lot, is really the swing. It can be anywhere from 30,000 to 5,000, So it really depends on the healthcare plan, to be honest with you. That is really the biggest thing we just don't know, right? We know what the person has that is retiring, but that's all we know. So.
It depends on the area that they're retiring from, because the pool of candidates can vary depending on what the nature of the position is.
I would also say too, though, that when I'm hiring, you know, I'm not looking to hire the cheapest person. I'm looking to hire the best person for the kids that are coming into that class. So, you know, I mean, I think that this will save us money, but that's not, you know, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm working with a team to hire the best person.
Anybody else, questions? So I just need a motion to approve West River to enter into this. All right.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to enter the West River Education District into the Voluntary Exit Incentive Program. Any further discussion on that? All right. Hearing none. Ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, the next item, and this is in the packet, is the proficiency-based graduation requirements. Ken, you want to walk us through this one, please?
Walk us through it. Well, we've had a few meetings, and
tell us what we need to know.
What do you need to know? What you need to know is it's basically the same one that we've had on the books, and I can't find it, but that's okay.
It's like 6 pages deep in the packet.
Okay. So anyway, it's here we go. As Bob will attest to, we had a few meetings, went through, and the only thing is the West River Modified Union Education District may use credits instead of will or shall. That's the big change.
And
That's it. What?
Can I add to that?
Go ahead.
Also, the addition of the requirement for a successful completion of, well, it says successful completion or demonstration of content and skills of senior survival. So that would be added back in as a requirement, which was not, which.
So the end of that sentence is new again?
Yes. Senior survival is back in as opposed to not in. Am I?
So,
that's the
yeah,
gist
so
of it?
we'll take those two things in order, the way you just brought them up. The first one about the use of credits, schools are entitled to either use them or not use them. And since we're still in the development phase, as I explained in my presentation a couple months ago, it seemed prudent to go in with may, because then it could leave us with the option of doing either. And we can come to you guys with more as we get closer to that, and you can always modify the policy to one way or the other, or leave it at may. But that was my solution when we don't really know at this point which way we want to go. The above part, we wanted to include the 40 hours of community service, which the previous Leland and Gray Board had already enacted as a requirement. And then based on the conversations this board had last year around the reduction of the consumer science program, a lot of the things that people were talking about, really wanting our graduates to have, are not things that are necessarily covered in the areas that are through the state's proficiencies lists of curriculum. And so in a lot of conversations back and forth, we are going to bring back a version of senior survival. Charlie was very excited when he heard about this.
I was just going to say, he was my senior survival teacher when I was here.
And it hasn't been in place, I think, since when I came here in '96, it was already long gone.
Yeah, it's that old.
Yeah, but it,
Yeah, thanks for that.
And the idea is we would run it as part of our flex schedule, so that kids, it wouldn't bump a requirement from a kid. They take it during our flex time, weekly through the course of the year. So it wouldn't have the depth and breadth that previous one did. This one, you survived that. But it would provide a lot of the financial literacy piece that people talked about were missing, and it would gel the 100% placement rate between college and work that we've talked about as well. So that's the idea. And we decided to use the same name because we thought people would really dig that.
I'm not trying to do, but it's fun. We did get asked to provide senior survival. People do remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it is really old.
And we can do that at no additional cost, by the way.
Music to my ears.
I thought so.
So this policy then is revised, and you're proposing that we warn it for adoption?
That's correct.
Okay. More questions about the policy? Yes?
And I would just say that I don't know if there's a way to do this maybe in the motion, but that this requirement would take effect for next year's senior class, not this year's. We don't want to convolute, we don't have the senior survival class in place. So to add it, to make that a requirement now effective immediately would create all sorts of problems for us. So maybe in the motion you could have it take effect, either that piece, that one line take effect, or I'm not sure how you would word it, but something where this would take effect for the class of 2021 and beyond.
Okay. All right, so we just need a motion to warn this policy for adoption, effective for the 2021 class.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded to adopt policy, what? To warn, I'm sorry. Thank you. To warn policy D1, the proficiency-based graduation requirements, effective for seniors in the class of 2021. Any more discussion on that? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful, thank you. The ayes have it. Okay, next we have received an email. You want to talk about this, Lori?
I can.
You can? Oh, save me.
Okay. So, remember when I came around and you signed all sorts of documents with the solar agreement? We're back to that. So Peck Electric, who now owns the solar project, just had to get some refinance, basically, all of their projects. And I'm looking at the email as I'm making sure I get everything right here. So when Newbrook signed on to the project, it was done as a license, not a lease. The bank that they are financing with is requiring it to be a lease. So the lease that I think Joe has, I don't think everybody has.
No, I have the lease and the memorandum of lease.
All right. So the lease is basically replacing the license. There really was no other structural change other than it says lease now versus license. And it also is with West River and not Newbrook. So those were the only changes made to the document. But in order to get the lease payment, this needs to be signed. And so that they came to us about a month ago. We went back and forth. We had our lawyers actually visit, lawyers review the contract to make sure that it was in line with the license that was signed before, which it was. They had some suggestions which the Peck Electric made without question. One was that it needed to be a confidential document, and we all know that it's a public document, so they changed that, took that wording out. So it's pretty much the same thing, it's just they need it for their financing.
I have a copy of the lease here if anybody wants to see it. It also, in the original document, it said that if they needed a lease, that we could enter into a lease.
Yeah, so
They were going to be able to do it under the terms of the license, but if there was a requirement for the lease, it was already pre-authorized.
Right, section 7.2 refers to that in the license. If you so choose, the motion would be to have the board chair sign in front of a notary. So that needs to be a notarized document. And needs to be done before December 31st. The first lease payment is in January.
Well, I got something to say. Surprise, surprise. The Newbrook Board, Joint Contract Board, has previously made a decision to sell the solar field property back to the town of Newfane. And the original documentation for that was done. I don't know if the supervisory union ever put their, they were supposed to, the property transfers were supposed to be documented in each town. Was that ever done?
We requested it of the lawyers were doing it. I can't tell you if it's absolutely done for all of the entities yet or not.
Well, if it's not done for Newfane, the town of Newfane, on the town of Newfane's document that was signed by me from the board, it says on the last paragraph that all the properties to be transferred except for the lease payments and the property the solar field is on and a throughway to the solar field. And that property is supposed to go to the town of Newfane. So, if that document has been filed, then the SU already agreed well, the SU on behalf of Act 46 vote, whatever you want to call it, has transferred the property. So
We got that letter. Actually, that letter should have been in correspondence. And
This
it
is
was
the
in the board packet, right, yeah.
I'm looking at the board packet.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at.
You're talking about the letter that was to me from Fisher and Fisher? Ken?
October 23rd.
October 23rd? Asking, from Fisher and Fisher, talking about that they'd like to talk about the next steps to transfer the deed from the West River to them.
yeah.
We had a discussion when they first approached us about this at the board level, where we talked about the vote that was taken in March conveyed all the property, and while the actual property transfer didn't take place by operation of law and under statute, the minute the taxpayers voted to combine, all that property became district property.
That's what a couple of members of this board decided.
That's-
We never got the legal.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we got
No.
a letter from our attorney that said that, and then we can go back and find that. So, and we've now been, this letter was in your board packet, and I apologize, we skipped over it. We can go back to this in a second, but essentially, Newfane approached us, and I've given this letter to Bill, and he's sent it to our attorneys. We don't, at this point, have a response to that letter yet, but they're essentially asking what are the next steps to complete the transfer to Newbrook. And when we discussed this, we had this discussion once before when the town of Newfane came through the select board asking us about conveying the solar fields, and it was the consensus of the board and a written response back from our attorneys saying, no, by operation of law, when the taxpayers voted, this became district property and it belongs to the West River Education District, and as far as I'm aware of right now, the West River Board is not interested in transferring the solar field and those lease payments to anyone. The letter that's in the board packet tonight, since the board has already sort of spoken on that, I can work with Bill to have our attorneys craft a response from us. If our viewpoint has changed, I guess we'd have to talk about that, but.
This was that untelevised meeting, I remember now, okay.
So, anyway, that's, I think, what you're talking about, but this is just sort of, it was one landlord, it is the other landlord, and in order for PEC to continue operating the solar field, their lender's requiring that the current landlord, which is the West River Education District, sign this lease agreement so that they can make payments under this lease.
Yeah, this is more technical.
This is more
Yeah,
technical
it's
than
technical, and
anything else.
It's my understanding that the bank is requiring this from PEC Electric.
Yes.
So if it's not signed, I don't know that anybody gets the lease payment.
And I don't know we would have to check, but I don't know if PEC would get their refinance either.
Exactly.
that shouldn't be this board's concern whether they get their refinance or not.
Well, we'd like to get paid, but
Well,
it
right,
might screw
right.
that up for
No,
them
that-
too.
That's true, but you know, I'm just saying that shouldn't be this board's concern. Wouldn't it be prudent to get some more guidance on this before we make action one way or the other?
Specifically, what guidance?
Well,
We've already.
well, I mean, I.
Well, the fact of the matter.
Mike has
Go
got the
ahead,
floor
Mike.
right now.
Yeah, well, you know, just the legalities of it. Like, I mean, I heard what you said. I remember that meeting. I remember reading that letter. But before we go ahead and draw something up to benefit a third party, we should make sure we're legally correct.
Where is the third-party benefit?
Peck Electric is the third party. They're refinancing, they're getting a benefit.
We're getting the benefit under the terms of
We're,
this.
we're,
We're
okay,
getting
multiple
paid.
parties are getting a benefit, but this is specifically for them.
Well, this is specifically so that they can make lease payments to us.
Well,
This is just technical.
It's a banking.
it's a banking
The bank
issue, but
is
I
required.
personally would feel it would be prudent to get, you know, I haven't heard anything, like, I saw the letter that you emailed us, but I never heard anything back from that, right? So has.
That letter hasn't been responded to yet. We had the previous letter where the attorneys, where we sought this guidance, and the
Yeah,
attorney
I remember
said,
that too, yep.
you know, no, by operation of law, that all became district property, and so, you know, it's the West River Education District has all the lands, buildings, leases, everything is all entirely ours.
Right.
So we've already sought that guidance and got it, and now we just
But
have
this
to
is,
act
this
on
is setting the stage for potentially a legal issue with one of our member towns, or two of our member towns potentially, right? So I would think that we would have a more responsibility to our member towns than to, you know, Peck Electric's refinance request.
Go ahead, Emily.
Somebody's spoken first before me, but.
One of the points of this whole thing was Act 46 made a provision that any board business done before the 1st of July was to be honored by this new board.
Emily?
So I think we're talking about two separate issues. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a technical change as far as just the paperwork, essentially. I'm just trying to make it simple. This is just a technical change. It's the same thing we have today, will be the same thing tomorrow. It's just calling it a lease as opposed to a license. The other issue, I mean, it doesn't change the ownership or anything else like that, or any of the agreements. It's just making a technical change. The other issue is one that we're still having to address down the road, and clearly we've got this letter and we're gonna have to respond to it. And I'm assuming that you, Joe, are in contact with Bill and whoever else you need to be in contact with
The
to find out
attorneys.
because we had already responded to the select board, I think, or whoever in Newfane about this. That's a separate issue. Am I wrong on that?
No, I was
So
gonna say essentially the same thing.
I want to make sure that we're staying on task on what we need to do and make sure that we are getting this lease thing straightened out so that we get this payment. This is really, so I'm going to just go ahead and make the motion, just so that we can continue the conversation under that motion to have the board chair sign that agreement to change the license to a lease.
I'll second it.
And now we can go on, other people can.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to have the board chair sign the lease agreement and corresponding memorandum of lease between West River Modified Union Education District and Peck Electric. Further discussion, I agree with what Emily said. It's two separate issues. The lease and memorandum of the lease allow the West River District to collect this money on behalf of our students and our district. The larger issue of ownership of that ultimate property, I mean, there's been a letter from the town of Newfane. There's been a response to that from our attorneys. There's now a second letter from their attorneys. I guess we can get we've sent that to our attorneys, and we can certainly respond to that as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you're right, they are
separate.
kind of separate issues. I was just wondering if it would be prudent to not jump into something until we had a full view of what we're looking at.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since they are the two separate issues, should for some reason the town of Newfane prevail with the legal reasoning they're bringing forward, there would be nothing to prevent that lease from them being transferred to the town of Newfane, correct?
Nope.
That's right.
They would have to go through this procedure and sign the lease, and they would be the new landlord. I mean, whoever ultimately ends up owning that property would then have to enter into the lease with PEC.
But by this board signing a document
Which we've already done.
saying that they are getting the lease payment, that they're the beneficiary of the lease payment, when indeed other paperwork says they have not received this property. Because if the lawyers, like I said, went to each town like they were supposed to do, that because all the board chairs had to sign by July 1st, a document stating the real properties and, right? And that transfer, that was supposed to go to the lawyers, and the lawyers were supposed to bring them to each town and have them filed. And if that paperwork is filed indeed, like it was supposed to be months ago, therefore, it already states in that property that this district does not own that property.
But that's being questioned, right? Is that my understanding, that is being questioned by the board?
Of course,
Right.
because we've already done that.
If the SU filed the paperwork, the SU is acknowledging the property does not belong to this district. That's why I'm asking, was it or was it not filed?
I can't answer that.
Al, go ahead.
I don't believe this is germane to the motion. And I think we should, looking at our norms, keep the board productive and effective. We should avoid sideline discussions like that.
Is it though, is questionable title? So does
There's a
it-
motion made and it had made no mention of what we're discussing.
I just don't want to see this board get sued further down the line by the town of Newfane for falsely signing documents that they're not supposed to be signing. I'm trying to save the board, but you do what you want.
It's not my motion, but.
Okay, well, duly noted, I guess. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to authorize the chair to sign the lease and the corresponding memorandum of lease, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
How many opposed? Show of hands, 3? Okay. Abstentions? All right, the ayes have it. All right, I will sign that in front of a notary, and we can, we can decide what to do with the other letter. There was a letter written for me, actually, by the attorneys and sent back to you, Ken, as chair of the Newfane board. The last paragraph of which comes from this board, I'm speaking for this board. To be clear, West River's position is that any attempt to transfer the property underlying the solar field will be in clear violation of its legal rights and state statutes, and we will take all necessary steps to protect its legal interests in this regard. The board's already decided. The solar field is ours, and we will continue to. That's June 27th. Prior to that, and we will continue to assert our legal rights there.
You have none, but that's okay.
I think that would be a matter for the attorneys.
I think it'll be a matter for the judge. We'll find out in the future.
Okay. So, and you'll of course recuse yourself from this as you're one side of it, right?
Well, are you gonna recuse is the board gonna recuse itself from it? Because they're gonna benefit from it if they, gee, think about that.
Yeah, we'll move on. Okay, so with respect to that attorney's letter, I will have the attorneys draft a response to that, and we'll see what happens, right?
And you might want to find out if your attorney filed that paperwork or not.
Okay.
Well, that's a reasonable point, we should find out.
Sure. All right, budget, first look. You've been waiting for this one, right, Lori?
All night long.
Room's ready for you now.
Yeah, I Glad we got that lease thing out of the way. Okay, so, let me talk about the process first, and then we'll dive in. So, this year I met with, well, the big overall process is that Wyndham Central's budget is prepared and goes before their board first, and that involves the superintendent, special ed, and typically what we refer to as the agency fund budget, that actually has not been, it has not gone before the board. It doesn't usually get approved until March anyway, and there was a lot of movement in it this year. So, but I do have some I have the numbers in the West River budget. So of course the superintendent's, the special ed, and the agency fund budget all funnel into the West River budget. So at that point then I met with all of the principals and all of the department heads, and we had a protocol this year where if there were any requests, because we developed a budget committee, or you guys developed a budget committee, and we had a protocol where if there were any budget increases or decreases, anything changed to the budget, that we had a form that was filled out, and we uploaded that to a budget committee folder that we all share. So everybody on the budget committee has seen those. So that was basically the process that we went through. We also, you know, when we were going through the process, we were always keeping in the forefront the value statements and the guiding principles that you all have, that I shared with you from the budget development and execution sheet that I had given you before, which were the guiding principles all aligned with your values. So, you ready to dive in? So ready. So ready, okay.
Already been swimming.
All right, so I gave you some fast facts on the front. That was a good suggestion by one of our committee members, so that you would understand that what the different buildings look like. So that's important to see. And then the next page gives us basically the overall summary of the increase of 904,000 and where those increases are coming from. So take a few minutes to field any questions on that summary sheet. Anybody? Everybody's had lots of time to look at this, right? You've studied it all and you're good, right? Okay. All right, so the first page of the budget, the actual budget, you know, we decided to go with a detailed budget for you, which is, you know, every single line item in the budget, so that you would have a good understanding of the change in FTEs and also any particular notes that we wanted to put in there. So the first section of the budget is, the budget is laid out in levels. So we have our pre-K, then our elementary, and then our secondary, and then there's at the end what we call the district-wide expenses that basically apply to all the budget, you know, at all levels. So the pre-K budget that you see in front of you here represents, the total represents about a 2.41% increase overall. So not that much of an increase really in the scheme of things. You know, the one thing I will say that's throughout this whole budget, and this year we have the year over year, right? So last year we didn't really have that year over year look because it was a new budget. But the different, you know, when I'm budgeting certain people in certain areas. And so those people tend to change after the budget has passed. And so that's a result of just changing your personnel around in your building or whatever the case may be. So that's, you know, why there's a decrease. There actually isn't a decrease in personnel. See, there were 2 FTEs and then 2 FTEs for fiscal year '21. Slight increase in FTEs for paraeducators, and that's mainly for the pre-K aftercare program, which is self-sustaining. Actually, there is revenue that covers that cost. You're not seeing any revenues here, so. Actually, I think made a little money last year. Probably on camera. Okay, so now we're headed into the elementary. Any questions on pre-K before we move out of there?
That's assuming same thing that's happening this year for pre-K.
No.
What's
not necessarily. It could assume, and I think that this is later in the agenda, of potentially not having a pre-K at Jamaica and having all the pre-K at Townsend.
So the assumption is pre-K at Townsend in this
Yes,
thing? Okay.
correct.
I have a question. So you said that this increase is offset by revenue? How much?
How much revenue?
Yeah, how much, like, where is that shown?
Well, you're not seeing revenues here, so
Where do we see that?
you will see it next time in the next budget cycle, or January, because.
And do we have an estimate of how much that's gonna be?
It'll be whatever it costs to
Full
maintain
cost.
the program, yeah. Right. Or and you can probably speak a little bit better to this, or if there's not enough students to, then it'll be a reduction in expenses, right? Does that make sense to you? It's self-sustaining.
Would you like me to speak more to that?
Sure.
Okay. No, Lori's right. It is self-sustaining, and actually we did come out with a surplus last year. And we actually increased the fees per daily per student this year, so we're anticipating actually more in the revenue. And so we have coverage of 1 to 10 per student. We have gone over that for projected enrollment, but absences, maybe we have 3 kids out, maybe we're projected at 13, maybe we have 4 kids out that day. So the staff member that would be on would just be sent home, so it wouldn't cost us hourly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so there's approximately 59 pre-K students throughout the district, and some of those are in a school, and some are in pre-K providers outside of the public school. All right, elementary, K through 5. All right, so this is actually a decrease in direct instruction, and it's merely a shift, so I want to make sure I point that out. So last year I budgeted a academic support teacher in this line item, and there was already a 0.6 academic support teacher. We're moving those positions to the central office as part of the academic support team. So it will give us a good look, give you a good look at what are we spending on academic support throughout the whole SU. So it's a shift, and we'll see as we go through the budget. I will show you later where it comes back into West River. You don't lose any service. That's the bottom line. There's some paraeducators. We saw a need this year for really having people, more bodies to do duties, right? So that was something that came out of some of the school choice, and also a 0.5 paraeducator was requested in order to reduce the principal at Jamaica down to 0.4. It's currently a 0.5 position there now, and so that other 10% would go to Leland and Gray. Okay, moving down along, we got art that's relatively unchanged from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 20, other than benefits and salary increases, of course, affect everything. Oh no, something was not right in my copy. Did it skip a page?
So double-sided, did you see the back?
No, okay, maybe I'm getting confused myself. All right, music and band, thank you. I don't have a double copy on here, that's why. Music and band, same thing. This is actually not a reduction in service, although it is a reduction overall, and that's just because of basically the agency fund. So anywhere that you see the 5591 account, and you see the account title is Purchase Service from Public Vermont LEA, that means it's coming in from what we refer to as the agency fund. So there may have been a change in healthcare or something that affected that cost to go down. Music education is a reduction here. Again, it's interesting that it's a 20.2 reduction, but the overall reduction isn't that much. And again, that's because healthcare increases and that type of thing. Okay, PE. So this is where we are, there was an increase requested, and it's going from a 0.4, I'm sorry, a 1.0, if you look at both the line 60. I need my own ruler here. Anybody needs a ruler, please help yourself. And 68. So it's going from a 1.0 to a 1.2. And special education, this is just an overall shift in elementary to secondary. So there's no decrease really in this. The overall increase for special ed for this budget is $68,000, which is K through 12. Guidance also was a bit of an increase there as well. Requested increase. And the school nurse, this was a requested increase. So currently the school nurse for West River is through the agency fund, and it's we had a lot of laughs around this in the budget committee meeting because it's actually a 0.91 with the 0.01 going to Wyndham. And so, and then there's another entity that also had part of the nurse, which is not West River. So the overall for West River was a 0.80. Okay, so we're increasing that to 0.99 because we still need to have some amount of nursing in as a requirement in Wyndham. And then also another requested position for a full-time nurse. So really what you're ending up with is a 1.99 between the three schools, elementary schools. I thought he was coming for a ruler. All right, we're going pretty fast here. Anybody have any questions before we move on? No, okay.
Doing great, Lori.
All right. Library media, no real changes there. Again, it may have been some healthcare changes or something else changed within another entity that is why it's basically flat there. The principal's office, this is the administration. This is where, again, all the principals and their assistants and all of the costs for that, for elementary only, just to point that out. And this is also where the JVS split also comes into play with Leland and Gray. So you can see there was a 2.5 for fiscal year 20 down to a 2.4 based on the number of students that will be in the building that we're projecting for next year. Okay. Make sure we turn it the right way here. Okay, operations of buildings. This was another requested increase based on the, yes.
Sorry, can I go back?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just looking at the nurse salary. It looks like the nurse that we're getting through the agency fund costs twice as much as the nurse that we get if we hire it directly.
Because you're combining all the salary and benefits and the whole program. You're paying a piece of the program through the agency fund. So whenever you see that throughout the whole budget, anywhere you're seeing that purchased from the LEA, you're seeing what it costs for salary, benefits, FICA, all of that combined.
So Drew, you'd have to add line 76, 77, 78, and 79.
So it'd still be $13,000 cheaper if we just employed 2 of our own.
And that's part of what happens with the agency fund.
So, does it make sense for us to do it that way? If we can get it $13,000 cheaper if we just employ
So
them?
some of it's contractual in how you reduce and move around people. So we can look at that if you want to task me with looking at that.
Seems like an expensive way of doing business. If we're getting upcharged for all of these employees that we're moving to the SU, we're paying a premium on top of every one of them. That could be contributing to our $900,000 increase.
A little bit, it is. So, and it's also the same for River Valley. So I talked about this with the budget committee. The agency fund in its day was wonderful and really provided for all of the districts when you have very small districts that could not employ full-time teachers or full-time nurses, guidance counselors, whatever. Now that the entities are bigger, we're going to see a shift. Basically, the agency fund will probably go away. And so any new hires, I've started putting into the individual budgets. You know, if it's a 1.0, I'm not going to put it in the agency fund and then charge back West River when it's only going to serve. That position's only going to serve West River. So I hear what you're saying, and I haven't made that move with all of the different areas of the agency fund because it involves a lot of moving around of people. And so those are all contractual things that need to be worked through. I think you will see it for next year.
This looks really expensive.
It is, and I can relook at it and look at what effect it would have contractually. I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know you didn't have anything else to do, so it's fine.
It's actually something that you will see a lot more of next year. So it's, you know, every year the budget evolves, and next year, and same thing for River Valleys, and the same thing for Marlboro and Wyndham, is they will start to see actual, you know, employment in their districts versus this agency fund, which served a very good purpose, but it's probably not needed or won't be needed in the future as much. Okay, moving along. Thanks for keeping me on track. All right, so this is another requested increase based on the amount of students at Townsend and the fact that they did not have a full-time, it's an equity issue as well. They didn't have a full-time person in the building. And so with some of these increases that are going from anytime you're getting over a certain amount of hours is then benefits kick in, right? So you're also adding not just salary, but you're also adding benefits. So
What's that number of hours, Lori?
we have to offer benefits at 17 and a half hours, but it's prorated based on the FTE, which is basically like a 0.47 is roughly the FTE. Anything over that is eligible. Any questions on operations?
I got one, Lori.
Sure.
Is there any particular reason why the snow plowing at Townsend is forecasted to go up like 6,400? What's that based on?
That's not just Townsend. So
Okay.
remember, this elementary budget.
It's all the schools, got you,
All
yeah.
your schools, and this is actually in response to the Newbrook, the town is no longer
Okay.
plowing.
Okay.
So they had to.
Fair enough.
Contract with somebody. Okay, So there we have it. That is basically the transportation is just this is just the transportation that is contracted for the whole SU. So that is the elementary portion of the budget. So we're moving along to secondary, and you know, where you had in elementary, you had your direct instruction for all the subject areas combined. This in secondary has always been broken down by subject area. So the English, just a slight increase here in FTEs is what it ended up to be, 0.17. And math is the only requested increase here. English and math, I know social studies is next, right? Or science, okay. All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
Sorry, and I'm just I was waiting for secondary, but maybe it should have not been, maybe I shouldn't have waited, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So now that we have a true middle school, we have 6 through 12 in one building, but we have one principal. Does it make sense, should we ever think about, does the middle school deserve one person that's overlooking those 3 grades as there are in each of the other buildings, with the exception right now of Jamaica, that person is shared between?
Correct.
I don't know, it's something that I apologize that I didn't bring it up to the budget committee prior to this, but it's something that kind of just occurred to me lately. I'm not looking to increase the budget, of course, but it's a thought that came to me in looking at the first draft when we got it. I don't know, maybe it's more of a Bill question?
I think yes, and I think it's, you know, maybe to your other board members about how they feel about that as well. I'll put anything that the board asks me to put in the budget.
Like I said, it was just something that I thought of. I don't know if anybody else had thoughts on that.
I would love to hear what you guys have to say about it. Do you mind?
Love being on the spot.
I know you do.
So historically, Leland did have what they called an associate principal for the middle school back in the day. And it was someone whose role was to basically be the principal of the middle school. And then the building principal was sort of the high school principal and the overall principal. I mean, to me, like with the number of students, the complexities of a middle school, the difference between a middle school and a high school, I think there's merit to having that conversation for sure.
And I wasn't meaning to take away from the overall principal job, like maybe it is a vice or an associate or something, but it's occurred to me just because having a child in the middle school, you know, there are things that come up that I'm sort of like, oh, how does this, what makes the most sense, you know? So I mean, if anybody else had thoughts, it's just something that I've thought about.
You and then Howie.
I don't mind if Howie goes first.
Okay, then Howie,
Howie
then you.
was on, whatever.
Well, Emily, you also probably remember back in the day when we actually did have 2 principals in this school. It took us years and years to finally reduce and force to get down to 1 principal. And as you point out when you say that, it costs money to have another administrator in the building. I mean, we're looking already at an increase that's going to be really tough to sell to our voters. So I would say that adding another administrative person to this whole thing is not.
Well, just how I clarify, it wouldn't be adding, there's already, the way that it's
That's
designed with the share with Jamaica, there's already a 0.6 administrator in this. So you really be talking about a 0.4 addition, not a full addition.
Well,
So just so you're.
Okay,
yeah,
so even a 0.4 addition, I would say any addition to the administrative load with declining enrollment, I don't think is practical.
So Howie and I remember the same time frame of trying to address a challenging issue that we had when we had 2 full-time principals in the school, 1 middle school, 1 high school. And it really did become quite challenging even for our staff members. Who do we go to, you know, who's in charge of what? But we didn't have a reduction in force or salary when we changed it. We actually changed it to an associate principal who worked under a building principal. There was no cost savings at the time. We kept the same person, and we hoped that the same person would stay, and they did. So it was really more a matter of operational, how, you know, it made it a lot more smooth at the time. You know, and then later, we did do a reduction in, can't remember what principal it was at the time, where we actually did reduce administration. I think it was under Durin, if I remember correctly, where we went down even farther with it. But when we moved from a building principal, two principals to a building principal overseeing the whole school with an associate principal, that wasn't a cost savings. They were doing the same job essentially for the most part. And I think it's worth us taking a look at the need, given the budget at the time. I think, I don't want to get too hung up on it, frankly. It's not a...
And also it
request.
doesn't, sorry, it may not be this year's budget. It was just a thought that I had that I wanted to bring up to the board level, just to say, hey, what's the consensus? Does anybody have feedback? Does anybody have thoughts?
It's an important conversation around supporting a middle school, I think. And I appreciate you bringing it up. I think we need to make sure that we're really supporting the middle school, especially now, in the transition time.
And I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
you. I was just going to say that also after having a full year of it functioning, of how is it working, when we have that evaluation process, I think that's when that should come up.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Your turn.
Thank you.
Back to you, Lori.
All right, so, again, I was talking about, I guess, math being the only real requested increase in all of the secondary. And moving right along to science.
What are those math increases? What's the deal?
So last year, we had one of our veteran teachers retire, but stay on part-time as an emeritus, if you will, teaching AP calculus. That teacher's reached the end of the time he's willing to do that for. So a lot of challenges around maintaining the program. First of all, finding an instructor who can do AP calculus. But also, one of the things that we did last year is we brought in, as part of our reductions, we combined some stuff, and we combined a math and a science position at the high school so that there'd be a teacher hired to kind of be half of each as part of reductions to both departments.
Yep.
And what we found when we actually built the schedule with that FTE combined was that they really ended up teaching 5 out of the 6 classes in the math department and only 1 science. So it wasn't really 50-50. And that's really based on the complexities of how math courses are structured and sequenced, and the need to have a certain number of courses in each semester that kids can go from one to the other in, and having that one ready before the next one, and building that structure. So that was one of the things we discovered. And then the third element, which really pushed me to come to Bill and Lori and have the conversation, was in our home program, which is our special education hands-on minds engaged program that we have down in D-level. They have been functioning for the middle school and the high school program, and the only non-elective credit that they've been able to get while there is social studies, based on the licensure of the person that runs it. So it was my hope was to integrate another disciplinary area into that program so that those students could gather other credits. Now, normally, I don't want to make it sound like they never get any other credits. They do, but they have to come out of the program to do it. And it can slow down their ability to graduate on time. So by pushing some math instruction into that program, which I think is a logical place because of the nature of what they do, with carpentry and so on and so forth, they'll be able to garner some math credit as well. So that was sort of the 3, the AP Calc, the non-50-50 split on that other position, and the home program need was where I came up with adding a 0.75 to 2.5 that's already there to make a full-time. So it's really a .75 addition.
Yep. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Moving down to social studies, this is it's just a change in personnel, and looking back at fiscal year 20, because this is a fairly large increase, obviously, is that I did not budget quite enough for the to be hired that was going to be split in that category. Plus you have the negotiated raises, and there are actually many column changes, which they are not all represented in this, which is a wonderful thing, because it means teachers are really utilizing their professional development. But not all of the column changes are actually in this budget yet. Some just landed on my desk on Friday. So, but there were some column changes as well. So this is partially what's reflected in this. Journey East, as you see in the bottom there, that is reduced because we're on this fiscal year 21 budget would be the off year. So every other year it's 31 or 18 depending on whether they're coming or going. Art, no real major increases there. For driver's ed, world language, health, all those FTEs remain the same, and they're just a matter of different healthcare or other increases. So PE is the same FTE. Please stop me if I'm going too fast. And just trying to point out where there's any major increases along the way. We have the direct instruction other. I've moved down now to line 274. If there's anything above that, just let me know. The direct instruction other is basically the other areas where how we run the school in terms of unemployment, where that gets hit and that type of thing. So the life and disability, you'll see actually a decrease there, and that's because it's separated into all of the different areas. It's actually easier to get a true cost per employee when you separate it out, so that's why we did that. Special education, you can see that involves the shift. You have the negative in the elementary. This is the increase here, but the overall again increase is 68,000. We haven't got the numbers on the vocational, so those are, I just flatlined those there. No real increases on the work ed. Okay. Nope. Tough time. All right, there we go. Page 7. Again, no personnel changes till we get down to guidance, which you can see again is another large increase in that area, and that is basically who was in the position at the time of the budget, when the budget was being built last year, and who is in the position now. And so there was a change in personnel there. School nurse, no change in the FTE there. This is instructional staff training, so this is all the administratively directed PD that takes place for the secondary. Library and media, no real change there. Principal's office is actually a slight reduction from the 2.0 in the mid-management supervisor line item to 1.6. And so that's where the other split position is in there, is the 0.6. Down to operation of buildings. So a slight increase there of 5.2, FTEs, and that's really to plan for the summer work that actually has been happening the last 2 summers, and there just we haven't really put it into the budget, because we're never sure if it's going to happen, but after year 2 of it happening, and the need for it, because that's when the maintenance department can really get the most done is in the summer, so they hire some students in to help get that work done. So just budgeting for it. Page 9. Okay, coming down the home stretch, guys. All right. So the construction services in this part of the budget at the top, I'm still on building ops, 404. I just want to point this out because this is going to go along with some money that's in the district-wide budget that is for the deferred maintenance plan, and we'll review that there, but I just kind of want you to bookmark it so you can remember that number there, the 42.8. And Trey is not here tonight, but he's actually working with me as an intern in the office, and he's working on a project around the electricity and the solar. So you can see that right now we have it budgeted the same, but in the next draft, hopefully if we can finish up this project, we might be able to reduce the electricity a little bit because there's some savings with solar, and there was also some savings elsewhere by, I think they did a lot of retrofitting for the lights and that type of thing. So he's working on a project with me on that, so we're looking into that. Care and upkeep of grounds, that increase there on line 416, that's also, you'll see that in the deferred maintenance plan as well. Transportation, that's the district-wide transportation, and then of course co-curricular transportation. This is for field trips and also sports teams, that type of thing. Okay, now we're into the district-wide that affects everything. So we have our substitutes line in there because the substitutes are secondary, primary. And then I want to direct you to the line 431. So remember I said that back in the elementary we took out the 1.6 and that this was just a shift, it wasn't actually a savings. So this is where the total is coming back in from what we refer to as the agency fund right now, where our academic support team is being budgeted as a whole, as a team. Okay. So that's 117,000. So that is, it's not an increase to the budget, but rather a shift. Co-curricular, that's the laughter program for the elementaries. And it doesn't happen at the high school level currently, except for maybe some transportation, I think, that comes out of that. But it could come back in the future, I guess. There's some summer stuff as well in there, yes. And the social work, again, is district-wide. It's not elementary or secondary. That's coming in from the agency fund. Instructional staff training, again, that is part of the master agreement. It's the PD. It's allocated by teacher union. The Board of Ed, no real changes there. The SU assessment went up 3.71% there. That's special items. I want to point that out because we talked about this earlier with the buyout. So we have not budgeted for the retirement buyouts of $55,000. It is open to 5, but typically we don't see all 5 used. So in order to put like a placeholder in there for those buyouts, I put 22,000, as I did last year. I think it ended up to be 3 last year, so it's a little bit over budget, but it depends on the year. previous year it was less, so. The audit, legal services, I did increase that based on actual. This is another area where there's a large increase here in admin technology services. So this is the technology services that are purchased through the SU as a whole. Again, it's the whole technology budget for all of the SU. And it was recommended that that there be a 1.0, well, it's actually going to be a 1.15 increase for West River. The stats that Peter Golrick, our director of technology, threw out, it should be 1 person to every 150 students. So this gets us more in line with that. Then the operation of buildings. So this is a fairly large decrease here, but it's really just, again, another shift. So last year, this, if you look at the fiscal year 20 column E, you see it was $235,000, so, which is this year. So that was put into the budget. I think at the first draft, it was $700 and something thousand, so it was reduced, but that was for a engineering consultant to come in, and which I believe the building committee is starting to work on. And also, it was for deferred maintenance that had not happened over the years, and so there was money there to do that. And it was also for the first payment of the bond that was going to happen. So what I did was I kept $150,000 in there on the recommendation of, which you'll find later in the packet, of all of the deferred maintenance from our Director of Operations. And he also met with all the principals, I believe, and went over that list as well as reviewing the capital needs assessment. So you'll see both things in there, requests from the principals and the capital needs assessment. So there's $150,000 budgeted for fiscal year 21, and the bond for the biomass project has been moved now to debt. So we were unsure where it was going to end up before, but now it's true debt. So it's moved down there. Okay. Food operations did increase a little bit. That, we're not quite halfway through the year yet with the West River Food Program. So I'm still working with Chris as far as what the budget will look like for next year, but there's always going to be your healthcare increases and your salary increases and that type of thing. So I did increase that slightly, but we actually don't really have a good feeling quite yet for that, but we also know that we have support from outside agencies like the Stratton Foundation and other things too. So then we're into the debt, which is increased obviously for the biomass, which is a 5-year bond. It is also the last year of the HVAC system at Newbrook. So in fiscal year 22, that will be reduced by about $68,000. So the overall increase in FTE, it's a little different than what's on your summary sheet, because what's on your summary sheet is the requested increases. But the overall FTE increases is 4.46. Okay, next page. Well, we can do this all night, guys. So I just wanted to point out this is the building operations budget here. And anything you see in the column that says budget submission for first draft means that it has been put in there into this budget. Okay, so those are the items that will be done for fiscal year 21. There's still money, obviously, in fiscal year 20 to be spent, so For instance, in Jamaica, there's a plan to spend that money this year to take care of those projects there. Does anybody have any questions on that? You guys are so good. Okay.
My left was Mr. Dino the other day, and I thought that the roof and the lights in the gymnasium are gonna be, we're gonna use money from this year to spend that down, so we wouldn't need.
Right, so I should have put fiscal year 20 expense, and I
Okay.
didn't, but he has that on his radar.
Yep, yep.
Sorry.
No, that's great.
And then the last page is just the major expenses broken down by percentage, and, there's a fair amount that is non-controllable. And basically, if you kind of work your way from the 28% around to the yellow, to the 18%, all of those are related to contractual items, special education, that type of thing, that are fairly not, you don't have a lot of control over the 13% increase in healthcare, for instance. Minimum 13%, it went 13 to, 15, almost 15%, so. And there was a lot of movement in healthcare this year within our districts. So that was also very interesting with open enrollment that just happened. And column changes, that was the other thing I mentioned before. A lot of movement with column changes and insurance this year.
Does everybody understand what you mean when you say that? Column changes?
Column changes,
I mean,
so.
I just hope everybody understands.
Sure, it's part of the master agreement, there's a salary schedule, and each column is depending upon your education, and then the step you are on you can probably speak to this better because you've had more experience, but it's years of experience, basically. So when somebody jumps a column, it means they've gotten more education, more credits.
It can be significant if somebody gets a master's degree, that kind of thing, so.
Right, it can be, it can be like $5,000 or more, plus their normal increase. So it's not just the whatever percentage is negotiated, it's also jumping a column as well.
Right.
I have a question about transportation.
Okay.
So I was curious if you could speak a little bit to having made the shift to the adventure limousine service versus the privately done, or however it was previous to that, and has that actually been successful financially and otherwise?
Sure, so that's mainly for the special education, right? So it was necessary. I won't say it's financially advantageous. It was necessary because of the risk of having private providers driving students and for insurance purposes. So basically, the insurance company would not cover them.
But they are still in other districts, correct? That old system is still in place in other districts?
Not in Wyndham Central, no.
Not at all?
No, for all special education transportation. Now, if we pay a parent to drive their own student and they get paid just mileage, that's different than paying them a salary to transport.
Okay.
Okay, or paying anybody a salary to transport that student. A lot of this came into play because of Uber and Lyft. That added to the complexity because they're actually considered in a lot of ways an Uber or Lyft driver, right? So if they don't go out and get commercial insurance, they're not covered because they're not covered by our insurance.
Right.
So it was opening up the district to a huge risk of, so
it required individuals to have commercial insurance.
Which they were not willing to get for obvious reasons of cost.
So is it financially better to, I'm just trying to understand, if it's not the best time for it, that's fine, but is it financially better then to not cover the extra cost of insurance versus paying the
limousine service?
So we looked at this several different ways and with our legal advice as well and the insurance company, and there is not really a good way around it other than to have a service do it. Unless we were to rent, so there is talk, or we're looking into actually leasing vans ourselves and employing drivers. Our insurance covers that.
Right.
No problems, no questions asked. But because it's their private car, it posed a problem. And
so with that, this is just something that's been in the back of my mind for a little while. Here it is filling out.
And a lot of commercial insurances might not cover them because they're not actually considered their own business.
Right.
Right? They would have to go to the expense of becoming their own business.
Sure.
And Leanne has some great
I was just going to share a different perspective on that. Because I did help do some research when the issue came up. There's not a lot of companies out there that write this type of insurance, at least in our region. It's different actually than an Uber or Lyft. Same idea really.
Right.
But insurance company put it in a different classifications. A lot of them call it kiddie transport. I hate the name. That's what they called it. We did get some quotes, most of them for like one car, it was like 10 grand a year. So it wasn't less expensive on the insurance end looking to do it that way if it could even be managed.
And versus, if you said you are sort of looking into making it a in-house cost?
Right, so without going too far down the
Sorry.
special ed trail, but it's fine. I did talk about this at the WCSU meeting, that we are looking at it. Right now, we're in a reimbursement model for special education. So for every dollar we spend, we get 56 cents back, okay? So in the next couple of years, we're going to be moving to Act 173, which I think you've heard about, which is basically, it's not a reimbursement model, it's a set amount that the AOE will give us. So if our, using round figures, if our special ed costs are $5 million and they write us a check for 2.5, we have to come up with the other 2.5. So right now, the cost, while it is more than what we want to be paying, we're, basically waiting until we get into that model of it's dollar for dollar. At that point, when you save money, it's dollar for dollar. So right now it's working. Adventure Taxi has been extremely responsive to our needs, and they manage it as well. So I'm sure you can imagine that it's, the calls at 5 in the morning. Sure. My kid's sick, don't come pick them up, that type of thing. They're managing all that as well. So there's, there needs to be somebody that manages that, and that may be our director of operations and transportation and food service. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to come.
Go ahead now. So we're looking at approximately 7.5%, 8% increase in budget. What are we looking at on the revenue side in terms of enrollment?
So we don't have all the revenues in yet. So that will be coming in the next couple of weeks. I'll be getting more information on revenues. Their equalized pupil is due out December 15th. The healthcare is also going to be decided on December 15th, which could actually affect this budget as well. So I don't have all the revenues yet, but I will have it for the next meeting. Which, what you're getting to is the tax rate, basically, right? That's the bottom line for most people.
We have to sell this budget to the voters.
Right.
And the 7.5% increase is going to be a tough sell, unless there's revenue to, cover it.
I agree.
More board questions? Thoughts? Traditionally, after the budget presentation, the board gets first crack at questions and comments and discussion, and then we open it up to the public that's come to talk about the budget. At the end of this, we can give direction to go back and consider some other things. We've already given the direction to go back and look at the nurse that's in the agency fund, just to see if that's, makes sense to pull that out of the agency fund. If there are other things that we want to have the administration task the administration with for the next meeting, for the next draft that's presented to us, that's what they need to hear. Anything?
Well, yeah, I'll say something. If we don't have a corresponding increase of revenue or students or something to show the voters for this increase, we're gonna have to cut something. So you guys might want to start thinking about what you will cut in case we don't get more revenue to cover this. But I'm not gonna, I don't wanna push that because we don't know what the revenue is yet. But be prepared, because if without a corresponding increase in revenue, I don't see how we can present this to the voters.
Can I just respond?
Sure.
I can tell you that I do not believe there will be an increase in revenue. I mean, there are different things that I'm seeing that there are going to be a decrease in revenue. And as declining enrollment continues, there will probably be a decrease in equalized pupils, which is the driver for the tax rate. There's some question as to small schools grant, which is now called the transition grant, was actually reduced down from what they told me it would be for the current year that we're in, but I'm still going back at the AOE on that one. And I know that tuition is down at Leland and Gray from students doing early college and also perhaps going to a different school. So I will tell you without having to come back to another meeting that I don't anticipate there's going to be an increase in revenues that we see in this budget.
Then I would like to request that you guys put together a menu of options to present to us at the next meeting that will bring the budget down.
Mike? Lori, would it be possible for the next meeting to, on your little one-page summary, to take a look at the enrollment and put, year-over-year projected enrollment? You just brought up the declining enrollment. It'd be nice to have a view of that as we're looking at the budget.
So that's the task. I'm supposed to write down all the administrative tasks.
That year-over-year enrollment prediction is a one-page chart that's published on all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
If you just resend that out, that should do. I don't.
Well, don't we have actual numbers for this year? And then we could have.
We just took the census and it just was certified. So ADM, year-over-year ADM, which isn't year-over-year equalized pupil.
Right.
But ADM are the kids in the chairs kind of thing. I can get that.
Okay, thank you.
And Lori, what is the cap on the equalized pupil reduction?
Right, so because you are a voluntary merger, you do have a 3.5% cap as far as being your equalized pupils dropping, which probably will come into play. I believe it will hold you at that 3.5%.
And we're at the 6-cent benefit for the property tax reduction.
That's correct.
That's like,
Anything else, Captain Board?
Hold harmless is still in effect.
That's the
For now?
3.5%.
That's the 3.5.
Right, for now.
Yeah.
Right. So there was a request to do something that Howie had. I just want to make sure that I have specifically what you asked for.
Yeah, that was just a menu of options to get the budget down to a level funded budget.
A level funded budget?
Is that?
sorry, what was the request for?
He asked him to come with recommendations for a level fund.
For a level funded budget.
Yeah.
Okay, can you just describe the things that are non-controllable? And
Sure.
what percentage of the budget they represent?
Right, so a level funded budget is actually a reduction of a budget because you have you know, increases that are going to happen that you do not have control over. The $68,000 increase, which was just actually K through 12, and then you have to add on the 41,000 for pre-K for special ed, is non-controllable, right? So when you're saying a level funded budget, that needs to be cut from somewhere else. Salary increases that are negotiated are pretty much a non-controllable. Healthcare increases of, I think we have $104,000 of just the benefit increase, and that's not the switching of, you know, I went from a single plan to a family plan. That's also non-controllable. So all of those things mean a budget that is, you know, not really level funded, but below level funded. Does that make sense? Is that what you were looking for, Al?
Yeah, I mean, so really what it boils down to at that point is we can tap into building operations again, which is everybody's pet, or administrative costs, or the reduction of force, or lack of increase in force. That's really kind of what it boils down to.
So in terms of reduction in force, you know, it would have to be more than 10 FTEs to do that.
Well, I mean, we need to present the options to the vote, we need to look at the options. So, you know, the voters are aware that we are looking at this. I mean, our pupil count is going down, and costs keep going up. So we may not, you know, we may not take all those cuts and implement them in the budget, but I think we need to know what these options look like, so the taxpayers know, okay, well, if we, you know, this is what we have to cut to give you guys a level funded budget. And if we don't want to cut that drastically, then we will have to increase the budget somewhat to, you know, put these things in. But I mean, the taxpayers, it's hard to justify the you know, the continual increases. I mean, you guys have done an awesome job, and I applaud you. It's a really great budget. You put everything's well laid out. I know the first draft of a budget should be what you want, and I appreciate you presenting it to us. But now we need to also look at what we can afford and get the taxpayers to pass. So.
Emily, go ahead. Just something you just said triggered with me about what you want. So just, if there could be just a quick, forget the what we want for a second and just tell me what we have, just a quick summary of what programming we have increased. I know there was a little increase in the math piece or something, but which was based on need. But was there anything in there that was?
Sure. So I think, you know, the budget committee had access to all of the budget documents that showed it, but I'm going to let Craig speak to this, since most of the requests came through because of having how many more students?
Yeah, just about 40.
Mm-hmm.
Continue on tonight.
Please.
Yeah. You know, the biggest shift from last year and this year was school choice, and we're had some really great families and some great students and some additional staff, but adding more, and I look in the foreseeable future with school choice again opening up, us increasing more students, which require more needs. One of the biggest things that we're looking to do is add teacher time because we need it. So next year, one of the things I asked for was to go single grade levels again, because the numbers can actually sustain that. But that impacts a lot. So nursing, guidance, personal development, PE are all things that need to also increase with it. So with increasing numbers being shifted and pre-K students coming into the building and providing early education services for, we also need to take care of them on different ends as well. EQS standards, their health, social emotional learning. So that's kind of the biggest, making sure that the school is clean. So we went from 75 students with a gender of 15 hours to now being at nearly 120. That's a big increase of kids in the lunchroom or walking up and down the halls, and it's just need to get taken care of. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions beyond that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, did Jamaica lose some of those things? So this was not like a
Right.
straight jump.
I was
Okay.
just going to
Thank
respond to
you.
that as well. So, yes, in some cases, the teaching position moved from Jamaica to, so that was not an increase for you. That's not reflected in here. The custodial, that's a shift as well. There's a piece of that coming to Townsend as well. So those, anywhere that we could shift resources, we did. But there also is the EQS standard for the Jamaica students,
Yep.
where, you know, that we have to maintain.
Of course,
So
of course.
you can't, you know, cut all of PE out of Jamaica because all the kids are in Townsend now, you know, or most of the kids are in Townsend.
And the trickiest thing is that PE needs to happen on 2 separate days for every child, and it needs to be at least 30 minutes, you know, and so you can't have somebody come in for one day and teach, you know, so it's, so these, and that is the issue with living in Vermont, is that we've got these pockets and needs that we need to fill, and it's not always easy.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not saying that the board's going to choose to level fund and do a drastic cut of programs, but we need to look at what that looks like. Because otherwise, how do we sell this tax increase to our voters? You know, I don't want to have to do this budget twice. So, you know, I would like to see, okay, this is what level funded looks like. Yeah, we have to make these draconian cuts. Okay, and then we can evaluate, okay, we don't want, let's put this back, let's put that back, and see what that looks like as a percentage increase and how it's going to affect the tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, I gotcha.
That's you know, I know it's difficult.
Yeah, it really is, and the decisions I made and the requests that I made were strictly to benefit the quality of education for my kids.
Nobody's questioning.
Yeah, and so I hear you. I know when I go and take a look back, as per your request, to make a reduction in one of those assets is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
And I feel like our community and our West River district has a finger on the pulse of what our schools are really like, which I think is great, and I hope that they kind of that they'll back the principals for their requests. But I'm looking at you straight now. I'll try my best to do that for you.
Yeah, you know, and like I said, I'm not saying that we're
Yeah.
gonna go with that kind of cut, but we need to know what it looks like, so our community, you know, knows why they're getting hit with these tax increases and what they're paying for.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Well, Joe, I was just suggest that if the board, I know Howie has one suggestion he's kind of putting out there, and I don't know if that is speaking for the board or not, but for the administrative perspective, to have, if there's a list of things that you guys want us to come back with, to be very, very specific about what those things are. If it's level funded, level service, X amount of dollars, slash that program, whatever the targets are that you guys want set, we should know that, but I want, the more unified you guys are in what you're actually looking for, the better, the easier it's gonna be to kind of meet the requests you guys have. And then thinking just off the top of my head, like if we're talking about 10 teachers, 10 FTEs, that if I'm talking like half the kids are at Leland Gray, so that's 5 FTEs, like that's, draconian is the word to use, I think that's pretty much what it is. I'm happy to show you what that would look like, well, I'm not happy to, but I will if that's what you guys want. But I just think the board should be directive and focused on what the list are, things you guys wanna see collectively, so we know. Does that make sense? So not each person throwing out what they'd like to see, or, you know, one voice kind of thing.
I'm gonna let you go before me. I was next, but he hasn't spoken as much as me, so.
I think we should be careful in what we ask the administration to do. If we're all saying that we're not gonna make you cut 10 FTEs, then why are we asking you to model what it looks like to cut at 10 FTEs? Why create that anxiety amongst your staff and when we have no intention of doing that anyway? So I think we should make sure that the requests that we make are reasonable and that we're not asking for things simply to ask for things. Because we could play that game for the next 6 months and just cause nothing but trouble. I've been on this board, Leland Gray's board, and this board long enough that we've been down this road before, where we asked for a whole bunch of different things that we never intended to implement anyway, and it simply causes a room full of people to show up and scream at us because we asked for lots of options that we really had no intention of following through with. So I would agree with what Bob said. Let's give them a clear direction as to what we want to see, as opposed to give us the worst case, the most carnage you can create, and throw it back to us, because that's just ridiculous.
And Jill, just one more time, I'm not sure what the role of your budget committee is either. And if there's a second round, should they be looking at those ideas first, or I just want to make sure you guys have, you have a committee, what's the purpose of it, how does that fit into that?
Well, the budget committee, who's the chair of the
January 6th. Yes.
You want to explain it? I mean, I was going to answer it, and then I'm like, wait, there's a chair.
Did you explain the role of the?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we do the deep dive beforehand and with Lori, and then we kind of help report out. I mean, Lori's done the 95% of the reporting out today, but you know, certainly we can chip in and would help with the explanation to the community and the board in general. But, yeah, we'll gladly take whatever is discussed here today and bring it to that meeting on January 6th and do a deeper dive.
So there might be a way to just test the budget committee with looking at possible ways to reduce this between now and January 6th, and come back with something maybe less draconian.
So,
Go ahead.
he just asked me, do you still want to speak? And I said, well, no, I think Bob pretty much said everything I was going to say, but now I feel like I have to say something more, as usual. So I apologize for that. But, you know, I guess it's hard for me to say to the budget committee, go see where we can cut. And the reason I say that is because what is it that we are interested in reducing? You know, we've got all of the program. So let's take it to programs. I think of it from the Leland Gray perspective, where you can actually say, well, maybe we can eliminate one of the foreign languages, or maybe you can stop doing some of the I mean, the elementary level is a little harder to take a program and take away, but that's what we're talking about. That's literally what we're talking about here. I mean, are we as a board going to support reducing the opportunities for our children? Because I don't see us increasing the opportunities for our children in this budget. Not much. And that concerns me. I'm totally in agreement with Howie about the dollars. That's pretty disturbing to me. But I also heard a pretty clear explanation as to why they're here. But our job is to try to make sure that we are educating our students in the best way we possibly can. And I'm not seeing very much of an increase in opportunities for our kids here. So we need to reduce opportunities for our kids if we're going to cut. And so I'm a little concerned about tasking and maybe it's not just for kids. We can say we're not going to do something in the buildings again. We've done this plenty of times before, and we're not the only school district doing this, because all over the state we've been seeing the results of deferred maintenance. But I'm just trying to put a face on it, what it means. It's a really challenging time, and the harder questions come out when we get deeper into these conversations, and that is it costs a lot to educate kids in small schools, and we value our local schools. So I know there was a time, and Bill's not here to speak to it, but he came to us with a different proposal on how we could save money by reconfiguring our students, the levels of students in schools, so pre-K, 1-2 in one school, 3-4 in another. I mean, are we ready as a board to have those kinds of conversations again? Because I actually really believe that if we can keep our small schools open, we should, you know. But if we can't support the education that is in this budget for our kids, that are not increasing opportunities, but that are preserving the opportunities that we have valued in that thing we're going to vote on at our next meeting, all of our values, we've got some tough conversations to have, and they go a lot farther than asking the budget committee to come to us and say, here's a way we can cut 1 or 2% out of the budget. That's just my perspective, and it's a really tough conversation for us to have. So,
Mike? But this is the first pass of the budget, right? So if my memory's correct, last year's first pass was looking at almost a 10% increase. What we actually got to was something around 5, right? So I think it is reasonable, you know, and Emily just kind of touched on it, to say, you know, maybe we task the administration with, you know, find us a way to, you know, save 2% and what that would look like, as opposed to, you know, trying to level fund or whatever. Like, I know this is a first pass, it's expected to be high, you know, and then it whittles down. So how do we take it from 10,000 feet to 5,000 feet view?
I would just comment on last year's process and budget. The first draft included a lot of deferred maintenance. And so that was the majority of dropping it from the 10 to the 5.
and I think our request pupils came up in the
Right, there wasn't a lot of programmatic changes. Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Getting tired.
So we all.
No, but
So last year's resolution was a little easier than this year's resolution would be, because we haven't built in that maintenance. There's 150.
Right.
And if we took out the 150, that wouldn't be the 2% to get us from, you know, that wouldn't be the 2%. We'd still be looking at, you know, what opportunities are we going to remove?
Well, I guess the concern is, like, you know, a lot of people voted for consolidation with the premise that it was gonna save money. You know, I have a kid in the school. I don't wanna see the programmatic cuts either. I want my son and every student in this district to have the best education they can. So, I'm just trying to bridge the gap.
But the merger, you know, the merger was supposed to increase opportunity, not necessarily save money. There were incentives, and we're supposed to, if we can find a way to save money, which goes back to Emily's point about, you know, as we start to look at this, there are some really hard conversations that we as a board and the public need to actually have. You know, there's no way to continue doing everything in every school and somehow have it magically cost less. You either do less or you do it in less places, and you know, I mean, those are really difficult conversations to have.
They are.
But we need to, you know, but we're starting to have one now, whether we do less for the students, and you know, this, hopefully we can have this conversation and see where it goes. For the short term, in terms of direction, you know, because we're not going to have the conversation about what we're going to do. You know, we're not going to have that. That's going to be a long conversation with the public and the board, where we go. For the short term, in terms of direction, you know, I struggle with what to give you. Al, help? Emily, anybody?
I mean, I actually think that Mike's suggestion was
of 2%
fairly reasonable to look at 2%. I mean, we could look at things like, you know, what assumption of special education did we assume? You know, too high. I think there's some things on the margin we could probably take a look at that might account for 2%.
I just need to point out that, you know, after all these incentives go away and the hold harmless and all that goes away, we're all gonna get racked with one big tax increase.
Or we're gonna have the hard conversation and we're gonna do something different.
Well, that's why you need to look at it now. You can't just keep bumping the budget up another million every year. Because if you keep doing that for the next 3 years, you know, because already you're saying we're looking at 7% right now at this point. Newfane had a 10% last year, which supposedly are only paying 5%, that after the 4 years, that 5% is gonna come back with the other 2% and the next, so another 20. And, you know, like I said before, you're looking at, by the 4th year, it's gonna be a 20% increase on top of all the increases we've had over the 4 years, is what taxpayers are gonna look at. We're forcing people out to go to districts that are theoretically cheaper for them to pay taxes to send their kids to school. It's the, people can't afford the taxes. Can't afford the taxes, they move out. When they move out, they take their kids with them. Declining enrollment.
They also label we don't have opportunities for them and high-quality education.
And we better look at redoing the whole budget from scratch.
Rick, did you have a comment?
Can I lighten the atmosphere a
Oh,
little bit?
please.
I'll give you a way. I'm gonna play OK Boomer here. I'll give you a way to reduce that cost increase by half. Right away. One line item. Get rid of technology services. That's 50% of your increase gone. See? Got it?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, now, what do they do to teach, right? I mean,
It's just my favorite hashtag right now. Just gotta say. I love it.
Thank you.
Can't use it, but I love it.
So, will of the board, 2%, as suggested by Mike and Al,
Or whatever they.
or something else, or whatever, you know, shoot for 2, come up with your
Yeah,
best. The budget committee will meet and we'll have a group cry.
So we need to meet before the 6th.
Do the 1.9.
Yeah.
We need to fit in.
Al, do the 1.9.
1.9, yeah.
Okay, we'll set something up. Did anybody out there, other than Rick, have something they wanted to add to the budget discussions? Okay, are we good?
So it's two, let's
We
be
can-
clear on the 2%.
Closest we can come to 2.
2%,
Work with the budget committee, we got you.
okay.
Okay? Okay. Moving right along. Thank you all. We're almost on time, yeah. So, Abby, I hate to put you on the spot. There was nothing written. Anything you want to share with the board?
Well, I was one of the 2 choir students that visited Jamaica Village School to go and sing at their Thanksgiving lunch with Mr. Pexock and Mr. Bernard. And I think it was a good experience to be able to have high school students go to the elementary schools. And I feel like we should visit there more often so they can, because they'll be coming to Leland and Gray after elementary school. So I feel like it's a good to have a connection between the high school, or Leland and Gray, and the elementary schools.
That's great. Thank you.
I'm sure they looked up to you.
That's not the first time I've heard that this week. You have, Rick, you have a question?
oh yeah, just building on what she said. Many years ago, in the dark ages, Townsend used to have high school students over there all the time. I mean, it was a set program. And so the intermixing of the grade levels was just phenomenal.
They still do.
do that.
They still
Do
do.
they still do that? Because I wasn't sure, yeah.
I think they still do. Thank you. Any questions for Abby? Thank you. Next month's Trey. If he doesn't show up, we'll call him. Okay. With regard to the other reports, those are all in your packet. Does anybody have any questions that they wanted to ask any of the principals? Or I guess it wouldn't be fair to ask Lori all the bill questions from the cabinet report.
So I have a question, or I have a statement to make, actually. When this was copied, it looks like the first page and the last page of my report are there. But I think that there were 3 pages in between that are not in there.
I think
And I
we
would
got-
be happy to send that to you, and I'd really like to send it to you because it represents a lot of work.
Wasn't it in the?
It came
I
in
think
the
was
email,
in the-
it didn't come in,
I
it
didn't-
was
that's
handed to
wonderful.
us
That's
tonight.
wonderful. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
read it in here, I read it in here, and I'm pretty sure that was all in there.
Yeah. Somebody edited you, Scotty, sorry.
That's what these guys are giving you stuff over here.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you said too much.
Yeah.
The reduction in the paper budget that you're seeing?
There you go. There you go.
Rips.
No, we did get all the
That's great. Thank
pages
you.
in our
Thank you.
packet, thank you. So, no questions for any of the principals that are here? Okay, nice job. I enjoyed reading those reports, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one thing?
Yes?
I was going through here, this wasn't in the board packet electronically. This climate, I can't tell which is which, yes, no, on this because of the colors.
Oh, no, and that would have been.
Sorry.
The dark gray versus the.
Yeah, which is yes, which is no, 1442, I think I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure is 43.5 on the climate and culture report.
Yeah, I can have her resend that, so the colors, so it'd be electronically, you get the colors. in
Yeah,
that.
I didn't get it electronic, did I? Because it wasn't in the original report.
I think.
I went and
I've
looked,
seen it.
no, it wasn't in the, oh, maybe it was in a separate something.
I think it was sent, because it was supposed to be for the October board meeting, it was sent by.
Oh, I didn't look back. I looked at
by
November's.
By Johanna a long
If
time ago.
it was sent, I will look, but I will look
Um,
at it again. I couldn't find it and it was just really hard to tell. There was really no difference.
I can tell you that the student council spent a day in having a retreat going into that data from the student survey.
Yeah, it was important.
And they spent a lot of time going through not the charts and the graphs, but the actual raw data with all the
Good.
textual, that people could submit things. And they actually, the student council presented to the faculty today, their staff meeting, about the results of that.
Wow.
Very powerful conversations.
Wow.
That's great.
Yep.
That's really important because this was good.
Joe?
Yes, Al.
Just one thing, and I don't know if this could be input throughout, but I think it's important to kind of reflect on new programs, like at a school. And obviously, we're gonna get a report in, I think it's January, February, on the food program. But just if there's anything that can be put in anecdotally, or how it's going, just kind of a little feedback as we go along.
About food specifically?
Yeah, just anything new in particular, food programs. Trying to think of some other things that are new. The climate, we asked about climate, and you already do that, so something like that, specific to any new programs.
Can I make the suggestion, maybe we would talk about our new academic support team and their work. We could talk about our professional development this year, that we're really focused on trauma, transformation, and on keys to literacy, our literacy program.
Yeah, that'd be great. Any changes like that, yeah.
Okay. No more questions? Thank you all. We have winter activities update on there. I'm not sure, is there one?
I'm sorry, what?
Winter activities update? I thought that kind of got resolved.
No,
Yeah, I thought we
I think
voted to
when
fund
Lori
it.
was not here, you guys told us to spend the money.
Yep.
I
Right.
think that's what I was told
We did.
today, that you were going to do.
Okay, so there is no there is
But
not,
I will mention that at the time of that conversation, it was raised by someone, I forget if it was Al or Drew, but I'm thinking maybe it was over there somewhere, that the question of whether or not these things were valued, to what extent do we value something, should it be part of the budget, should it be funded?
Oh, yeah.
None of that is in this budget, and you guys just already talked about being really high. So I just want to make sure you're super clear about that. There's no additional funding, right?
But that was
There's no additional funding.
That was
In the-
$3,000 we were talking about.
Well, that was this year.
Yeah.
We did not add the 3,000 even into next year's. So there's nothing in next year's budget towards winter activities at all, really, because we don't normally have any local funding towards it anyways. So that was something you guys had talked about talking about.
It's a good reminder. Thank you.
Yep, just
Thank
wanna-
you.
Give it to you guys on the budget committee.
Sorry, Drew.
thank you. Yeah, Al, remember that.
So, speaking of,
Yes?
would you recommend that we put that back in the budget?
The $3,000?
For, yeah.
Well, we'll do that at the budget committee, yeah.
No,
That's what he's
right,
talking about.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we should at least have a conversation at the board level about winter activities. And, I mean, we decided that we would do
The Band-Aid.
the Band-Aid, but we do need to have a longer conversation about, you know, if we do value them, somehow we have to pay for them. You know. So, I mean, I think we can have that at the next meeting and decide whether we want to put it back in or not. There goes what?
Okay. I mean, it's
You think?
$3,000.
It's $3,000
value
either
it,
way,
so.
but next
We
year
already
there could
had
be
that
more.
conversation.
Yeah,
That's why we did it.
all right.
Okay. All right. Next thing was we had the pre-K inquiry from the Newbrook Parent Action PAC. I can't remember what. Yeah, Principals Advisory Committee.
There you go.
And we had tasked the administration with, creating scenarios, and that created one document, and now we have another document that's in this board packet that talks about, what sort of gives a financial outlook, and sort of goes through, and, it has it's yellow piece of paper, it has the 4 considerations, or the 4, scenarios, and the fourth one that is highlighted is the recommendation from the administration. In that we are filling the needs of all the pre-K students currently in the district with our pre-K. So it's not like we have students who are wanting to attend pre-K that are not being allowed to. So wait until April 2020 and then make whatever adjustments to the pre-K program we need to make, was the administrative recommendation. So the it's sort of anything else, we don't really have a problem yet, but we have some solutions that are presenting themselves. Lindsay, go ahead.
I just, seeing as there's lots of Timpson Hill people here, I thought maybe now they could, one of you might want to read your letter that you sent to us earlier, because it didn't get read in full, and it relates to this specifically.
Well, our policy is to not read letters in
Do
full
you want to just
anymore.
stand up and talk about it and not read a letter? You
There
guys
you
could
go.
do that too.
Yeah. So my name's Rebecca McCullough. I'm the director at Timpson Hill Preschool. And the letter that we sent to the board members was actually drafted from our board. But just expressing a concern and the thought about adding another pre-K option 5 minutes up the road from us. This year, adding the additional classroom at Townsend has hurt our enrollment. I have actually spoken with the director at Sunny Lane in Brookline. It has actually hurt her enrollment too. So my concern would be that if another classroom were added, and as you've said, there really kind of number-wise isn't the need for another classroom, that would hurt us even more and eventually could close some of our programs. And so I just wanted to be clear that if that's the intention, then that would be the step towards that direction. And we hope that that's not the intention. So that I think that's why Sandy met with Bill and talked about some possible opportunities to work with the district if there was in fact a need for more students partnering in some way, and we're very flexible and open about what those opportunities could look like. But adding another classroom 5 minutes up the road when we're not full and Sunny Lane isn't full, just to name 2 providers, seems like it's a little bit of overkill. Thank you.
I would just add, if I could, Sarah Vangel Townsend, I'm the president of the board at Timpson Hill. I would really urge you all to take a close look at the letter, because we put a lot of financial information in there that I think, especially in light of this conversation that you're having about budget, is very important for the voters on the board to be able to consider. I mean, we did the research, put the numbers together, and really it looks like, providing funding for families throughout the district, speaking of equity, to choose where they could send their children for pre-K could actually be a more affordable budget option for the district when you have so much else to balance and so many other things to consider. So I would ask, I understand that your time is limited, that the budget is a very intense issue. If you would consider reading the letter into the record at the next meeting, because I think it is something important to have on the record and that you have the voters consider. You should have also received a letter from the WISP board, the.
We got that.
Yes, we
School
entered that into the
Protection.
record, into correspondence.
Okay. So I would ask the same be done for our letter so that everybody is aware of that information and hopefully it will inform your budget discussions going forward.
Just to respond to your request to read the letter into the record, we, as a board policy, we don't read letters into the record. We receive them, we summarize them, and we post them on the website as correspondence so that they're available for anyone. There are copies available for anyone who comes to the meeting to see them, and you can request one from the central office, I guess, if you wanted. It just saves us from reading lots of correspondence into the record. And I apologize, the letter that your director wrote didn't make it into the record at all because it came to me as a request to edit documents from a person outside of my trusted email group, and I went, no. I don't need that virus. But it will be corrected and it will be
Resend
put
it as a
on.
PDF or something.
It will be put onto the website, and we did note that we received that correspondence, and and anybody who wants a copy of that should be able to get one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, any more questions, thoughts on pre-K? I mean, I think as the budget is constructed now, there's one pre-K program running in Townsend, and that's it. There's no staffing in Jamaica, there's no staffing, nor is there any construction in Newbrook. So
I would just like to say that I understand where we are in the budget, that this is probably a bigger conversation than can be had in the time that we have to make it for this particular budget. But I do think that it's something that needs to get really looked at closely, because I think there are bigger implications than there is something available somewhere. I think there's bigger things than just, we provided a thing somewhere. I do think we should get to that conversation. Maybe we won't be able to come up with a wonderful solution or whatever, something that's perfect for this budget, or maybe where we're at is great for this budget, but let's also revisit that. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had.
The April date is a great time to revisit.
okay. I'll make a note to add it in April.
Because then we'll know.
Okay. Anything else? So, it's our favorite part of the meeting, tasking the administration for the next meeting. And I think is there anything to add to the budgetary tasks that we've given the administration? I think we've got everything we need already with you in terms of the budget. There are no tasks associated with anything else, although do find out if the property transfers I don't know if you wrote that one down, but find out if the property transfers were recorded in each town for the school districts, please.
And of course, the revenue projections.
Well, those come when they come.
Right.
But yeah, we want those. We also really want the healthcare decision. I mean, right now, we're at 85-15. Both sides have said 80-20. So that's a savings for us. But then what do they do with HSA, HRA?
Right. There is also in that both plans that currently our educational support contract only offers a single plan. And it looks like in both options, it opens it up to any plan, any tier plan.
Right.
So that would be an increase, mainly in the SU budget through mainly special ed.
Okay, anything else administrative?
I got one.
Sure.
I have had a couple of people talk to me about the school calendar and the Veterans Day holiday not being a day off this year.
That is a WCSU
Oh, you're right.
That's, WCSU
My bad.
sets that.
Should tell your
Doesn't it?
I'm gonna,
The WC
can I
oh,
task
you
my
are
chair? I'm not.
Oh.
I would like to task my chair.
If you send me an
With passing
email,
that
I will
along.
take it
Okay.
to the next meeting.
I'll do that.
If you tell me now, I'll write it down and I'll probably forget to take it to the next meeting, but if you send me an email, I
Oh, wait,
guarantee.
another one.
She's on a roll today.
That's you, Joe.
Lindsay,
It's all rolling out. Look what time it is. You
Cut
gotta
it
watch
out.
out. You can't keep me out this late.
Remember, we started at 6.
I maybe task the school principals to get together, have a little powwow about how to possibly come up with some sort of, child care for those who need it on the half days, all the extra half days. Because I've had a lot of people say to me that, wow, wait a minute. How am I
So
supposed
before
to do
you-
this? So all the extra half days that, professional development days and service days, so we have a bunch of half days.
Yeah.
So on those days, obviously, we've just added a whole bunch more days when somebody has to leave work and come get their kid, and that's hard. So what can we do about that? Maybe
Nothing if it's outside school hours.
maybe a,
Laughter program.
yeah, laughter program type
Some of
thing.
the LNG students that have to do their community service.
Look at all these ideas.
okay, so the administrative tasks come from the board, so if it's the will of the board to have that sort of thing investigated, and, you know, I would add to that, there certainly could be a cost to that. You know, nobody has to volunteer to work to watch somebody else's kids for free. I mean, you know, it's like the high school kids ought to be paid for that.
Well, they have to
Or
do
get their community service hours.
Well, but community service is voluntary. They may take some other form of community service.
That's true.
Who's gonna supervise
Who's
that?
managing that?
Yeah, who manages that? That, you know, there's a lot going on there. Does the board
Adults
want
and
to,
staff who need to be paid.
board want to have that, take on that responsibility, board?
I would recommend not to touch that firecracker.
I would nominate Lindsay.
Well,
I'm not in charge, I'm just an idea person.
go ahead, Emma.
I'm wondering if that's a conversation we should have when we agree on how many half-days we approve. Just because I don't know how to deal with it now. We've already.
I don't either.
approved them. I'm asking, I'm just asking if that's a better time for us to have a conversation around it.
I mean,
I got you.
yes, I think we should talk about it all at the times.
I think it's, I've heard that too, Lindsay, I have.
Yeah.
Craig, you have
Yeah,
a suggestion?
Not a suggestion, but I just want to thank Lindsay for actually bringing that up. Because as a principal who asked for those days off for his own professional development of the staff, I realize it is a burden. And my staff, myself, get a lot out of it. And I don't want to be like numb with my comment of like, who's going to manage it? Because it really is valid and it's a strain, especially if you have to take time off of work and be paid hourly, and how that affects your monthly income. So I think it's a good thing to think about, and I will try to find some creative ways to maybe address that. Again, we've already sort of got a couple. But I just want to say, like, yeah, thanks, because it's out there and it is a thing and we want to be considerate of it.
There may not be an awesome solution, but maybe there is.
Yeah.
You don't know until you talk about it, right?
Is that a task then?
If it,
Trish
my
had something
comment
to
was
add.
if at the WCSU level they set those days, should this?
We approved those days.
Oh, okay.
We
Some of them
approved
are-
the
some of
them
the
are-
PD
oh,
days
sorry,
in
they're
our
the overall
district,
calendar,
but the
right.
overall calendar is WCSU.
Sorry, okay.
I was thinking that maybe we could ask Laughter, because another issue is that all the staff should be working. You know, we're all busy during those half days, so who is left? And that could be some paras, but we can't require them to work. So, but maybe Laughter could potentially put together a 2-hour, program. We don't have one coming for the next 2 months, right? March. So it's not till March, so we have a little bit of time to think about it. I think that would be a good conversation for our PAC as well, if we're going to be working on the school level to try to solve the problem, because you don't have that problem.
It's still a cost to the district, though. You still have to pay the laughter people.
It's true.
Well,
But that's a balancing, right? If the teachers are getting a lot out of it, then it might be a worthwhile cost.
Maybe a way to, I
How
mean,
much
if
are
it's
you gonna
voluntary, some
cut that
parents
budget
might not
back?
have a problem with it and don't need
100%?
it.
Right.
So maybe you could do it at one school or something,
Right.
save staffing.
So do we want to make this an administrative task then to, one sec. One sec. Finish my sentence. Do we want to make this an administrative task to, as a board, to ask them to sort of look into this? But all based on what our member of the public has to say.
Putting her on the spot.
Wow.
Katie Hazelton. If you're gonna do a laughter sort of thing, couldn't parents pay for it? And then you don't have that extra cost?
It's during the school hours, we can't charge during school hours.
It's not.
It's
It's
not.
for
It's
laughter.
not.
It is.
It's not.
During
Is
the, no, I think it is still,
Is it?
I'll look over there, but I think it's still, anything
Right,
during
because
the
they
school.
pay for laughter and pre-K aftercare.
Right, I think it's still
That could be one of
considered
the-
part of the school day.
I do, I think it is.
Positive item.
Well, that could be something they investigated.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
All right, so it is a
Go
task
for it.
then.
Yeah.
All right. All right, you're done, Lindsay.
Zip it.
Zip it. Okay. Other than the, Lori, you have a question or
Well, I just
thought?
wanted to, once we're all done here, I just want to go through them all and make sure I've got them all. So,
Okay. Committee assignments for the next meeting, other than the budget committee, which has to meet and work, are there any policy? You don't have anything, do you? Are you continuing to meet on, work on things, or are you
No.
good?
No, I got things are at a standstill right now. I have to sit down and talk to Bill before I schedule another meeting, and we're gonna be looking for a new, chair for that committee. I'm stepping down.
Okay. Building, we should probably meet if we can.
Yeah.
Um,
On that thought. Lori, during our budget meeting, you mentioned something in particular that the building committee should meet about. Can you
I think
refresh
it
my
was
memory?
just the list of things to just go over that.
And the bond.
And the bond, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a future.
Mhm.
So we should pull together a building committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, of the building committee.
do that?
Yeah, you
Yes,
do,
you do.
you do. I am very flexible.
Direct following this meeting.
Is there beer?
No.
If there's beer, I could be talked into it. All right. So the budget committee is gonna meet and the building committee is gonna meet before the next meeting. That's it for committees.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have the payroll.
The pay orders are not done because we're meeting a week early,
So,
so the pay orders would have to be
so
pulled.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna approve I'm gonna make a motion to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19 only.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the ayes have it.
I'm happy to do pay orders if
Okay, well, pay orders won't be done
Next week.
until next week.
I'm
Now,
just letting you
we're
know.
not meeting next week, but as long as the board is okay with it, Trish and I can review pay orders and they can get signed off and done. I don't need a motion or anything, just sort of, and we'll approve them at the next meeting when we actually have them, but they'll get,
That's great.
the bills will get paid,
Thank you.
okay? All right, we don't need an executive session, I believe that is, I'll
Motion
give you the
to adjourn.
negotiations update. 2 minutes, 2
It
minutes.
hasn't been seconded yet. So.
Essentially, we sat down, we met, we've picked 4 meeting dates going forward. We're not meeting until the beginning of January because we want to wait until some things solidify with healthcare and budget, and then we've got 4 meetings planned out for January, February to work on the new master agreement. So that's it.
Excellent.
Yes,
Thank
Lori?
you.
Can I just go down to my list real quick?
Oh,
that's right.
Do it after, I'll go through it. All right, so there's a motion to adjourn. Any second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
is on. Good evening. I am Commissioner Chris Cole. I'm the Commissioner of the Vermont Buildings and General Services. It is the highlight of my particular position each year to come out here at 4:30 for the lighting of the tree. I would like to introduce to you the BGS Family Singers. They are straight from a tour in Eastern Europe where they sang at all the finest opera houses, and they're going to entertain you with a holiday song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to remind everybody that you'll all be warmer if you sing along with us. And Bill wanted me to remind you that while we do take your classes, we just play whatever we want. Take it away, Bill. Outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and the cars are poured for popping, but the lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Though the fire is slowly dying, but my dear, we're still goodbying. 'Cause as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Thank you, BGS Family Chorus. Don't worry, folks, they're not going anywhere. They'll be here for another couple of songs. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Governor Scott to the podium to say a few words. Governor.
Good evening. Well, it's great to see all of you here tonight. All the kids, all the dogs as well, always add to the excitement. I also want to welcome, we have many dignitaries here, a lot of our secretaries and commissioners, part of my cabinet here, as well as the Lieutenant Governor is here tonight as well. Thank you very much, David, for coming. So, I always look forward to this time of year and the tree lighting as we kick off the holiday season. This tree is really a wonderful example of the generosity and dedication of a couple of our state employees. First, I'd like to thank Ira Moser. Ira has served as our State House grounds supervisor for almost 20 years, and he has a responsibility for finding us a tree that is suitable for this beautiful State House. So while Ira was driving in Calais on his way home to and from work, he saw this perfect tree next to a home every day. So he decided to talk with the owner, Nancy Hill. Now Nancy has been a state employee for 30 years. So a couple months ago, Ira spotted Nancy walking across the State House lawn and jumped off his mower and asked her if she'd be willing to donate the tree to the State House. Now, Nancy thought it over and called Ira the next day to tell him she'd be honored to do so. So I personally want to thank both Ira and Nancy for getting us this beautiful tree and your contribution to tonight's ceremony. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take the time to recognize Dave and Cheryl Warner of Warner Tree Farm. You have a beautiful farm providing many Vermonters with great quality trees. In fact, they were so good that I not only cut down 2 for the pavilion office in my both my 5th floor office and in the lobby, but I cut down the perfect one for my own home as well. And again, I want to thank the BGS chorus for performing for us tonight. I know you have a big, huge schedule, and to fit us in has been truly, truly special for all of us. You know, as we light the tree this year, it's a perfect time to take a moment and reflect on how fortunate we are to live in this great state and all the good things that are happening around us. And while it may not always feel like it, there's always so much more that unites us as Vermonters than divides us. I believe the things we have in common as mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, daughters and sons, friends and neighbors are what inspires us to do good. Vermonters are known for our deep sense of community and our commitment to the most vulnerable. We help each other out. We go the extra mile in times of need. We believe in each other and the value of each and every person. For example, I want to recognize the Ludlow Fire Department. Now, on Thanksgiving morning, they answered a call for an oven fire, which thankfully smothered itself out before any real damage was done. But remember, this was Thanksgiving Day. So once the responders arrived on the scene, they unplugged the stove and informed the mother of 3 she couldn't use it again until it was inspected. But instead of moving on, the responders decided to take things into their own hands and go the extra mile and help this fellow Vermonter in her time of need. They ended up taking all the food back to their station. They cooked it all up for her and delivered it back in time for dinner. This is just one example of the sense of community Vermonters share and in part of what makes our state so special. So while we kick off the holiday season tonight, let's all commit to doing good, focusing on what unites us instead of what divides us, and be part of something bigger than ourselves. Let's remember the golden rule: do unto others as they would do unto you. In other words, treat each other the way you want to be treated, with respect and civility. So again, I thank you very much for being here tonight, and I hope you enjoy this wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Governor. At this time, we are going to hand out some certificates of appreciation. The first certificate of appreciation and recognition is to Nancy Hill. Nancy is a state employee the governor mentioned in his remarks. And this certificate of recognition is for her generous contribution to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Picture here. Thank you very much.
Our second certificate of appreciation goes to Ira Moser. This certificate recognizes Ira Moser for his generous contribution, his agility to jump off a lawnmower to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And our last is to Werner's Tree Farm. And these were the farms the governor mentioned in his remarks that donated the trees for his office. And accepting on behalf of Werner Tree Farm, who could not make it because it is their busy time of season. Who is? Yes. Allison Eastman, Deputy Commissioner for Agriculture.
Sorry, Chris. I thought you had that all worked out.
Oh, we did.
Oh,
I just, it wasn't written down,
Sorry.
so I forgot.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. We'll make sure it gets to him. Thank you.
I'd like to now, at this time, invite the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with another song. Take it away.
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen, but do you recall the most famous reindeer of all?
join in.
Like a light bulb. All of the other reindeers used to have to fall in May. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one lovely Christmas Eve, they took him to sea. Rudolph did not so bright, for he had a reindeer.
Woohoo! At this time, I would like to invite Governor Scott, Nancy Hill, and any children that would like to participate in the lighting of the tree. Put you over here so you won't get trampled.
Understand how this all works?
All you need to do is put one finger on it.
Wait a second. Which way are we gonna go with this? You're right. We gotta wait, don't pull yet.
We're gonna, Governor, you want a countdown?
Oh, why don't we all count down? We count down from 10?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Have you standing next to the tree with lights on.
I know, it's like, I know.
Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome, thank you, Nancy.
At this time, I am going to ask the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with one final song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Oh, we'll get it.
Thank you very much, BGS Family Singers, and good luck on your next European tour. At this time, I would like to invite the children over to the Pavilion building, which is that large building right there in the corner. And if you walk up the front steps, everyone is invited. Walk up the front steps, there are cookies and hot cider inside the room, and the governor is going to be reading a Christmas story to the children. So if you would make your way over there at this time, the festivities will continue.